dealing with sexuality. It's exactly like with alternate modernities. One thing is to pass from one to another form of modernity, capitalist political power, say from liberal democracy to fascism or authoritarian populism, which are just different ways of dealing with the underlying antagonism that defines capitalism. Another thing is to break out of the very field of modernity inclusive of its constitutive antagonism. This is the point on which one should insist, if and when we enact the radical change of stepping out of the entire field defined by its constitutive impossibility/antagonism, we do not historicize this impossibility in the sense that we step beyond it, that impossible becomes possible, that we see how the impossible/real was just a kind of fetish preventing us from seeing a different reality. We do something much more radical. The impossibility disappears because the entire field in which it operated is no longer here. What one should avoid here, as a good vampire avoids garlic, is any form of evolutionary empiricism, any reference to the real external world which, in its eternal change, gradually undermines all symbolic structures. Who knows what is out there? The only thing we can be sure is that there is an infinite number of things we don't yet know, but this infinity of the external world is something profoundly indifferent, in itself banal, flat, and even stupid. The fact that we don't know it means just that we don't know it. There is no mystery here, no proper dialectics of appearance, no structural illusion in the proper dialectical sense. But the impossibility of the sexual relationship is something radically different. The mystery of sexuality, our structural need to supplement the lack of a fixed formula of sexual relationship with phantasmatic supplements, is constitutive of sexuality. It is what transforms animal mating into human eroticism. There is no external reality to be discovered behind this specter of fantasies. The only mystery is here the mystery of the form itself, in exactly the same way Marx points out that the mystery of the commodity form is the mystery of this form itself, i.e., the rise of the form of mystery. Here we can see how the difference between the two reals, the real of the impossible thing and the indifferent external reality, is fundamental for Lacan. The source of metaphysical mystification resides precisely in the confusion between the two, i.e., in the identification of the libidinal thing from the inner space with the ultimate mystery of reality. One could even say, in a Kantian mode, that this identification is a necessary transcendental illusion. The external universe is not a mystery, it is just whatever it is. It only appears a mystery when it gets caught in the deadlocks of our libidinal economy. Point 45. We can evoke yet again the anecdote, repeatedly mentioned by Lacan, about Zeuxis and Perseus, the two painters from ancient Greece, who compete to determine who can paint a more convincing illusion. Point 46. First, Zeuxis produced such a realistic picture of grapes that birds tried to eat them. Next, Perseus won by painting a curtain on the wall of his room, so that when he showed Zeuxis the painting, he asked Perseus, "Okay, now please pull aside the veil and show me what you painted." In Zeuxis's painting, the illusion was so convincing that the image was taken for the real thing. In Perseus' painting, the illusion lay in the very notion that what the viewer saw in front of him was just a veil covering up the hidden truth. This is how mystery functions in a symbolic space. There is no mystery behind the veil. The only mystery to be explained is how to convincingly paint a veil that creates the illusion of a content hidden behind. This anecdote about Zeuxis and Perseus also enables us to locate the fatal weakness of the object-oriented ontology, which proposes a realist ontology of objects only partially accessible to us, humans, who are one among the objects in the universe. We see, and our science measures, the phenomenal surface of things, the way they appear to us, but beneath this surface there is the hidden in itself, the way things are independently of us. When Perseus displays his painting and Zeuxis asks him, "Okay, can you now please open the curtain covering your painting so that I can see what you painted?" The appearance here doesn't conceal and indicate the hidden content, it creates the appearance that there is something behind the veil of appearance, while, effectively, there is nothing behind. In Hegelian terms, this means that we are dealing with two in itself, the way things are really, independently of us, in itself, and the way they appear to us to be in itself. Every appearance implies, or, rather, creates, its own in itself. It conceals and indicates a dimension of substantial reality behind its veil, and, for Hegel, we pass from substance to subject when we realize that there is nothing behind the veil, just what we, the observing subjects, put, or, rather, projected, there. Object-oriented ontology ignores this duality, it identifies these two in itself, its transcendence, reality in itself, is therefore immanent, transcendentally constituted, i.e., what it conceives as the in itself is subjectively constituted, it emerges within a given horizon of meaning. So, to conclude, I agree with Topinamba's general point about the problematic nature of Lacan's philosophical commitments, but I see this limitation of Lacan in the opposite direction. It is not that Lacan tended to subsume the indifferent external real onto the immanent psychic libidinal real thing, it is rather that, in his last years, he remained all too obsessed with how to think the real in itself, in its radical externality to the imaginary/symbolic, refusing to draw full consequences from his own insight into how the real has no substantial reality in itself since it is an immanent self-impediment of the symbolic itself. The basic insight of Topinamba is that psychoanalytic theory does not provide a universal truth of others, enabling us to circumscribe what other discourses have to ignore. There are dimensions of our lives for which the psychoanalytic discourse is mute, which are not heard in it, dimensions like political economy. The case of Miller is exemplary here. In order to assert the privilege of the analytic discourse, he has to reduce politics to the level of imaginary and symbolic identifications. The proper dimension of socio-political antagonism is thus, perceived as a disturbance in psychic economy and its libidinal investments. Here philosophical reflection enters. Philosophy explores this relation between seen and unseen/excluded of a field. For example, it shows what modern science has to ignore in order to see what it sees. What this means is that the problem of Lacan was not that he was too much of a philosopher, or, as Althusser put it, that, instead of developing psychoanalysis into a full science, he offered just a philosophy of psychoanalysis, but that he was not enough of a philosopher. THIRD. Through Lubitsch's Looking Glass. Perhaps the greatest contribution of psychoanalysis to philosophy is to bring out the reflexivity that forms the very core of the unconscious, the reflexivity that leaves traces even in everyday vulgar expressions like THIRD in Slovene. The title of this part of the chapter is printable only in, what is for the reader, a foreign language, making sure that readers will not understand it. In Slovene it is an extremely vulgar common expression, an outburst of rage which can be roughly translated as "let a prick take a look at you," in everyday use meaning something like "up yours." But what if we read this expression more literally? In what sense can a penis look at you? Another expression can be of some help here, the expression every average English reader knows well, Through the Looking Glass, the title of Lewis Carroll's sequel to his Alice in Wonderland, which designates the strange world Alice finds when she steps through a mirror, a world in which things are not as they should be. Normally, you see in a glass a mirror image of reality, and of yourself, but it is when you step through the glass that you enter the strange world from which the mirror image looks back at you, and here we find the point from which a prick looks at you. We'll see why at the end. Lubitsch's films are like this. In them, you as it were see your reality through the looking glass, the weirdness of reality, and how this reality looks at us, how we are implied in it, inscribed into it. So what do we see of our society through Lubitsch's Looking Glass? Theodore Adorno turned around Benedetto Croce's patronizing historicist question about what is dead and what is alive in Hegel's dialectic. The title of his main work. If Hegel is really alive as a thinker, then the question to be raised today is not the historicist one of how does Hegel's work stand with regard to today's constellation? How are we to read it, so that it will still say something to us, but, how do we today stand with regard to in the eyes of Hegel? Exactly the same holds for Ernst Lubitsch. The question is, how would our contemporaneity appear in the eyes of Lubitsch? While I've already dealt with such a reading of our contemporary topsy-turvy world with, or, rather, through, Lubitsch 47, I propose here a different approach to this topic, A third element will intrude between Lubitsch and our contemporary society, the thought of Hegel. From the Hegelian standpoint, thought has to appropriate reality with all its horrors in the spirit of forgiving recollection, and Lubitsch would have added that this forgiving has to be done in the spirit of comedy, the same spirit in which Lubitsch deals with the topic of sexuality. Lubitsch saw clearly that what makes sexuality inherently comical is its mediated character, mediated in the sense that the couple engaged in it is never alone, a third element is always at work in it in the form of fantasy, and the comical effect arises from the confusion between reality and fantasy as well as from the gaps that separate the two. The awareness of this gap gives rise to a special kind of metaphysical relating to the world that permeates Lubitsch's entire work. Let's take one of Lubitsch's absolute masterpieces, To Be or Not to Be. It is a film about the horrors of the German occupation of Poland and the Polish resistance to the Nazis, but the events are presented through the looking glass of comical forgiveness. Even bad German guys can be more witty than our good guys, even Hitler is caught in a comedy of confusions. The Nazis remain bad, the task of destroying them remains as urgent as ever, and Lubitsch is not playing the game of forgiving them because they are also human. The point is rather than nobody in the film is really human. What Lubitsch does is just avoiding rigid moral condemnation, a stance needed more than ever today when one of the few artists who successfully avoid this danger is Larry David. But is all that Lubitsch is doing in his films just a playful admission of the perversions imminent to sexuality? Recall the Slovene vulgar expression with which we began. If this were to be all he does, he would remain within the domain designated by this vulgarity, just repeatedly reminding us of how a prick is looking back at us, i.e., of how we are caught in a circular game of sexuality. Let's take a closer look at how Kërti Gleda 48. The Slovene expression signals a gesture of disrespect, of refusing an unwanted demand, not so much fuck off or fuck it as fuck you, showing someone one's penis as a sign of disrespect. In a better society, one might also say phallus teo cholera, let the phallus oculate you. Oculate means having eyes, or, more precisely, having spots or holes resembling eyes. When an animal is characterized as ocellated, it means it has eye-like markings. In his commentary of Freud's notion of drive, Lacan remarks, with a good dosage of humor, that a subject effectively sees himself in his virile member when he all of a sudden notices that his member is glad to be seen. The dimension of refusing the other's demand is crucial here. Worldwide protests are today triggered by a particular demand which is not what it is really about, so when those in power concede to it, our reply should be Kërti Gleda. Rejecting demands is also at the core of so-called FK therapy, the invention of John and Gaia Parkin, a husband and wife pair who woke up one day in London, said fuck it, quit their jobs, left their home, and moved to Italy to start a retreat for their kind of therapy. Point 49. But Kërti Gleda is not quite the same for fuck it. There are other expressions in Slovene like jebi se or ajabi, more like fuck off. The closest to Kërti Gleda in English is up yours, although there is a significant difference. Up yours is an active gesture, performed or accompanied by the elevated middle finger, while Kërti Gleda is a passive stance, no act is performed. This vulgar Slovene outburst of annoyance perfectly reproduces the structure of an object returning the gaze, like the sardine can mentioned by Lacan in Seminar 11. This point at which the object returns the gaze is the point of anamorphosis, Holbein, and anamorphosis is precisely enacted in an erection of the penis. A penis looks at you when erect. One day, I was on a small boat, with a few people from a family of fishermen in a small port. As we were waiting for the moment to pull in the nets, an individual known as Petit Jean, pointed out to me something floating on the surface of the waves. It was a small can, a sardine can. It floated there in the sun, a witness to the canning industry, which we, in fact, were supposed to supply. It glittered in the sun. And Petit Jean said to me, "You see that can? Do you see it?" Well, it doesn't see you. If what Petit Jean said to me, namely, that the can did not see me, had any meaning, it was because in a sense, it was looking at me, all the same. Point 50. There is something inherently ridiculous in seeing a man walking around or just standing with his penis erect. It sticks out as an ugly protuberance, overextended like an anamorphic stain. 51 Or, to paraphrase Lacan, you see that prick? Do you see it? Well, it doesn't see you, which means that it is looking at you, all the same. In this sense, the perceiving subject is inscribed into the scene of a man with an erect penis. When a woman sees a man with an erect penis in front of her, she can presume that she is the object cause of this erection. And the erect penis nonetheless doesn't see you. It is not an intersubjective recognition when you cause the erection. You are in a sense objectivized, depersonalized, at least, ignored as subject. One should insist on the difference between penis and vagina here. Even in the standard cliché scene of sexual invitation, a naked woman lying on her back and gradually spreading her legs, the vagina is not like an erect penis, it is not looking at you, although it obviously sees you. So we have to resist the vulgar association of a vagina with an eye. The vagina is not ocellated since, in such a scene, the woman herself is actively looking at you. She remains an agent, in contrast to a man with an erection who is reduced to a ridiculous idiot helplessly observing what a part of his body is doing. Lubitsch draws a lot of fun from situations in which the role of the erect penis is played by the subject's exalted ideal ego, the way he wants to appear to others, but he plays this role in such a ridiculous way that, when he gets caught in the game, he himself cannot but helplessly notice that he acts as an idiot. This is the point at which my own prick is looking back at me. I cannot but helplessly observe how stupidly I act, unable as I am to break out of the constraints of my ideal ego. Is it then possible to break out of this circle where we are reduced to acting like helpless idiots? When, towards the beginning of Anuila's Antigone, the heroine returns home from wandering around the garden early in the morning, she answers the nurse's query, "Where were you?" with, "Nowhere. It was beautiful. The whole world was gray when I went out. And now you wouldn't recognize it? It's like a postcard, all pink and green and yellow. You'll have to get up earlier, nurse, if you want to see the world without colors." The garden was lovely. It was still asleep. Have you ever thought how lovely a garden is when it is not yet thinking of men? The fields were wet. They were waiting for something to happen. The whole world was breathless, waiting. I can't tell you what a roaring noise I seemed to make alone on the road. It bothered me that whatever was waiting wasn't waiting for me. I took up my sandals and slipped into a field. 52. One should read these lines closely. When Antigone sees the world in gray, before the sunshine transforms it into a postcard kitsch, her predicament is not that of the proverbial solipsist who all of a sudden turns his head around to catch how the world is before he sees it. She didn't see the world the way it was before her eyes saw it, she saw the world before the world returned the gaze on her. In Lacan's terms, while walking around the garden before sunlight, Antigone was looking at the world before the world was returning the gaze. To return to our vulgar Slovene saying, no prick is looking back at her, nobody is waiting for her or awaiting her, and she is afraid to make a noise, not because she thinks she might disturb something but because she is aware the world is not waiting for it, so that the world would not react to her disturbance. Maybe, this is what Hegel meant when he wrote that philosophy paints reality gray on gray. To take a step further here, there is a link between Antigone before dawn and Oedipus at Colonus who paints gray on gray, to put it in Hegel's terms, at the end of his life, but this link makes clear the contrast between the two figures. Antigone's experience of life before dawn is a suspension of the phallic dimension, while Oedipus's final curse on life is a majestic assertion of this dimension at its purest. We can read Oedipus' fate in Oedipus at Colonus as yet another variation on Beckett's motif, try again, fail better. In staging his death, Oedipus at Colonus fails better than in his incestuous and parricidal act that brought him his destruction. Let's elaborate this point. Oedipus at Colonus is a unique play in which the contours of post-human subjectivity are clearly outlined for the first time. That is to say, what if the passage from humanity to post-humanity is the passage from Oedipus to Oedipus at Colonus? If the human subject is Oedipal, with all this implies, constitution through symbolic castration, regulation of desire through the symbolic law, etc. Post-human subject is like Oedipus et Colonus, anti-Oedipus or, as Lacan put it, beyond Oedipus, reduced to an excremental remainder of the signifying chain. 53 As Hegel put it, guilt is the highest honor for the tragic hero. If we deprive him of his guilt, we submit him to a thorough humiliation, and Oedipus is deprived even of this honor of guilt, which means that he is not even allowed to participate in his fate with his desire. 54 There was no unconscious desire in him that pushed him to his acts, which is why, after learning what he did, he refused to act as a tragic hero and to assume his quilt. As Lacan put it repeatedly, in contrast to all of us, Oedipus is the only one without an Oedipus complex. In the usual Oedipal scenario, we compromise our desire by submitting ourselves to the symbolic law, renouncing the true, incestuous, object of desire. Oedipus et Colonus, on the contrary, remains stubborn to the end, fully faithful to his desire, il n'a pas cédé sur son désir. Paradoxically, Oedipus et Colonus is a subject at ease with himself. He is not a wise old man who learns the vanity of desire, he only here accedes to it fully. Lacan saw this clearly in his first seminar, where he wrote about Oedipus et Colonus. So Oedipus does exist, and he fully realized his destiny. He realized it to that final point, which is nothing more than something strictly identical to a striking down, a tearing apart, a laceration of himself. He is no longer anything, at all. And it is at that moment that he says the phrase I evoked last time, am I made man in the hour when I cease to be. The precise moment Oedipus says this is when, knowing that the place of his death will profit its inhabitants, dignitaries no longer treat him as an excremental outcast but are asking for his favor, they run after him. Hearing that he is about to receive some visit, all kinds of ambassadors, wise men, politicians, enthusiasts, his son, Oedipus then says, am I made man in the hour when I cease to be? In what sense has he ceased to be? When the oracle's prophecy is entirely fulfilled, when the life of Oedipus has completely passed over into his destiny, what remains of Oedipus? That is what Oedipus et Colonus shows us, the essential drama of destiny, the total absence of charity, of fraternity, of anything whatsoever relating to what one calls human feeling. 55. Lacan evokes here Mr. Valdemar from Edgar Allan Poe's story, who, when awakened from death by magnetism, pronounces the terrifying impossible words, quick! Put me back to sleep. I am already dead. But, as Terry Eagleton pointed out, precisely as such, as excluded from all human feeling and charity, Oedipus becomes a political figure. He grounds a new powerful city-state, Athens. Oedipus et Colonus becomes the cornerstone of a new political order. Oedipus's polluted body signifies among other things the monstrous terror at the gates, in which, if it is to have a chance of rebirth, the polis must recognize its own hideous deformity. This profoundly political dimension of the tragedy is given short shrift in Lacan's own Meditations. In becoming nothing but the scum and refuse of the polis, the shit of the earth, as St. Paul racily describes the followers of Jesus, or the total loss of humanity which Marx portrays as the proletariat, Oedipus is divested of his identity and authority, and so can offer his lacerated body as the cornerstone of a new social order. Am I made a man in this hour when I cease to be? Or perhaps am I to be counted as something only when I am nothing / am no longer human? The beggar king wonders aloud. 56. Christ, a later beggar king, by his death as a nothing, an outcast abandoned even by his disciples, grounds a new community of believers. Both Oedipus and Christ re-emerge by way of passing through the zero level of being reduced to an excremental remainder. In short, what comes after the gesture of Kirk te Gleda is a new socio-political order. The key lesson here is that revolution is not an Oedipal rebellion against a paternal figure culminating in the killing of father, but an event that takes place in a post-Oedipal space, triggered by an agent who passes through the zero level of subjective destitution and assumes excremental identification. Consequently, we should add to these two a third figure, Che Guevara, from the photo after his capture in Bolivia, just before he was shot dead. Guevara's position between the soldiers who captured him, the style of his hair and the expression on his face, all give birth to an unmistakable Christological dimension. Like Christ, and, we may add, like Salvador Allende and Victor Jara in Chile, Guevara had to die a miserable death in order to become the cult figure that he is. Through his death, he became a sacred figure where the normal criteria of actual achievements no longer matter. Carlos Puebla, whose most popular Guevara song is Hasta Siempre, also wrote another Guevara song, Lo Eterno, the Eternal One, which directly mobilizes the Christological echoes. People say, Che Guevara, / that it's a lie that you're dead. / your presence, continuous and bright, / like a shining star, / is still on alert and ready for combat, / Comandante Che Guevara. / people like you never get erased, / both from history and from time. / how could people who are eternal die? / since you were more than a man, / since you were the light and the example, / you will live eternally / in the hearts of the people. 57. One can even claim that, like Christ, Guevara knowingly or unknowingly strived for death, and that he knew that his cause in Bolivia was lost. In his review of the Guevara film The Motorcycle Diaries, Paul Berman critically claimed that the entire movie, in its concept and tone, exudes a Christological cult of martyrdom, a cult of adoration for the spiritually superior person who is veering toward death, precisely the kind of adoration that Latin America's Catholic Church promoted for several centuries, with miserable consequences. The rebellion against reactionary Catholicism in this movie is itself an expression of reactionary Catholicism. The traditional churches of Latin America are full of statues of gruesome bleeding saints. And the masochistic allure of those statues is precisely what you see in the movie's many depictions of young Che coughing out his lungs from asthma and testing himself by swimming in cold water. 58. To this, one should simply answer, true, but so what? Why should revolutionary politics not take over the Catholic cult of martyrdom? The parallel with Oedipus et Colonus and Guevara makes it clear that what matters is not the pain of martyrdom as such but the step outside the symbolic circuit which defines our identity. Here we encounter the unique moment where history and eternity meet. Far from being a mere withdrawal from history into the abyss of inner life, the excremental identification is necessary for a radical historical change. It renders visible the high subjective price of an authentic revolutionary act. Of course, we should be careful to note that the reversal from miserable death to glory is not direct. There is a gap between the two. It might have been the case that the death of Jesus, to use a well-known example, would have remained an insignificant forgotten detail. An extreme expression of this can be found in the Christological content of the lyrics, written by Joan Baez to Ennio Morricone's music, of Here's to You, which describes the final agony experienced by Christ on the cross as a triumph. These lyrics make use of a statement attributed to Vanzetti by Philip D. Strong, a reporter for the North American newspaper Alliance. If it had not been for these things, I might have lived out my life talking at street corners to scorning men. I might have died, unmarked, unknown, a failure. Now we are not a failure. This is our career and our triumph. Never in our full life could we have hoped to do such work for tolerance, for justice, for man's understanding of man as we now do by accident. Our words, our lives, our pains, nothing. The taking of our lives, lives of a good shoemaker and a poor fish peddler, all. That last moment belongs to us, that agony is our triumph. 59. What one should resist here is the perverse reading of these lines. Vanzetti has consciously chosen agony, death, to achieve triumph. Such manipulation doesn't work. The passage through the 0 point counts as the new beginning only if the subject effectively assumes its excremental status. The triumph takes place later as a kind of collateral damage. In the case of Christ, without Paul, who interpreted his death on the cross as a triumph, he would remain just one in a series of largely forgotten sectarian martyrs. No wonder, then, that, in a unique moment in the history of art, the dying Christ himself was portrayed in a similar way, giving an up yours, to God the Father himself. Wolfram Hauger proposed such a reading of Michelangelo's unfinished drawing of Christ on the cross, which he first gave to Vittoria Colonna, his passionate intimate friend, and then inexplicably asked her to return it to him. She refused, as she was enthusiastic about the drawing, and is reported as studying it in detail with mirror and magnifying glass as if the drawing contained some forbidden half-hidden detail Michelangelo was afraid would be discovered. 60 The drawing renders the critical moment of Christ's doubt and despair, of my God, why have you forsaken me? For the first time in the history of painting, an artist tried to capture Christ's abandonment by God the Father. While Christ's eyes are turned upwards, his face does not express devoted acceptance of suffering, but desperate suffering combined with some unsettling details indicate an underlying attitude of angry rebellion defiance. The two legs are not parallel, one is slightly raised above the other, as if Christ is caught in the middle of an attempt to liberate and rise himself, but the truly shocking detail is the right hand. There are no nails to be seen, and the hand's forefinger is stretched out, a vulgar gesture which, according to Quintilian's rhetoric of gestures probably known to Michelangelo, functions as a sign of the devil's rebellious challenge. Christ's why is not resigned, but aggressive, accusatory. More precisely, there is, in the drawing, an implicit tension between the expression on Christ's face, despair and suffering, and of his hand, rebellion, defiance, as if the hand articulates the attitude the face doesn't dare to express. Recall Goethe's formula nemo contra deum nisi deus ipsi, no one but God himself can stand against God, so what we get in Michelangelo's drawing is God the Son giving an up yours to his Father. This, of course, is not Christ's final word. Just before collapsing, he says it is finished, and then Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit, hands again, and they should be read as a move from the aggressive up yours. Not to a devoted resignation but to an even more defiant Kirk te glida. This religious dimension of a radical political act is founded in a very precise fact: the triumph of a revolution is the moment when we step out of the existing economic and social order by way of suspending its main written and unwritten rules. We try to do what, within this order, appears impossible. We do things to which the hegemonic ideology reacts with "but you can't just do this." We do what Brecht, in his praise of communism, called simple things that are hard to do: nationalizing banks and large corporations, expanding free education and health services, providing housing for the poor, legalizing gay and LGBT+ rights, etc. Remember the first year of Allende government in Chile in 1970. They provided free meals in schools, nationalized copper mines, engaged in the construction of workers' housing, simple things like that, and, we have to go to the end, in the specific conditions of that time. With brutal resistance from the local bourgeoisie supported by the US, they had to fail, inflation soared, etc. They had to fail not only because of the resistance of the forces of the established order but also due to an imminent reason: their failure, exemplified by the violent death of a leader, provides the point of excremental identification which gives a new force to the movement. It is meaningless to deplore the fact that revolutionaries were not pragmatic enough. This, precisely, was the point of their acts once they took over, namely to violate the existing pragmatic rules. Whatever the new problems, the Allende government changed Chile into a liberated territory where, in some sense, even the air the people were breathing was different, and the problems it faced just prove the fact that, within the existing order, even doing simple things like providing free meals and housing for workers is impossible. Later, revolutionaries should become pragmatic, of course, but they have to begin with crazy simple acts. This is why Robespierre was completely correct when, in his final speech on 8 Thermidor, he pointed out that, seeing a revolution just as a series of actual events, without taking note of the sublime idea that sustains it, or, as Badiou would have put it, of its dimension of an event, means this revolution becomes just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. But there do exist, I can assure you, souls that are feeling and pure. It exists, that tender, imperious and irresistible passion, the torment and delight of magnanimous hearts, that deep horror of tyranny, that compassionate zeal for the oppressed, that sacred love for the homeland, that even more sublime and holy love for humanity, without which a great revolution is just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. It does exist, that generous ambition to establish here on earth the world's First Republic. 61. We can now see how the abstract moral view the stance of forget about all the ideological stuff, about dreams that reverberate in a revolution, bear in mind just what effectively took place in it, and judge these facts morally covers up its opposite, an utter cynical indifference. So how does this look in Lubitsch? There are moments in many of Lubitsch's movies in which one can discern a similar stance. They are not moments of some mystical inner peace which signals our disengagement from reality. Let's read Anuila's key lines again. The wet fields were waiting for something to happen. The whole world was breathless, waiting. I can't tell you what a roaring noise I seemed to make alone on the road. It bothered me that whatever was waiting wasn't waiting for me. So there is something the world is waiting for, it's just not me it is waiting for. This is why Antigone doesn't want to make a noise, not in order to disturb some inner peace of the world but because her noise would not resonate. Remember Gandhi's famous motto, be the change that you wish to see in the world. The moments we are now dealing with are precisely the moments when we realize that we cannot be that change, we just have to accept the painful fact that we are not part of the event reality is calling for. Furthermore, recall a famous moment of discord in Trouble in Paradise when Gaston loses his smooth manners and explodes in anger at Marietta, who is ready to prosecute a small crook like him but not her manager for stealing her money since they both belong to the same class. At this moment, reality is rendered gray, it is deprived of all its erotic colors, there is no Lubitsch touch here. Gaston's anger is not directed just at Marietta but also at himself, the noise the world is waiting for, the change needed to abolish the corruption he is decrying, is the noise of a social revolution, but he knows that, due to the way he earns his living, he is a crook and thief, he only parasitizes on the existing social order. Similar discordant moments arrive in Ninotchka, in To Be or Not to Be, and especially in Lubitsch's last finished film, Clooney Brown, which in its entirety strikes a discordant note in Lubitsch's universe. It tells the story of Adam Belinsky, a Czech refugee to England before World War II who tries to mobilize public opinion against the fascist threat. A rich English friend invites him to his country estate where Belinsky meets Clooney Brown, an ordinary girl fascinated by plumbing, and finds her spontaneity intoxicating and refreshing. To cut a long story short, at the end, they get married and move to America where Belinsky publishes a best-selling detective novel making them both rich. The struggle against fascism simply disappears from the story, i.e., the two lovers make all the noise in order for them, and for us, viewers, not to hear what the world is waiting for, war against fascism. And, maybe, erotic love itself is something the world is not waiting for, something which makes noise only for the lovers and doesn't resonate in social reality. The illusion of love is that all reality should resonate with it, that the world returns the gaze and looks back at happy lovers. However, social reality goes on and remains gray, unaffected by the colors of love. Maybe, therein resides the hidden lesson of Lubitsch's films, especially of Ninotchka, which directly deals with this topic. And therein also resides the lesson of Freud. Everything is not sexualized, there is a space for asexual universal causes where we should read asexual with Lacan. What stands outside the sexual domain is the object cause of desire that sustains our cause. 3. Surplus enjoyment, or, why we enjoy our oppression. Vikings, Solaris, Katla, the Big Other and its vicissitudes. What Lacan calls the Big Other designates a dimension beyond, or, rather, beneath, the sphere of reality and the pleasure principle of hedonism, as well as of the perfidious calculations and manipulations applied to ruthlessly reach a goal, a dimension that is also, in some sense, beyond good and evil. But this dimension can also appear in the guise of a superficial link of respectful friendship which cannot be reduced to egotist calculation. Let's take a perhaps unexpected but perfect example. In the TV series Vikings, Ragnar Lothbrok tells the seer, an old half-blind Viking who predicts the future. I don't believe in the gods' existence. Man is the master of his own fate, not the gods. The gods are man's creation, to give answers that men are too afraid to give themselves. The supreme case of how Ragnar acts as a master of his own fate is his plotting of his own death, turning it into his greatest victory. In Season 4, Ragnar is tired and defeated. After losing battles in England and France, he returns home. Bereft of his aura, he is despised and ignored. Even his sons no longer believe in him. He becomes obsessed by his own death. Upon his return, he challenges his sons to stab him to death and take the crown from him, which they refuse to do. Later he tries to hang himself from a tree but fails. The rope is somewhat magically bitten through by a raven who descends on the tree. At this lowest point, he elaborates a complex plan to use his own death to set his enemies up for defeat, and his sons for victory and fame. Since no volunteers are ready to join him when he announces his plan to raid England again, as revenge for the Viking community being slaughtered there, he digs out his secret treasure and bribes a group of old warriors to join him, together with his crippled son Ivar the Boneless, the only volunteer. However, soon upon landing there, Ragnar and Ivar kill all the other Vikings, and Ragnar goes with Ivar to the castle, the Roma villa, of the Wessex king Ecgbert, surrendering himself to him. In England, Ragnar has two main enemies, Ecgbert and King Ea of Northumbria. He plundered both of their lands, but with Ecgbert the situation is more complex. Ragnar made a pact with him, which obliged Ecgbert to give some fertile land for a Viking settlement to Northmen who wanted to farm there, but soon after Ragnar returned to Norway, Ecgbert organized the slaughter of all Viking settlers, making Ragnar look an impotent ruler in the eyes of his people. So Ragnar has to take revenge. However, since he is an old and exhausted man who cannot mobilize the Vikings for another invasion of England, he makes a cold calculation: the only thing that can mobilize the Vikings to take revenge is his horrible death there. So he surrenders to Ecgbert with his son Ivar, knowing that he will be killed and that his crippled son will not be hurt but will return home with reports of his terrible death, which will mobilize all his sons and even all Vikings to invade England. He tricks Ecgbert into believing that his crime slaughtering the Viking settlers is forgiven and offers him a deal. Ecgbert would hand him over to Ea for execution and let Ivar go free, so that the Viking invasion will leave Wessex in peace and focus just on destroying Ea. Since Ea really hates Ragnar, it is also clear that he will put Ragnar to death in a horrible way that will enrage the Vikings. However, when he is saying goodbye to Ivar, he whispers him that the Vikings should take revenge not only on Ea but even more on Ecgbert, which is exactly what happens. But there are signs that Ecgbert did not really believe Ragnar's lie. He knows the Vikings will take revenge on him too. That's why he awaits them alone in his villa when they arrive, ready to die like Ragnar. The basic goal of Ragnar's death, the destruction of both Ecgbert and Ea as well as the establishment of a large Viking settlement in England, is thus achieved. Point 1. However, their similar personalities and their shared love for Athelstan, a monk torn between the Viking paganism and Christianity, mean that Ragnar and Ecgbert have a great deal of respect for each other. There is between the two a bond of friendship and genuine intellectual exchange. After Ragnar's surrender to Ecgbert, the two spend long hours drinking and engaged in existential debates where, among other things, Ragnar admits that he is an atheist. The mystery is not only why Ragnar returned to Ecgbert and surrendered himself to him, this can be explained by Ragnar's plot of revenge, but why Ecgbert receives him without surprise. Why did it take you so long to come? Ecgbert does not refer here to return as an act of revenge. He expected Ragnar to come back to him alone. So it is too easy to say that Ragnar just faked friendship with Ecgbert to pursue his plot. The joy of their encounter is genuine. Point 2. There is another excess in Ragnar which cannot be accounted for in the terms of a cunning plot: his wish to die. Twice before, he has attempted to kill himself. And, again, after Ragnar's death, Ecgbert displays the same excess. He is present at Ragnar's final moments, anonymous in a crowd of observers and deeply shaken. When, after defeating and killing Ea, the Viking forces approach the Wessex seat of power, the villa, all residents are evacuated to a safe terrain beyond the reach of the Vikings, except Egbert, who remains in the palace alone, waiting for Ragnar's sons to arrive and exact revenge on him. As a special favor, they don't subject him to Blood Eagle, as Ivar wants, but allow him to choose his own death. He cuts his wrists in his Roman pool, but in exchange he has to designate a Viking as his royal successor. Why did he surrender to the Vikings alone, exactly as Ragnar surrendered alone to him, when he could have escaped them with the others? While Ragnar's plot of planning his spectacular death can be read as a pagan appropriation of the Christian sacrifice, the two excesses over cunning manipulation of one's opponent point to another dimension. Although they appear unrelated to one another, what could a wish to die have to do with genuine intellectual exchange and friendship? There is a link between the two. They are both located beyond the pleasure principle and its supplement, the reality principle, i.e., neither can be accounted for in terms of a pursuit of political or social goals of power and domination. The point is not that beyond their mutual manipulation Ragnar and Egbert really loved each other. The point is that the very form of their interaction is irreducible to its content, revenge, etc. Although for both of them their polite interaction is just a form, a mask for the ruthless realization of their interests, which include the destruction of the partner, there is more truth in this form, mask, than in the raw egotist content beneath it. Point 3. This form, which contains its own truth prior to and independent of the content transmitted by it, is what Lacan called the big other. Say, if I address my partner respectfully, the respectful form establishes a certain intersubjective relation which persists even if my address serves just to deceive my partner. The big other is as such a purely virtual identity, it doesn't contain any deeper truth of mine, its truth is its form itself. However, as Lacan insists, there is no big other, which means not only that the big other is virtual, with no substantial reality of its own, but that it is in itself inconsistent/incomplete, perforated by gaps. These gaps are filled by another version of the big other, a phantasmatic apparition of the big other as a real thing in the guise of the so-called ID machine, a mechanism that directly materializes our unacknowledged fantasies. This possesses a long, if not always respectable, pedigree. In cinema, it all began with Fred Wilcox's The Forbidden Planet, 1956, which transposed onto a distant planet the story skeleton of Shakespeare's The Tempest, a mad genius scientist living alone with his daughter, who had never met another man, on an island. Their peace is disturbed by the arrival of a group of space travelers. Strange attacks of an invisible monster soon start to occur, and, at the film's end, it becomes clear that this monster is nothing but the materialization of the father's destructive impulses against the intruders who disturbed his incestuous peace. The ID machine that, unbeknownst to the father, generates the destructive monster is a gigantic mechanism beneath the surface of this distant planet, the mysterious remnants of some past civilization that succeeded in developing such a machine for the direct materialization of one's thoughts and thus destroyed itself. Here, the ID machine is firmly set in a Freudian libidinal context. The monsters it generates are the realizations of the primordial father's incestuous destructive impulses against other men who threaten his symbiosis with the daughter. Point 4. The ultimate variation of the ID machine is arguably Andrei Tarkovsky's Solaris, based on Stanislaw Lem's novel, in which this thing is also related to the deadlocks of sexual relationship. Point 5. Solaris is the story of a space agency psychologist Kelvin, sent to a half-abandoned spaceship above a newly discovered planet Solaris, where strange things have recently been taking place, scientists going mad, hallucinating, and killing themselves. Solaris is a planet with an oceanic fluid surface which moves incessantly and, from time to time, imitates recognizable forms, not only elaborate geometric structures, but also gigantic child bodies or human buildings. Although all attempts to communicate with the planet fail, scientists entertain the hypothesis that Solaris is a gigantic brain which somehow reads our minds. Soon after his arrival, Kelvin finds his dead wife, Harry, at his side in his bed. Harry had killed herself years ago on Earth after he had abandoned her. He is unable to shake Harry off. All attempts to get rid of her fail miserably, After he sends her into space in a rocket, she rematerializes the next day. Analysis of her tissue demonstrates that she is not composed of atoms like normal human beings beneath a certain micro level. There is nothing, just void. Finally, Kelvin grasps that Harry is a materialization of his own innermost traumatic fantasies. This accounts for the enigma of strange gaps in Harry's memory. Of course, she doesn't know everything a real person is supposed to know, because she is not such a person, but a mere materialization of his phantasmatic image of her in all its inconsistency. The problem is that, precisely because Harry has no substantial identity of her own, she acquires the status of the real that forever insists and returns to its place. Like fire in Lynch's films, she forever walks with the hero, sticks to him, never lets him go. Harry, this fragile specter, pure semblance, cannot ever be erased. She is undead, eternally recurring in the space between the two deaths. Are we thus not back at the standard Wieningerian anti-feminist notion of the woman as a symptom of man, a materialization of his guilt, his fall into sin, who can only deliver him, and herself, by her suicide? Solaris thus relies on science fiction rules to enact in reality itself, to present as a material fact, the notion that woman merely materializes a male fantasy. The tragic position of Harry is that she becomes aware that she is deprived of all substantial identity, that she is nothing in herself, since she only exists as the others dream. It is this predicament that imposes suicide as her ultimate ethical act. Becoming aware of how Kelvin suffers on account of her permanent presence, Harry finally destroys herself by swallowing a chemical that will prevent her recomposition. The ultimate horror scene of the movie takes place when the spectral Harry reawakens from her first failed suicide attempt on Solaris. After ingesting liquid oxygen, she lies on the floor, deeply frozen. Then, suddenly, she starts to move, her body twitching in a mixture of erotic beauty and abject horror, enduring unbearable pain. Is there anything more tragic than such a scene of failed self-erasure, when we are reduced to the obscene slime which, against our will, persists in the picture? The Wieningerian ontological denigration of woman as a mere symptom of man, as the embodiment of male fantasy, as the hysterical imitation of the true male subjectivity is, when openly admitted and fully assumed, far more subversive than the false direct assertion of feminine autonomy. Perhaps, the ultimate feminist statement is to proclaim openly, I do not exist in myself, I am merely the other's fantasy embodied. What we have in Solaris are thus Harry's two suicides, the first, in her earlier earthly real existence, as Kelvin's wife, and then her second suicide, the heroic act of the self-erasure of her very spectral undead existence. While the first suicidal act was a simple escape from the burden of life, the second is a proper ethical act. In other words, if the first Harry, before her suicide on Earth, was a normal human being, the second is a subject in the most radical sense of the term, precisely insofar as she is deprived of the last vestiges of her substantial identity, as she says in the film, "No, it's not me. It's not me. I'm not Harry. Tell me, tell me. Do you find me disgusting because of what I am?" The difference between Harry who appears to Kelvin and the monstrous Aphrodite who appears to Guy, one of Kelvin's colleagues on the spaceship, in the novel, not in the film. In the film, Tarkovsky replaced her with a small innocent blonde girl, is that Jabarian's apparition does not come from real-life memory, but from pure fantasy. A giant negress was coming silently towards me with a smooth, rolling gait. I caught a gleam from the whites of her eyes and heard the soft slapping of her bare feet. She was wearing nothing but a yellow skirt of plaited straw, her enormous breasts swung freely and her black arms were as thick as thighs. 6. Unable to sustain confrontation with his primordial phantasmatic apparition, Guy dies of shame. Is the planet around which the story turns, composed of the mysterious matter which seems to think, i.e. which in a way is the direct materialization of thought itself, not again an exemplary case of the Lacanian thing as the obscene jelly? 7. The traumatic real, the point at which symbolic distance collapses, the point at which there is no need for speech, for signs, since, in it, thought directly intervenes in the real. This gigantic brain, this other thing, involves a kind of psychotic short circuit, in short-circuiting the dialectic of question and answer, of demand and its satisfaction, it provides or, rather, imposes on us the answer before we even raise the question, directly materializing our innermost fantasies which support our desire. Solaris is a machine that generates/materializes in reality itself my ultimate phantasmatic objectal supplement/partner that I would never be ready to accept in reality, although my entire psychic life turns around it. Jacques-Alain Miller 8 draws the distinction between the woman who assumes her non-existence, her constitutive lack, i.e. the void of subjectivity in her very heart, and what he calls la femme pastiche, the fake, phony woman. This femme pastiche is not what common-sense conservative wisdom would tell us, a woman who distrusts her natural charm and abandons her vocation of rearing children, serving her husband, taking care of the household, etc., and indulges in the extravagances of fashionable dressing and makeup, of decadent promiscuity, of career, etc., but almost its exact opposite, the woman who takes refuge from the void in the very heart of her subjectivity, from the not having it which marks her being. In the phony certitude of having it, of serving as the stable support of family life, of rearing children, her true possession, etc. This woman gives the impression, and has the false satisfaction, of a firmly anchored being, of a self-enclosed life, satisfied in the circuit of everyday life. Her man has to run around wildly, while she leads a calm life and serves as the safe protective rock or safe haven to which her man can always return. The most elementary form of having it for a woman is, of course, having a child, which is why, for Lacan, there is an ultimate antagonism between woman and mother, in contrast to woman who n'existe pas, mother definitely does exist. The interesting feature to be noted here is that, contrary to the commonsensical expectation, it is the woman who has it, the self-satisfied femme pastiche disavowing her lack, who not only does not pose any threat to the patriarchal male identity, but even serves as its protective shield and support, while, in contrast to her, it is the woman who flaunts her lack, castration, i.e., who functions as a hysterical composite of semblances covering a void, that poses the serious threat to male identity. In other words, the paradox is that the more the woman is denigrated, reduced to an inconsistent and insubstantial composite of semblances around a void, the more she threatens the firm male substantial self-identity. Otto Weininger's entire work centers on this paradox, and, on the other hand, the more the woman is a firm, self-enclosed substance, the more she supports male identity. Solaris supplements this standard, although disavowed, male scenario with a key feature. This structure of woman as a symptom of man can be operative only insofar as the man is confronted with his other thing, a decente or opaque machine which reads his deepest dreams and returns them to him as his symptom, as his own message in its true form that the subject is not ready to acknowledge. It is here that one should reject the Jungian reading of Solaris. The point of Solaris is not simply projection, materialization of the male subject's disavowed inner impetuses. What is much more crucial is that, if this projection is to take place, the impenetrable other thing must already be here. The true enigma is the presence of this thing. The problem with Tarkovsky is that he himself obviously opts for the Jungian reading according to which the external journey is merely the externalization and/or projection of the initiatic journey into the depth of one's psyche. Apropos of Solaris, he stated in an interview, "Maybe, effectively, the mission of Kelvin on Solaris has only one goal, to show that love of the other is indispensable to all life. A man without love is no longer a man. The aim of the entire solaristic is to show humanity must be love. 9. In clear contrast to this, Lem's novel focuses on the inert external presence of the planet Solaris, of this thing which thinks, to use Kant's expression, which fully fits here. The point of the novel is precisely that Solaris remains an impenetrable other with no possible communication with us. True, it returns us our innermost disavowed fantasies, but the que beneath this act remains thoroughly impenetrable. Why does it do it? As a purely mechanical response? To play demonic games with us? to help us or compel us to confront our disavowed truth. Nowhere is this gap between the novel and the film more perceptible than in their different endings. At the novel's end, we see Kelvin alone on the spaceship, staring into the mysterious surface of the Solaris Ocean, while the film ends with the archetypal Tarkovskian fantasy of combining within the same shot the otherness into which the hero is thrown, the chaotic surface of Solaris, and the object of his nostalgic longing, the home dacha, Russian wooden country house, to which he longs to return, the house whose contours are encircled by the malleable slime of Solaris surface within the radical otherness. We discover the lost object of our innermost longing. The latest endeavor in portraying the ID machine is Katla 10, an Icelandic television series which complicates the logic of ID machine, making it morally much more ambiguous. Katla is set in Vik, a small Icelandic town located on the precipice of Katla, an active volcano which has been active for over a year, so Vik is covered by constantly raining ash. Most of the villagers have already migrated out of the place, leaving behind some stubborn folks. The story sets in motion when people who were presumed dead suddenly start returning from somewhere near the volcano, covered in a mixture of ash and clay. How and why? In episode 7, Dari, a geologist from Reykjavik, heads beneath the glacier to investigate the meteorite in the volcano. After collecting some rock samples, he deduces that this meteorite, which crashed down to Earth a long time ago, has a strange, alien, life-giving element within it. This element enables the meteorite to detect the most intense emotional feelings that each of the townsfolk has and uses them to recreate the people that are missing. These replicas are molded by the thoughts people have about them. They are a more exaggerated version of their real counterparts, clinging to the main trait that made them come into being, as a kind of more direct realization of the Platonic idea of a person. The reason for their return is provided by local folklore, according to which a changeling appears for a purpose, and vanishes once its purpose is served. Here are the main cases that take place in the first season of the series. Police Chief Gisli's wife, who lies bedridden in a hospital, creates her own changeling. She makes the humanoid out of the memories of her past when she was not bedridden. This brings the estranged couple back together again. To Grima, the protagonist of the series, a changeling of her deceased sister Asa appears. Following Asa's death, Grima had lived in a state of permanent depression, obsessed by the memory of Asa's sad fate, so she created Asa's changeling to help her cope with her disappearance, death. This was the purpose for which Asa reappeared. But then a changeling of Grima herself appeared, created by her husband Kjartan, who wanted to feel the warmth of Grima again. Out of his memories, he made Grima's changeling the way Grima was before the disappearance of Asa. Hence, Grima's changeling was much more happy and affectionate because the tragedy never struck her. The real Grima is conscious enough to realize this, so she confronts her changeling and challenges her to a game of Russian roulette. The real Grima doesn't survive the game, so her changeling takes her place with affection, warmth, and gentleness without anyone noticing the difference. The original Grima's dead body is covered with ash and buried outside their house. A 20 years younger changeling of Gunhild is created by Gunhild herself, who blamed herself for her son's, Bjorn's, genetic disability. She wanted to go back in time, the time she was pregnant 20 years before, and to reverse the pain she caused to her child due to her carelessness and her thoughts of abortion. In the end, her husband Thor tells her it wasn't her fault, the syndrome was genetic, and therefore Gunhild had little to contribute to Bjorn's defect. In her final visit to the hospital to see Bjorn, after learning about the disappearance of the changeling, Gunhild looks in a mirror and smiles. She finally comes out of her remorse. The purpose for which the changeling was created has been fulfilled. So why does Mikael, the son of Dari and Rakel, reappear? Since the meteorite creates mutants based on the thoughts and feelings of those closest to them, Mikael can only remember things that Dari and Rakel remember about him. Dari always believed that his son Mikael was a dangerous madman, and the changeling is more in line with Dari's interpretation than with the real Mikael. Both parents agree that their real son is dead and that the specter in front of them is just an aberration, so they lead him by the hand into the sea and drown him while he begs them not to. The action brings them closer together, which indirectly fulfills Dari's thoughts, as he had blamed Mikhail for his divorce. So what returns from Katla in the guise of changelings? Recall Ragnar saying to Egbert, the gods are man's creation, to give answers that men are too afraid to give themselves. In this sense, and in this sense only, Katla is divine. It is returning to individuals who remain in Vik what they are too afraid to give themselves. In other words, Katla rather brings out the dark side of the divine. When a changeling appears to a subject, the subject doesn't get a sublime confrontation with its inner truth. This appearance is rather grounded in a brutal egotist calculation. In the case of Dari and Rakel, the two parents kill a changeling who nonetheless exists as a self-conscious living being. They conveniently ignore this fact and commit a cold-blooded murder just to re-establish their relationship. In the same vein, Kjartan coldly accepts the changeling as his old new wife. She better suits his purposes since she is just his imagination materialized. Does this mean that I have to learn to distinguish between the reality of my partner and my fantasy of him/her, so that I can deal with my partner's reality without projecting my fantasies on him/her? What complicates things is that each of us is also what others think/dream he/she is. In other words, it is not enough to say that the split between my partner and his/her changeling is the split between the reality of my partner and my idea/projection of him/her. This distinction is immanent to my partner him/herself. In a key scene of Katla, Kjartan moves around his house having conversations with both versions of Grima, the real Grima who, after 20 years, returns from Sweden, and her changeling who looks like she did 20 years earlier, without realizing that there are actually two of them. Is this not what happens to us all the time? When an ordinary anti-Semite talks to a Jew, is he not doing exactly the same thing? In his perception and interaction, the reality of the Jew in front of him is inextricably mixed with his fantasies about Jews. Say, if the Jew counts some money to return it to me, I will perceive this as an expression of an intense Jewish stance towards money. However, and this is the crucial point, we cannot simply distinguish between real Jews and the way they are perceived by others. Thousands of years of the exclusion and persecution of the Jews, and all the fantasies projected onto Jews, have inevitably also affected their identity, which is formed in reaction to the fantasies grounding their persecution. The general point to be made here is that the gap between me and my symbolic identity is not external to me. This means that I am symbolically castrated. And one should be careful not to dismiss this image of what I am for others just as a form of alienation, of something that I should abandon in order to arrive at my true self. It is easy to imagine a situation in which others trust in me and see me as a hero while I am full of doubts and weaknesses, so it takes a great effort for me to overcome my weaknesses and act at the level of what others see in and expect from me. The moral ambiguity of changelings in Katla resides in the fact that they don't simply serve a precise purpose or goal. The thing Katla is a machine which just blindly realizes our fantasy, and we humans opportunistically use it to suit our egotist purposes. What we ignore is the subjectivity that pertains to changeling itself. Here, we should read Katla through Solaris and focus on the moment of subjectivation of the changeling who has no autonomy since its psyche contains only what others thought about it. In the Millerian distinction between femme postiche, the fake, and the woman who assumes the void of her inexistence, it is only the changeling who, at the point of assuming its non-existence, emerges as a pure subject deprived of its substance, while the real woman remains a fake. In other words, the authentic position is that of a changeling who becomes aware that it only materializes another's fantasy, that it only exists insofar as another fantasizes about it. Can one imagine a more anxiety-provoking existential situation than that of being aware that my being has no substantial support, that I exist only insofar as I am part of another's dream? As Deleuze wrote decades ago, if you are caught in another's dream, you are fucked. Are changelings, therefore, beings who fit the criteria of Berkeley's subjective idealism? They exist only insofar as they are in the thoughts of another mind. We have to introduce here a further key complication. What if existence as such implies a certain non-knowledge? This paradoxical relation between being and knowing introduces a third term in the standard opposition between ordinary materialism, for which things exist independently of our knowledge of them, and subjectivist idealism with its se equals percipi, things exist only insofar as they are known or perceived by a mind, things that only exist insofar as they are not known. The most uncanny case of this link between being and not knowing is provided by one of the best known Freudian dreams, the one about the apparition of a father who didn't know he is dead. For Freud, the full formula of the dream is thus: father doesn't know, that I wish, that he is dead. The elision of the signifier, that I wish, registers the subject's, dreamer's, desire. However, what gets lost in such a standard reading is the uncanny effect of the scene of a father who doesn't know he is dead of an entity which is alive only because it is not aware of being dead. So what if we read this dream following Lacan's rereading of the Freudian dream about the dead son who appears to his father, uttering a terrifying reproach: "Father, can't you see that I am burning?" What if we interpret the wish for the father to be dead not as the repressed unconscious wish, but as the preconscious problem that bothered the dreamer? The dynamic of the dream is thus the following: the dreamer invents the dream to quell his preconscious guilt feeling for wishing his father dead while he was nursing him, but what he encounters in the dream is something much more traumatic than his preconscious death wish, the figure of a father who is still alive because he doesn't know that he is dead, the obscene specter of the undead father. Lacan shifts the focus from the fascinating figure of the father who doesn't know he is dead to the question that lurks in the background, to the other subject, the dreamer to whom the father appears, in this case, who does know that the father is dead, and, paradoxically, in this way keeps him alive by not telling him that he is dead. Recall the archetypal scene from cartoons: a cat walks floating in the air above the precipice, and it falls only after it looks down and becomes aware of how it has no support beneath its feet. The dreamer is like a person who draws the cat's attention to the abyss beneath its feet, so that when father learns he is dead, he actually drops dead. This outcome is, of course, experienced by the dreamer as the ultimate catastrophe, so his entire strategy is directed at protecting the other/father from knowledge, the protection that goes up to self-sacrifice. Oh, may that never happen. May I die rather than have him know. This brings us to one of the fundamental functions of sacrifice: one sacrifices oneself to prevent the other from knowing. Is this not Roberto Benigni's La Vita e Bella is about? The father sacrifices himself so that his son would not know that they are in a death camp, i.e., the father's reasoning can be rendered again by Lacan's words: may I die rather than have him know that we are in a death camp. The psychoanalytic notion of symptom designates such a reality which subsists only insofar as something remains unsaid, insofar as its truth is not articulated in the symbolic order, which is why the proper psychoanalytic interpretation has effects in the real, i.e., it can dissolve the symptom. While such a notion of reality may appear to be an exemplary case of idealist madness, one should not miss its materialist core. Reality is not simply external to thought/speech, to the symbolic space. Reality thwarts this space from within, making it incomplete and inconsistent. The limit that separates the real from the symbolic is simultaneously external and internal to the symbolic. The question is, how are we to think the structure, the other, so that a subject emerges from it? Lacan's answer is, as an inconsistent, non-all, symbolic structure articulated around a constitutive void/impossibility. More precisely, subject emerges through the structure's reflective self-relating, which inscribes into the structure itself its constitutive lack. This inscription within the structure of what is constitutively excluded from it is the signifier which represents the subject for other signifiers. But aren't we here caught in a contradiction? I exist only insofar as I am another's fantasy, and I exist only insofar as I elude others' grasp. The solution: a stone exists when nobody thinks about it, but a stone is just indifferent towards being thought about or not. In the case of a subject, its existence is correlated to being thought, but being thought incompletely. I am a lack in others' thought, a lack which is immanent to the thought. One has to take this claim literally: I am not a substantial entity that the big other, the symbolic order, cannot fully integrate/symbolize. This impossibility of the big other to integrate me is myself. That's why Lacan talks about the barred subject, dollar. there is a subject insofar as the other doesn't know it, and subject is inscribed into the other through S1, the master signifier which reflexively marks in it the lack of a signifier. What this means is that subject is not the real person behind the symbolic mask but the self-awareness of the mask itself in its distance towards the real person. This also accounts for why the minimal number in an intersubjective communication is not 2 but 3. When two meet, they are both divided into their self-experience and their symbolic identity, and this redoubling can only function if a third moment is operative, the big other which is not reducible to the two. Recall the old Alphonse Alice's story of Raoul and Marguerite who arrange to meet at a masked ball. When they recognize each other's mask they withdraw to a hidden corner, pull off their masks, and surprise he discovers she is not Marguerite and she that he is not Raoul. Such a double-missed encounter is, of course, a logical nonsense. If he is not Raoul, how could he have expected to see Marguerite and then be surprised by not seeing her real face, and vice versa? The surprise only works when only one of the partners is deceived in this way. Does something like a double deception not happen in real life, however? I arrange to meet a person whom I know and who knows me, and, in an intense exchange, I discover that he is not the one I thought him to be and he discovers that I am not the one he thought me to be. The real surprise is here my own. The fact that the other doesn't recognize me means that I am not myself. But we still recognize each other because the mask I am wearing for others, the mask embodying what others think of me, and the mask the other is wearing for me, embodying what I think of him, are in some senses more truthful than what is behind the mask. How can this be? Here the dimension of the big other enters, the mutual what do others think of me, what do I think of him, what does he think of me, is replaced by, or sublated in, what does the big other, a virtual entity presupposed by both of us, think of me and him. Back to Cadla, we can thus say that, in the case of an ID machine, a changeling represents, not an other but, me, its creator. For the others although it is the image on an other, it stands for me, for my fantasy universe. As such, a changeling signals a malfunctioning of the symbolic big other. The big other is no longer a virtual symbolic space, it is a real thing, a mega-object which no longer possesses its own truth as form, it just materializes our repressed content. This is why the ID machine is more real than the big other, it is part of reality, and simultaneously more subjective than the intersubjective space proper of the big other. The thing mirrors/realizes our subjective fantasies. The ID machine is a first step towards the prospect of a wired brain, an other which fully exists and desubjectivizes me, since in it, the very limit of external reality falls. The best known project in this direction is Neuralink, a neurotechnology company founded by Elon Musk and 8 others, and dedicated to developing implantable brain-computer interfaces, PCIs, also called a Neural Control Interface, NCIS, Mind-Machine Interface, MMIs, or Direct Neural Interface, DNIs. All these terms indicate the same idea of a direct communication pathway, first between an enhanced or wired brain and an external device, and then between brains themselves. What kind of apocalypse announces itself by the prospect of so-called post-humanity opened up by a direct link between our brain and a digital machine, what the New Age obscurantists call singularity, the divine-like global space of shared awareness? One should resist the temptation to proclaim the prospect of a wired brain an illusion, something that we are still far away from and that cannot really be actualized. Such a view is itself an escape from the threat, from the fact that something new and unheard of is effectively emerging. One should approach this threat coldly and raise the question, is there a dimension which will elude its grasp? Rancière's term the paradigm of the dreaming cogito 11 nicely brings together the two dimensions that escape the total objectivization of Neuralink, cogito and the domain of dreams where the unconscious persists. When Lacan famously claimed that cogito is the subject of the unconscious, he meant precisely such a dreaming cogito as the hidden obverse of the rational self-transparent cogito. 12. One thing is certain, we should not underestimate the shattering impact of collectively shared experience, even if it will be realized in a much more modest way than today's grandiose visions of singularity. everything will change with it. Point 13. Why? Because with Neuralink, the big other is no longer an enigmatic thing outside us, like Solaris or Katla. We are directly in the thing, we float in it, we lose the distance that separates us from external reality. This, then, is what Katla is about. A community, of a small town, is in crisis due to a natural disaster. Only a few residents remain there whose symbolic links are deeply disturbed. They can no longer rely on the big other as the neutral space of symbolic exchanges, and, to supplement this failure, they become increasingly caught up in the cobweb of mutual fantasies which intrude into their reality, so that this reality is losing its consistency. ID Machine is a fiction, of course, but it is a fiction with real effects, and we can observe and measure these effects in how many people react to the pandemic or to heat domes and floods, in conspiracy theories and other paranoiac constructs. Changeling-like entities are treated like part of reality. The potentially liberating aspect of the appearance of changelings is that what is in our usual experience conflated, a person in front of us and our fantasy projections onto her/him, gets clearly separated, which makes the job of critique somewhat easier. The fact that ID Machine signals the failure of virtual big other does not mean that it appears only exceptionally. The big other is in itself failed, inconsistent, which means that, in one form or another, it always engenders the ID Machine as its supplement. When the big other fails, the ID Machine is a kind of defense pathology, a pathological formation which prevents full regression into psychosis. In this sense, the relationship between the big other and the ID Machine is homologous to that between the symbolic law and superego. Superego is also a structural imperfection of the law, a pathological formation which prevents the dissolution of the law. The birth of the superego out of the breakage of the law. When Freud elaborated the complex interaction between ego, superego, and ID, to which one should add I as different from ego, and a moral law as different from superego, his starting point is the strange phenomenon of the unconscious sense of guilt, which sets us fresh problems, especially when we gradually come to see that in a great number of neuroses an unconscious sense of guilt of this kind plays a decisive economic part and puts the most powerful obstacles in the way of recovery. If we come back once more to our scale of values, we shall have to say that not only what is lowest but also what is highest in the ego can be unconscious. Point 14. Or, as Freud puts it later in the same text, if anyone were to put forward the paradoxical proposition that normal man is not only far more immoral than he believes but also far more moral than he knows, psychoanalysis, on whose findings the first half of the assertion rests, would have no objection to raise against the second half. 15. One should note here the use of the opposition between belief and knowledge. A normal man is more immoral than he believes and more moral than he knows. It is not that superego is the agent of morality and ID the reservoir of dark evil drives, but it is also not that superego stands for internalized social oppression and ID for drives that should be liberated. Freud always insisted on the dark hidden link between superego and ID. Not only is the unbearable pressure of the superego sustained by the energy from the ID, we can also be more moral than we know. Imagine a typical postmodern permissive individual who perceives himself as a tolerant egotist searching for all kind of pleasures. A closer look quickly reveals that his activity is regulated by taboos and prohibitions he is not aware of. However, this unconscious morality is not limited to pathological inhibitions of which my ego is not aware. It also includes ethical miracles such as a resistance to commit an act I consider unacceptable even if I will pay the ultimate price for my refusal. Think of Antigone and remember that Lacan, in his reading of her figure, does not do what one would expect from an analyst, looking for some pathological fixation, traces of incestuous desire, etc., but precisely tries to save the ethical purity of her notochreon. Or think of an irrepressible commandment one feels to do something suicidally heroic. One does it simply because one cannot not do it, risk one's life in public protests, joining resistance against a dictatorship or occupation, helping others in natural catastrophes. Here, again, one should resist the obvious pseudo-psychoanalytic temptation to search for some deeper pathological motivation that would explain such acts, say, a combination of death drive with narcissism. Think, today, of thousands of underpaid healthcare people who help the infected, well aware that they are risking their lives, and of volunteers who offer their help. They are much more numerous than those who submitted themselves to brutal tyrants. This is also the reason why Lacan claims that the status of the Freudian unconscious is ethical. For Lacan, Kant's moral law is desire at its purest. It is against this background that we can answer the question, how does the asexual social space come to distinguish itself from the domain of libidinally cathexed interactions? One should locate this question in the context of Freud's reactions to the Great War. Today, one tends to forget the traumatic impact of this war, which shattered the very foundations of European trust in progress and gave birth to phenomena such as communism and fascism. Even Freud, whose theory of the unconscious libidinal processes seemed to prepare him well for the explosion of irrational violence, felt the need to radically reformulate his basic theoretical premises. He dealt with the problem in 3 steps. First, in his Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, he introduced the notion of death drive to account for dreams and acts which generate no pleasure but only pain. Then, in Crowd Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, 1921, he analyzed the formation of social groups which bring individuals to forsake their rational behavior and surrender to self-destructive violence. Hans Kelsen, the leading Austrian legal philosopher, reproached Freud that his theory of crowd formation cannot account for social formations held together by normative structures, and, in reaction to Kelsen's critique, Freud wrote The Ego and the ID, 1923, where he directly addresses our question: the operator of the asexualization of social space is superego. In his superb essay The Invention of the Superego, 16 Etienne Balibar deals with the dialogue between Freud and Hans Kelsen. The irony is that the title The Ego and the ID is in some sense deceiving. The crucial new term introduced in the booklet is superego, which forms a triad with ego and ID, and the main point of Freud's detailed analysis is how superego, the instance of our psychic life that acts as a self-critical conscience, internalizing social standards mostly learned from parents and teachers, draws its libidinal energy from the darkest sadistic and masochistic depths of the ID. However, Lacan has convincingly shown that there is a confusion in Freud. The title of the 3rd chapter of The Ego and the ID is The Ego and the Superego, Ego Ideal, so Freud tends to use these 2 terms as synonyms, conceiving the ego ideal as a forerunner of the superego, plus he also uses ego ideal and ideal ego as interchangeable terms. The premise of Lacan's clarification is the equation between jouissance and superego. To enjoy is not a matter of following one's spontaneous tendencies, it is rather something we do as a kind of weird and twisted ethical duty. Based on this equation, Lacan introduces a precise distinction between the 3 terms. The ideal ego stands for the idealized self-image of the subject, the way I would like to be, I would like others to see me. The ego ideal is the agency whose gaze I try to impress with my ego image, the big other who watches over me and propels me to give my best, the ideal I try to follow and actualize, and the superego is the same agency in its revengeful, sadistic, punishing aspect. The underlying structuring principle of these 3 terms is clearly Lacan's triad: imaginary, symbolic, real. Ideal ego is imaginary, what Lacan calls the small other, the idealized double image of my ego. Ego ideal is symbolic, the point of my symbolic identification, the point in the big other from which I observe and judge myself. Superego is real, the cruel and insatiable agency which bombards me with impossible demands and which mocks my failed attempts to meet them, the agency in the eyes of which I am all the more guilty, the more I try to suppress my sinful strivings and meet its demands. The old cynical Stalinist motto about the accused at the show trials who profess their innocence, the more they are innocent, the more they deserve to be shot, is superego at its purest. So for Lacan, superego has nothing to do with moral conscience as far as its most obligatory demands are concerned. 17 Superego is, on the contrary, the anti-ethical agency, the stigmatization of our ethical betrayal. 18. In his critique of Freud's notion of the crowd, Kelsen as a neo-Kantian implicitly relies on the distinction between ego-ideal, the anonymous big other, the symbolic order the status of which is non-psychic, i.e., which cannot be reduced to empirical psychic processes, and superego, the product of empirical psychic dynamic in an individual's interaction with others. Point 19. The reproach to Freud is, to simplify it, that he only provides the empirical psychic genesis of a crowd held together by a leader. There is no space in his theory for the big other, for the ideal symbolic order which sustains individual subjects, for the public space of institutional state authority which makes us subjects in the double meaning of the term, autonomous subject and an individual subjected to the law. More precisely, what Freud describes is the pathological distortion of the law, is regression into mythic crowd psychological level. Freud describes crowd pathology, constituted through the short circuit of INA, in Lacanese, and since he lacked the notion of the symbolic, he misses the normal normative big other. That's also why, from Lacan's standpoint, there is no space in Freud's triad of ego superego ID for the pure/barred subject, subject of the signifier, for the subject which is not psychic empirical but equal to the Cartesian cogito or Kant's transcendental apperception. The Lacanian subject is not ego, which, for Lacan, is defined by imaginary identifications. At this point, Balibar returns to Freud and defends him. Superego as a psychic process is not just as accidental pathological distortion, it is the process which enables the subject to internalize the law, to integrate it into its psychic life as an agency which exerts an authority over him/her. As such, superego is a pathological supplement which necessarily accompanies the law, since the public law exists only as internalized by subjects. What this means is that a subject is the subject of law only insofar as he remains caught in the unresolved Oedipal tensions which are the form of the interpersonal politics of power and subordination. These persisting tensions open up the subject to the authority of the law. They push the subject to accept authority of the law as the external, non-psychic, agency, the stable point of reference which can ease the inner psychic tensions. The tensions described by Freud are, of course, not simply internal to the subject but are part of the interpersonal, family, politics, power struggle. This is why Balibar points out that, in his description of the formation of a crowd and the genesis of the superego, Freud doesn't provide a psychoanalysis of politics, an explanation of the political dynamic of crowds through libidinal processes which are in themselves apolitical, but rather its opposite, the politics of psychoanalysis, the explanation of the rise of the triadic structure of ego-id superego through the familial political power struggles, or, as Lacan put it, the Freudian unconscious is political. But, as Lacan repeatedly points out, the big other of the symbolic law must already be here if a subject is to refer to it as the neutral external space. So here we should take one step further. How can the public authority itself, in its non-psychic status, emerge? Lacan's answer is, the big other cannot be reduced to a psychic agency, but it exists only if it is externalized by subjects. The internalization of the law is effectively its externalization, its position as a non-psychic symbolic space. The law is non-psychic, but it exists only if there are subjects who take it as existing. One has to be very precise here. Lacan is not providing the genesis of the big other from psychic dynamics. His thesis is rather that the subject is constitutively divided in itself, that its psychic intimacy exists only if there is a big other, a space alienated from the subject to which it relates. Only in psychosis is this alienation suspended. The subjective correlate of the big other is the empty barred subject, which is more intimate than all the intimacy of even the deepest psychic processes. So we should turn around the usual notion that the pure abstract subject, the Cartesian cogito, is a kind of ideological illusion whose reality is the actual concrete individual caught and torn in psychic antagonisms. All the wealth of the individual's inner life is a content which ultimately just fills in the void of the pure subject. In this sense, Lacan said that the ego is the stuff of the I. Today, however, fathers behave more and more as ideal egos. Engaged in narcissistic competition with children, they no longer dare to assume the authority of a father and, paradoxically, This process poses a serious obstacle to the emancipatory process. Let's take the case of Chile. The difficulties in the ongoing struggle there are not the legacy of Pinochet's oppressive dictatorship as such, but the legacy of the gradual, fake, opening of his dictatorial regime. Particularly, through the 1990s, Chilean society underwent what we may call a fast postmodernization, an explosion of consumerist hedonism, superficial sexual permissiveness, competitive individualism, etc. Those in power realized that such atomized social space is much more effective than direct state oppression against radical leftist projects which rely on social solidarity. Classes continue to exist in themselves but not for themselves. I see others from my class more as competitors than as members of a same group with solidary interests. Direct state oppression tends to unite opposition and promote organized forms of resistance, while in postmodern societies even extreme dissatisfaction assumes the form of chaotic revolts, from Occupy Wall Street to the Gilets-Jaunes, which soon run out of steam, unable to reach the Leninist stage of an organized force with a clear program. Point 20. At a more general level, this means that, if the symbolic law, God the Father, loses its authority, i.e., if there is no prohibition, desire itself, sustained by the prospect of transgressing it, vanishes. This is why permissiveness kills desire. Along these lines, Pierre Legendre and some other Lacanians claim that the problem today is the decline of the God the Father, of the paternal symbolic authority. In its absence, pathological narcissism explodes, evoking the specter of the primordial real Father. Consequently, we should try to restore some kind of law as the agent of prohibition. Although this idea is to be rejected, it correctly points out how the decline of the master in no way automatically guarantees emancipation but can well engender much more oppressive figures of domination. Is, however, the return to prohibition sustained by law the only way out? It seems that the very last Lacan, aware of this problem, proposed another solution which Miller, in his reading of Lacan, calls cynical. We cannot return to the authority of the law, but what we can do is act as if we sustain the law. We should maintain its authority as necessary although we know it is not true. Adrian Johnston 21 brought out the intricacies and ambiguities of this solution. Passage through a concluding experience of subjective destitution, in which ego-level identifications as well as points of reference such as big others and subjects supposed to know vacillate or vanish altogether, indeed is an essential, punctuating moment of the Lacanian analytic process. Nevertheless, Lacan does not consider it possible or desirable to dwell permanently in such an analysis terminating destitute state. He sees it as both appropriate and inevitable that egos, big others, subjects supposed to know, and the like will reconstitute themselves for the analyse and in the aftermath of his/her analysis. Hopefully, the versions of these reconstituted in the wake of and in response to analysis will be better, more livable versions for the analyse and. What we get here is some kind of postmodern Lacan. We can confront the real only in rare moments of lucidity, but this extreme experience cannot last. We have to return to our ordinary life of dwelling in semblances, in symbolic fictions. So instead of erasing God from the picture, the only way is learn to how make use of Dieu comme le nom du Père. In what precise sense, then, are les non-dupes errant, i.e., those who pretend not to be duped by the religious illusion, in the wrong? Johnston indicates how. Lacan's paraphrase of Dostoevsky, according to which if God is dead, then nothing is permitted, seems to convey the sense that permanent radical atheism is undesirable as per the strict Lacanian definition of desire. De Kessel claims that, for Lacan, religion enjoys the virtue of sustaining desire. If so, does Lacan's version of analysis really seek to do away with theism, religiosity, and the like? The libidinal economy of the unconscious, centered on desire with its fundamental fantasies involving objet petit, is sustained by the law of God as the dead father and/or name of the father. If this God dies, then the entire economy he supports collapses, i.e., nothing is permitted. In television, Lacan, speaking of matters Oedipal, remarks, even if the memories of familial suppression weren't true, they would have to be invented, and that is certainly done. Paraphrasing this remark, one might say that, by Lacan's lights, if God is dead, then, at least for libidinal reasons, he would have to be resurrected, and that has certainly been done. Point 22. This is also how one can read Agamben's idea that if there is no God then reason itself disappears. Does "if God doesn't exist, then everything is prohibited" not mean that, in order to avoid the deadlock of everything being prohibited, there has to be a big prohibition which calls for exceptions, i.e., which opens up the space for transgressions which generate jouissance? Or that, in order to sustain our desire, we need something like God, even if it is only in its more neutral irreligious form, as subjects supposed to know? How to combine this with Lacan's claim that atheism is the pinnacle of psychoanalytic experience? Is Lacan's line that God the Father should not be abolished but make use of the only way out? Miller has fearlessly spelt out the political implications of this stance. Psychoanalysis reveals social ideals in their nature of semblances, and we can add, of semblances with regard to a real which is the real of enjoyment. This is the cynical position, which resides in saying that enjoyment is the only thing that is true. 23. What this means is that a psychoanalyst acts so that semblances remain at their places while making sure that the subjects under his care do not take them as real. One should somehow bring oneself to remain taken in by them, fooled by them. Lacan could say that those who are not taken in err, if one doesn't act as if semblances are real, if one doesn't leave their efficacy undisturbed, things take a turn for the worse. Those who think that all signs of power are mere semblances and rely on the arbitrariness of the discourse of the master are the bad boys, they are even more alienated. Point 24. The axiom of this cynical wisdom is that one should protect the semblances of power for the good reason that one should be able to continue to enjoy. The point is not to attach oneself to the semblances of the existing power, but to consider them necessary. This defines a cynicism in the mode of Voltaire, who let it be understood that God is our invention which is necessary to maintain people in a proper decorum. Society is kept together only by semblances, which means, there is no society without repression, without identification, and above all without routine. 25. But is this cynical stance the only way out? It raises a series of questions. First, what if God, the divine authority, only really functions when the believer is aware that God is our invention which is necessary to maintain people in a proper decorum? Baudelaire saw this well. He wrote, God is the only being who, in order to rule, doesn't even need to exist. Juste le seul être qui, pour régner, n'est même pas besoin d'exister. Point 26. Consequently, one should reject the obscene reasoning according to which, ultimately, I act ethically because I feel the threat of divine punishment if I see a child drowning and decide to jump into the water to save him only because I fear I'll go to hell if I don't do it. This is a case of immoral calculation. At its worst, an ethical person acts in the way prescribed by religion even if he knows there is no God. The moment God enters the equation, we are not dealing with faith but with calculation. That's why we have to accept the paradox that only atheists have true faith. If a believer directly really believes, we slide into fundamentalism. Every authentic religion is aware that its authority is a fetishist fake. I know it is not really true, but I believe in it. The opposite of fundamentalism is the awareness that the authority we refer to has no real fundament but is self-referentially grounded on an abyss. Let's take a perhaps surprising example, the finale of Wagner's Rheingold, which ends with the contrast between Rhinemaidens bemoaning lost innocence and the majestic entrance of the gods into Valhalla, a powerful assertion of the rule of law. It is customary to claim that the sincere and authentic complaint of the Rhinemaidens makes clear how the triumphant entrance of the gods into Valhalla is a fake, a hollow spectacle. However, what if it is precisely the saddening background of the Rhinemaidens' song which gives to the entry into Valhalla its authentic greatness? Gods know they are doomed, but nonetheless they heroically perform their ceremonial act. This is why we are not dealing here with the usual fetishist disavowal but with the courageous act of taking a risk and ignoring my limitations, along the lines of Kant's Du kannst, denn du sollst. I know I am too weak to do it, but I'll nonetheless do it, a gesture which is the very opposite of cynicism. Let's ground this conclusion from another starting point. Authority has the effect of symbolic castration on its bearer. If, say, I am a king, I have to accept that the ritual of investiture makes me a king, that my authority is embodied in the insignia I wear, so that my authority is in some sense external to me as a person in my miserable reality. As Lacan put it, a psychotic is a king who thinks he is as king, or a father who is a father, by his nature, as he is, without the processes of symbolic investiture. This is why being a father is by definition a failure. No empirical father can live up to his symbolic function, to his title. How can I, if I am invested with such authority, live with this gap without obfuscating it through psychotic direct identification of my symbolic status with my reality? Miller's solution is cynical distance. I am aware that symbolic titles are just semblances, illusion, but I act as if they are true in order not to disturb not only the social order but also my own ability to desire. Aaron Schuster adds 3 modes to deal with the impossibility of acting with authority. It is because of this impossibility that Freud counted exercise of power as one of the 3 impossible professions: to pretend as if there were no other, to make oneself the mouthpiece of the other, to identify the other with one's charismatic persona. 191. The example of the first option is that of a postmodern friendly boss who acts as if he is one of us, part of the team, ready to share dirty jokes with us, joining us in a drink, etc. But while doing this, he retains his full symbolic authority and can treat us in an even more ruthless way. The second option is personified in the figure of an expert, a medium through which the authority of impersonal science, or law, speaks. Such a figure avoids the position of authority by pretending that he is not giving orders, just saying what says science should be done, like an economist who claims market mechanisms should not be disturbed. The third option is exemplified by an obscene charismatic leader like Donald Trump, who takes himself, with all his personal quirks, as a direct embodiment of the big other. His authority is not based on his knowledge but on his will. It is so because I say so. At this point, Schuster makes a crucial observation. The leader of competence and calculation, disappearing behind and speaking in the name of the big other, finds its uncanny counterpart in the over-present leader whose authority is based on his own will and who openly disdains knowledge. It is this rebellious, anti-systemic theater that serves as the point of identification for the people. 234. The obscene charismatic leader is thus the return of the repressed, of the expert knowledge which pretends to act without support in a figure of the master, the repressed master. Authority which personifies the law, returns in its, almost, not quite, psychotic form, as a lawless obscene master. The master is here over-present. He is not reduced to his symbolic dignity, he stands for authority with all his idiosyncrasies. And what happens to knowledge with the rise of the obscene master? As we can see it abundantly, neutral expert knowledge is transformed into its immanent opposite, the special knowledge of conspiracy theories accessible only to the initiated. Global warming is a scam. The COVID-19 pandemic was invented by state apparatuses and medical corporations. So is there a way out of this deadlock? The obvious one would have been for the bearer of authority to admit openly to those subjected to him that he is not qualified to exert authority and to simply step down, leaving his subjects to confront reality as they can. Schuster quotes Hannah Arendt, who outlines this gesture apropos parental authority. Modern man could find no clearer expression for his dissatisfaction with the world, for his disgust with things as they are, than by his refusal to assume, in respect to his children, responsibility for all this. It is as though parents daily said, in this world even we are not very securely at home. How to move about in it, what to know, what skills to master, are mysteries to us too. You must try to make out as best you can. In any case you are not entitled to call us to account. We are innocent, we wash our hands of you. 27. Although this imagined answer of the parents is factually more or less true, it is nonetheless existentially false. A parent cannot wash his/her hands in this way. The same goes for saying, I have no free will, my decisions are the product of my brain signals. so I wash my hands, I have no responsibility for crimes that I committed. Even if this is factually true, it is false as my subjective stance. This means that the ethical lesson is that the parents should pretend to know what to do and how the world works, for there is no way out of the problem of authority other than to assume it, in its very fictionality, with all the difficulties and discontents this entails. 219. But, again, how does this differ from Miller's cynical solution? Paradoxically, it is that the subject, although fully aware of his/her incompetence to exert authority, assumes it not with a cynical distance but with fully sincerity, ready even to sacrifice his/her life for it if needed. To grasp this difference, one should also bring into view libidinal economy, different modes of jouissance. Politics does not happen primarily at the level of semblances and identifications, imaginary and symbolic, it always involves also the real of jouissance. Political semblances and identifications are profoundly impregnated by different modes of jouissance. Can one even imagine a racism or anti-feminism which does not mobilize jouissance attributed to another race or women, jouissance I find in attacking and humiliating them? That's why, in his detailed analysis of the Pétainist discourse in the Vichy France, Gerard Miller 28 speaks of Pétain's pushes to enjoy, even pushes to come, and, in a homologous way, can one even hope to understand Trump without taking into account his pushes to enjoy? The same also goes for societies with emancipatory goals. Let's take Lacan's own psychoanalytic society, which he dissolved, thereby admitting it was a failure. Was it also a society kept together only by semblances? Is the only step out of the domain of semblances only the individual moment of traversing the fantasy in the analytic process? It certainly wasn't meant to be. This was Lacan's attempt to organize a society, not a Leninist attempt to constitute a society which is not kept together only by semblances but by the real of a cause. This is why, after dissolving his school, Lacan formed a new one called École de la Cause Freudienne, a school of the cause itself, which, it is true, failed again. Does it help to introduce some order in this confusion if we turn Lacan's anti-Dostoevsky formula around? If God does exist, then nothing is prohibited? It is clear that this holds only for so-called fundamentalists who can do anything they want since they act as direct instruments of God, of his will. We can see how PC rigorism and religious fundamentalism are two sides of the same coin. In both cases, there is no exception: either nothing is prohibited or everything is prohibited. To bring some clarity into this picture, we should perhaps bring into the play Lacan's so-called formulas of sexuation. The two couples of universality grounded in exception and non-universality, non-all, which implies there is no exception. From authority to permissiveness, and back. So what is the status of the postmodern permissiveness in which everything turns out to be prohibited by infinite PC regulations? Are they masculine, everything is permitted except, or feminine, there is nothing which is not prohibited? It looks as though the second version is the right one. In a permissive society, violations of the regulations, which allegedly guarantee sexual permissiveness, are themselves really prohibited and not secretly tolerated. This means that we should transpose Lacan's claim into feminine form: if God doesn't exist, then there is nothing which is not prohibited, which means that not all is prohibited, and this not all exists in the guise of a universal permissiveness. In principle, everything is permitted, all different form of sexuality, but every particular case is prohibited. At a political level, Chapter 15 of the Khmer Rouge Constitution of Kampuchea stated, every citizen of Kampuchea has the right to worship according to any religion and the right not to worship according to any religion. Reactionary religions which are detrimental to democratic Kampuchea and Kampuchean people are absolutely forbidden. 29. So, any religion is permitted, but every particular existing religion, Buddhism, Christianity, is absolutely forbidden as reactionary. Point 30. There is another version of how the shift from prohibition to permissive regulation works in cinema, as described by Duane Roussel. In the 1930s, the Hays Code provided a set of prohibitions or rules within cinema. There was the explicit prohibition of displays or representations of sexuality on screen. But what do we see today? With the latest rules set out by the Oscars, there has been an obvious shift. It is no longer a universal prohibition of sexuality but rather the particular or selective affirmation, quota system, ultimately, of sexuality. You must include particular representations of sexualities on the screen. This is why I have been stressing the importance of the new cultural logic that imposes the particular affirmations of enjoyments. 31. It is easy to find examples of this. One of the reactions to La La Land was that there was no person depicted as gay in the story, although there is a relatively high percentage of gays in Hollywood. The same goes for publishing today. When a reader is proposed on any topic, the first reaction of the publisher is, are there enough women, blacks, Asians, etc. among the authors? A minimally serious approach should raise a different question: why are there not more good writers on a chosen topic among women, blacks? Can something be changed at this level? Direct imposition of equal proportion, enough women, blacks, is counterproductive and just breeds resentment at the end. Organization of a colloquium becomes a matter of following politically correct rules: find some women, a black guy, an Asian, a Latino, a gay, a trans. The entire procedure of a balanced distribution of enjoyments that pertain to particular identities is wrong. In the conditions of the Hays Code, we at least got codified ways to violate prohibitions. The mention of homosexuality was prohibited, but if a man in the movie is noted for using perfume, this signals he is gay. Dealing with prostitution is prohibited, but if a woman is characterized as coming from New Orleans. With politically correct justice, the censorship is in a sense much worse because prohibitions are replaced by regulatory injunctions. To quote the title of Ben Burgis's book, "The agents of cancel culture are comedians while the world burns." 32. Far from being too radical, their imposition of new rules is one of the exemplary cases of pseudo-activity, of how to make sure that nothing will really change by pretending to fight for the change all the time. Along these lines, Slavoj 33 drew attention to so-called woke capitalism, new forms of capital, in particular anti-Trump tech capitalists, Google, Apple, Facebook, which intertwine with anti-racist and pro-immigrant struggles. One does not really change things by prescribing measures which aim at establishing a superficial just balance without attacking the underlying causes of the imbalance. Here is a recent example. California's Department of Education has announced that the gap between well-performing students and their less able peers must disappear, indicating that mere words are not enough. Schools must deliver equity in classrooms. Such an effort would involve faculty holding well-performing students back, even while pushing their less intellectual peers forward, as if they were all indeed equal in abilities. We reject ideas of natural gifts and talents, the proposal states, insisting there is no cutoff determining when one child is gifted and another is not. The proposal also wants to replace ideas of innate mathematics talent and giftedness with the recognition that every student is on a growth pathway. 34. This is an exemplary case of fake egalitarianism destined to just breed envy and hatred. The obvious problem is that we need good mathematicians to do serious science, and the proposed measures certainly don't help in this regard. The solution? Why not more access to good education for everyone, better living conditions for the poor? And it is easy to imagine the next step in the direction of the false egalitarianism. Is not the fact that some individuals are much more sexually attractive than others also a case of supreme injustice? So should we not invent some kind of push towards justice here also, a way of holding the more attractive back, since there is no cutoff determining when one person is sexually attractive and another is not? Effectively, sexuality is a domain of terrifying injustice and imbalance. Equity in enjoyment is the ultimate dream of false egalitarianism. How, then, do things stand with today's pandemic regulations? Do they also solicit transgressions, private rave and parties, even violent outbursts? But they are not the law, they are scientifically grounded regulations, they belong to the university discourse. Scientists and health administrators gladly explain why they are demanded. They don't function as the abyssal law, as regulations which should not be questioned. Is thus the hedonism of jouissance the other side of the reign of the university discourse? But what if those who resist pandemic prohibitions and regulations are confusing scientifically grounded regulations with ungrounded arbitrary prohibitions, which solicit transgression? Of course, one should add, but what if this confusion is already present in the thing itself? Is the truth of the university discourse not a master, or, as we say today, is the, not even so, secret agenda of those who impose anti-pandemic prohibitions not to assert social control and domination? To complicate things further, we should introduce here two other axes. First, permitted versus enjoined, ordered. Lacan's argument was that enjoyment, once permitted, sooner or later inevitably turns into injunction you have to enjoy. Hedonism is superego at its most cruel. This is the truth of today's permissiveness. We feel guilty not when we violate prohibitions but when we cannot enjoy. That's why psychoanalysis aims not to enable the patient to fully enjoy but to limit the power of the superego, to turn enjoyment from enjoined to permitted. You can enjoy but you are not obliged to. The other axis is that of possibility and impossibility. Prohibition is, as Lacan repeatedly claimed, here precisely to create the illusion that enjoyment is not in itself impossible, that we can reach it through violating the prohibition. The goal of psychoanalysis is precisely to make the move from prohibition to imminent impossibility. So a prohibition primarily prohibits something that is in itself impossible. But is this not going too far? When a poor starving man is prohibited from grabbing a piece of food which is not his, does this prohibition not prohibit something that is in itself quite possible? In other words, is an elementary operation of ideology also not to present as in itself impossible something that is prohibited because of economic class interests and the interests of domination? No universal health care because it is impossible, it would ruin economy. Further paradoxes arise here. There are prohibitions one is not only permitted to violate but obliged to violate, so that the true transgression is to stick strictly to the rule of prohibition. This is what I called inherent transgression. If you do not participate in the secret transgressive rituals of a closed community, you are excluded faster than if you violate its explicit rules. And then there are prohibitions that are themselves prohibited, one obeys them, but one cannot announce them publicly. The big other of appearances enters here. You obey a prohibition, but you publicly act as if this means nothing, as if it is just a chance that you don't do that, as if you wanted, you could easily do it. Plus the obverse, you can violate a prohibition, just not publicly, in an open way. Trump and today's new right populists break this rule, they violate prohibitions openly, in public. A further complication, what if we enjoy oppression itself, not just its violation? Is this not the elementary form of surplus enjoyment? For example, with regard to the pandemic, Darien Leader pointed out how obeying the rules imposed by the authorities due to the pandemic can bring its own compulsive satisfaction. Similarly, politically correct enjoyment arises through the very process of discovering how we unknowingly violated the PC rules. Now I discovered that the phrase I used has a racist dimension. Recall the already mentioned joke about a go-between who tries to convince a young man to marry a woman he represents. His strategy is to turn every objection into a positive feature. There is a homology between the structure of this joke and the structure exemplified by the proverbial figure of a permissive husband who, in principle, allows his wife to have lovers, but is opposed to every particular choice. Why did you have to choose precisely this appalling guy? Anyone but him. The moment of truth arrives here when the wife proposes a lover for whom the husband, in parallel with the go-between from Freud's joke, cannot find any reason why he is not appropriate, so he prohibits him for no reason just for the sake of it. In contrast to Freud's joke, he is imperfect, doesn't fit the series of reasons, precisely because he is perfect. And, to go a step further, is not a similar stance at work with some radical practitioners of the PC struggle against sexual exploitation who are all for sex without any constraints, only provided that it is not in the service of power relations or done under pressure of power and domination. In practice, this means that every concrete case of a possible sexual contact, especially if it is heterosexual, is rejected because, through their critical analysis, they discern in it traces of power relations. The man is wealthier than you, he can influence your career, hopefully, at some point, there will be a partner who is fully acceptable, so he has to be rejected not because of any of his particular properties but because sex as such is intertwined with power relations. The surplus enjoyment of this critical operation is in the repeated joy of the discovery that every case involves power, so that sexual pleasure has to be renounced. The worst solution here is to oppose necessary repression, renouncing the satisfaction of some of our desires as the condition of our survival, and surplus repression done on behalf of exploitation and domination, as Herbert Marcuse did. 35 For conceptual reasons, this distinction cannot be drawn. First, domination and exploitation are as a rule operative in the very way the renunciations necessary for our survival are libidinally catexted. Second, and in an apparent contradiction to the first point, it is the surplus oppression, the prohibition for which there is no apparent reason, which generates surplus enjoyment. As Lacan says, enjoyment is something that serves nothing. Third, one should draw another distinction here, between oppression and repression. Oppression, the brutal exercise of power, is not repression. Oppression is directly experienced as such, but we are not aware of repression, in the Freudian sense. When I am oppressed, what is often repressed is the way I enjoy this oppression, with all that it involves, my complaints, etc. So what we get here are not just the two axes of a semiotic square, impossible possible, prohibited permitted, but a complex texture which includes the axis of permitted enjoined and even a triangle of oppression repression depression. Miller simplifies the image here. He claims that oppression is necessary, by which he means that there is no enjoyment without oppression, obstacles, prohibitions to our desires. The opposite of oppression is not freedom to do what one wants but depression, the loss of desire itself. But is oppression the only way to save our desire, the only way to avoid depression? The question we should raise at this point is, where is repression here? Lacan strictly opposes the traditional Freudo-Marxist thesis that repression is the internalization into the victim's psyche of external oppression. I misperceive social oppression as a psychic force that sabotages my desires. Repression comes first, in the guise of what Freud called primordial repression. It designates an imminent impossibility that is constitutive of human subjectivity. This primordial repression is the other face of what we call freedom. It opens up the void, a crack in the chain of natural causes, which makes us free. The figure of an external symbolic law as the agent of prohibition already obfuscates this imminent impossibility of desire. That's why psychoanalysis does not aim at liberating our desires so that we can freely desire what we want. What we want is not what we desire. Our innermost desire as a rule appears to us as what we don't want, what terrifies us. More precisely, it liberates our desires only in the precise sense that we fully assume the impossibility on which our desiring capacity is grounded. Psychoanalysis endeavors to mark this impossibility out in a new way. Its premise is that we cannot get rid of a constitutive impossibility, but we can reinscribe it in a different way. This is why one should resolutely reject the idea that the goal of the psychoanalytic treatment is to enable the patient to move from internal psychic conflicts, between his conscious ego and unconscious desires and prohibitions, to external obstacles to his happiness which he can now approach without self-sabotaging inner conflicts. This idea was not foreign to Freud. Already in his early studies on hysteria, 1895, co-written with Breuer, he wrote, addressing an imagined reader/patient, that much will be gained if we succeed in transforming your hysterical misery into common unhappiness. With a mental life that has been restored to health, you will be better armed against that unhappiness. 36 Later, however, the new topics of death drive and the so-called negative therapeutic reaction clearly point towards an imminent conflict constitutive of our psychic life. No freedom without impossibility. The move accomplished by psychoanalysis is thus a Hegelian one, from external opposition to imminent impossibility, and this holds also for the vision of a communist society. There is no freedom without impossibility, and this impossibility not just the limit imposed on us by external reality, the limited number of objects that satisfy our needs, but also the immanent self-contradiction of our desire. There is, however, another trap that lurks here, to confuse this impossibility with our finitude, so that the impossibility that grounds our freedom is the fact of our mortal life full of risks and non-transparencies. There is no freedom in immortality. Exemplary is here Martin Hagelund who, through new readings of Hegel, Marx, Heidegger, and Martin Luther King, deploys a coherent global vision which brings together materialism, existential finitude, and anti-capitalism. 37 His starting point is the rejection of the religious ideal of eternity. The only life we have is this life, our social and bodily existence, which is irreducibly marked by mortality and incertitude. Every faith in another world or a higher being that guarantees our fate is an illusion, so faith has to be reconceived in secular terms. It expresses our practical commitment which, due to our finitude, exposes us to contingency and always involves a risk of failure. However, precisely because we are finite beings who have to decide without any higher guarantee, we are free. Freedom and mortality are the two sides of the same coin. In the second part of his book, Hagelund turns to the socio-economic and political implications of his focus on this world of our finite temporal existence. Since, as finite mortal beings, we don't have infinite time at our disposal, and since our eventual immortality would also make our life meaningless, choosing a life project that determines our engagement can only occur in a finite lifetime. Our central preoccupation is to own our time, getting as much of it as possible disposable for the free development of our creative capacities in all their diversity. This, however, by definition cannot happen in capitalism where, in order to survive, we have to spend most of our time working for a wage, losing time for things we intrinsically don't care about. If we want to overcome this alienation, we should enact a new revaluation of our values, replacing the money form of value with the value of the free time at our disposal. The only way to do this is to replace a capitalist form of life with a post-capitalist democratic socialism where private ownership of the means of production as well as the alienated state apparatuses regulating our lives will disappear. In this way, we will no longer be competing with each other for the possession of money value but spontaneously working for the common good. The very antagonism between the common good and my personal interests will disappear. Hagelund doesn't go into the specifics of how to realize this radical social change, and many critics of his work see in this vagueness the main failure of his book. One can also speculate that it is precisely this vagueness which made this life susceptible to being praised not only in academic circles but also by the big media. The topic of disalienation, of people directly exerting their power, is a feature that, in spite of their radical differences, unites Hagelund and Trump. But what I find much more problematic is that, to put it in a brutally simplified way, there is simply no place for Freud in Hagelund's universe. How can he claim that, in a post-capitalist society, people would spontaneously tend to work for the common good? Why? Where is the envy constitutive of human desire? Where are all the basic perversions of human desire described by Freud and concentrated in his notion of death drive? It is his humanist trust that all the horrors humans are capable of, all the self-sabotaging, all the complex forms of search for unhappiness, of pleasure in pain and in humiliation, etc. can be reduced to the effect of a specific alienated social form, that makes Hagelund's book so attractive for the broader public. What I try to develop is a vision of communism compatible with all these horrors, with the alienation implied by the very fact of language, with all the reflexive twists of human desire, how the repression of desire necessarily turns into a desire for repression, etc. Kevin Bacon said, "I've been told I'm more well known for being well known than for anything I've acted in." 38 This is the reflexivity of language, or, in Hegel's, the way, in a language, a genus can be one of its own species. Being well known for something has many species, and one of them is being well known for being well known. The same holds not only for Kim Kardashian but also, in a more specific way, for love. You can well, and you always do, love somebody for love itself, not just due to reasons to love her/him/it? This reflexivity is Hegel's name for actual infinity, as opposed to the spurious infinity of a series without end, and, since this reflexivity is constitutive of the Freudian death drive, we encounter here from my Freudo-Lacanian standpoint, at least a fateful limitation of Hagelund's insistence on radical finitude of the human condition. The axiom of the philosophy of finitude is that one cannot escape finitude/mortality as the unsurpassable horizon of our existence. Lacan's axiom is that, no matter how much one tries, one cannot escape immortality. But what if this choice is false? What if finitude and immortality, like lack and excess, also form a parallax couple? What if they are the same from a different point of view? What if immortality is an object that is a remainder/excess over finitude? What if finitude is an attempt to escape from the excess of immortality? What if Kierkegaard was right here, but for the wrong reason, when he also understood the claim that we, humans, are just mortal beings who disappear after their biological death as an easy way to escape the ethical responsibility that comes with the immortal soul? He was right for the wrong reason insofar as he equated immortality with the divine and ethical part of a human being, but there is another immortality. What Cantor did for infinity, we should do for immortality, and assert the multiplicity of immortalities, the Beethoven noble immortality/infinity of the deployment of an event, as opposed to the finitude of a human animal, comes after a more basic form of immortality which resides in what Lacan calls the Sadian fundamental fantasy, the fantasy of another, ethereal body of the victim, which can be tortured indefinitely and nonetheless magically retains its beauty. Recall the Sadian figure of the young girl sustaining endless humiliations and mutilations from her depraved torturer and somehow mysteriously surviving it all intact. In the same way Tom and Jerry and other cartoon heroes survive all their ridiculous ordeals intact. In this form, the comical and the disgustingly terrifying, recall different versions of the undead zombies, vampires, etc. in popular culture, are inextricably connected. The same immortality underlies the intuition of something indestructible in a truly radical evil. This blind indestructible insistence of the libido is what Freud called death drive, and one should bear in mind that death drive is, paradoxically, the Freudian name for its very opposite, for the way immortality appears within psychoanalysis, for an uncanny excess of life, for an undead urge which persists beyond the biological cycle of life and death, of generation and corruption. Freud equates the death drive with the so-called compulsion to repeat, an uncanny urge to repeat painful past experiences which seems to outgrow the natural limitations of the organism affected by it and to insist even beyond the organism's death. Matthew Flisfeder noted two features that clearly distinguish the theoretical anti-humanism of the 1960s from today's post-humanism. Whereas the anti-humanists of the 1960s proclaimed the death of the subject, today we encounter a far more unnerving death of the human. While the anti-humanists sought merely to deconstruct the subject within discourse, the post-humanists today are far more ambitious in realizing a return to matter and objectivity that they claim has been displaced by the verticality of humanity. 39 So in the 1960s, with Foucault and Althusser, the notion of subject, our self-perception as subjects, was deconstructed as a historically specific discursive formation, although, for Althusser, it was more a universal ideological misrecognition, plus the ultimate horizon of this deconstruction was discourse, i.e., discourse was posited as a kind of transcendental a priori, as that which is always already here in our dealings with reality. Today's post-humanism, on the contrary, doesn't deal with the death of the subject but with the death of humans. It asserts the falsity of our self-perception of humans as free responsible beings, demonstrating that this self-perception is based not on some ignored discursive mechanisms but on our ignoring of what we really are, the blind neuronal processes that go on in our brain. In contrast to the anti-humanism of the 1960s, today's post-humanism relies on direct materialist reductionism. Our sense of freedom and personal dignity is a user's illusion. We are really just a complex network of bodily processes in their interaction with environment. An ironic consequence of this shift from anti-humanism to post-humanism is that the remaining anti-humanists or their followers, like J.A. Miller, when confronted with the post-humanist challenge of full naturalization of human beings, all of a sudden start to talk, almost, like humanists, emphasizing the uniqueness of human self-experience, dissenter as it is, and the impossibility of fully reducing it to objective neuronal processes. A further difference is that, while discursive deconstruction doesn't directly affect our everyday life, where we continue to experience ourselves as free responsible agents, post-humanism promises, and to some extent already achieves, interventions in our reality which will radically change our self-perception, when we are submitted to total digital control and our brains are directly wired, when our DNA can be modified, when pills can change our behavior and affections. This basically affects the way we experience ourselves and act. In July 2021, the public was shocked by a great achievement of investigative journalism, the discovery of Pegasus, a spyware developed by the Israeli cyber arms firm NSO Group, that can be covertly installed on mobile phones and other devices, and capable of reading text messages, tracking calls, collecting passwords, location tracking, accessing the target device's microphone and camera, and harvesting information from apps. Pegasus was, and is, used by many states to control dissidents, opposition politicians, journalists, etc. We, of course, assumed that something like Pegasus is operative, so we learned what we already knew. However, it is nonetheless important that we learned concrete data. If it remains a vague general suspicion, the level of our being under control can be ignored, but now we cannot go on as if we don't know it. Back to Fliss-Feder, my only difference with him is that, based on these insights, he argues for a new universal humanism that could ground the global emancipatory struggle needed today. His argumentation is ultimately a new version of transcendental reflection. When I as a neuroscientist argue that I am just a set of neuronal and biological processes, I always do this in the form of rational argumentation, trying to convince others, as a part of scientific community, the space of this community where I address others, and act as a free rational being convinced by reasons is always already here, operative in my activity, not as an abstract Cartesian cogito but as a human collective. So, to simplify the image a little bit, while Fliss-Feder is ready to sacrifice subject but not humanity, not the basic dimensions of our being human, I am tempted to do the exact opposite. I am ready to sacrifice what we perceived until now as the basic features of our being human but not subject. Humanity is a notion at the same level as personality, the inner wealth of our soul, etc. It is ultimately a phenomenal form, a mask, which fills in the void that is subject. What subject stands for is the inhuman core of being human, what Hegel called self-relating negativity, what Freud called death drive. So in the same way that Kant distinguished the subject of transcendental apperception from a person's soul and its wealth, in the same way Freud and Lacan distinguish the subject of the unconscious from the Jungian personality full of deep passions, we should in our unique predicament stick to the inhuman core of subjectivity against the temptations of being human. Subject is what is in a human being more than human, the immortality of the death drive which makes it a living dead being, something that insists beyond the cycle of life and death. The ontological implications of the notion of death drive are paradoxical. If, as we read in Oedipus et Colonus, the best thing that can happen to us is not being born in the first place, then our being born is already a kind of failure, the failure of being born, the failure to achieve the optimal state of not being born at all. It is not the lack of being which is a failed being, it is our being itself which is our failure to achieve non-being. 40 In other words, our being is imminently measured by the counterfactual hypothesis of non-being. One should not be afraid to draw radical ontological consequences from this reversal. According to the standard ontological configuration, entities strive for perfection, their goal is to actualize their potential, to become fully what they are, and the lack of being signals the failure of a thing to fully realize its potentials. This configuration has to be turned around, being as such, in the sense of being a determinate entity, signals a failure. Everything that is, as a particular entity, is marked by a failure, and the only way to achieve perfection is to immerse oneself into the void of no being. In some sense Plato himself was aware of this. All beings originate from the supreme good which is epikenetes, beyond being, like a black hole, to apply this overused metaphor, onto which event horizon surface we project our phantasmatic constructions of the in itself beyond the event horizon. We fail to reach the void that is the in itself since, as Hegel put it clearly in his Phenomenology, id beyond the veil of phenomena is only what we, subject, put there. Every being is also a failed approach to non-being. The thesis that being is a failed non-being is usually read as the reversal of a radical negative act into a comic failure. In deep despair you wanted to self-destroy, you fail even in this, with the added point that this type of negation is foreign to Hegel and much closer to Freud. Repression as a negation of negation, a return of the repressed, a proof of the failure of repression/negation. Is, however, such a logic really foreign to Hegel? Does one of the most famous passages in Hegel, the dialectic of master and servant, not begin precisely with a failed non-being? If in the confrontation of the two self-consciousnesses engaged in the struggle for life and death, every side is ready to go to the end in risking its life, then the struggle ends in a blind alley. One dies, the other survives, but without an other to recognize it. Point 41. The whole history of freedom and recognition, in short, the whole history, the whole being of culture can take place only with this original compromise. In the eye-to-eye confrontation, one side, the future servant, averts its eyes, is not ready to go to the end. Repression, oppression, depression. The underlying problem is here: how can we avoid depression without returning to repression, even in the form of oppressive social authority needed so that its transgressing can bring us satisfaction? In his novel Another Now, Yanis Varoufakis 42 applies this opposition between repression and depression to social reality itself. To simplify the plot to the utmost, a group of individuals in our present find a way to communicate with and then enter an alternate reality, another now, in which, in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, history took a different turn, and the result is a global society of democratic market socialism. There is only one central state bank which regulates money supply in a transparent way. Financial speculation disappears because it becomes meaningless. Ownership is dispersed since each citizen is allocated its part. Healthcare and human rights are guaranteed for everyone, etc. In short, it's a global self-management where every particular demand finds its way to be heard, so there are no antagonisms and no reasons to rebel. The choice our group confronts is, should they remain in another now or return to our neoliberal now with all the struggles and violence we know? Varoufakis gives a series of features that spoil the perfection of another now. First, although economic alienation and exploitation are overcome, and the state as an alienated entity is dissolved in the transparent self-management of the society, the more fundamental repression of women survives in a more subtle way at the level of everyday practices. Here I disagree with Varoufakis. I think that today we also face the opposite option, a postmodern multicultural society in which racism and patriarchal oppression are left behind but economic exploitation remains. Second, market exchange and the competitive stance, the transactional quid pro quo mentality, implied by it remain in full force. I admit, fascinated, impressed, awestruck even, by what the rebels have achieved in the other now, particularly the democratization of corporations, money, land ownership, and markets. Except that democratized markets still prioritize the transactional quid pro quo mentality that undermines the sovereignty of good and, ultimately, our fundamental well-being. Democratized market societies, freed from capitalism, are infinitely preferable to what we have here, except for one crucial thing: they entrench exchange value and thereby, I fear, make impossible a genuine revolution that leads to the final toppling of markets. 218-19. In the terms of the Frankfurt School, something like instrumental reason remains in this calculating society of exchanges, there is no space for simple goodness, for acts done just for the sake of it, out of love, without expecting anything in exchange. But here one should supplement verificus: what would have ruined the society imagined in another now is envy as constitutive of human desire. For Lacan, the fundamental impasse of human desire is that it is the other's desire in both subjective and objective genitive, desire for the other, desire to be desired by the other, and, especially, desire for what the other desires. Envy and resentment are thus a constitutive component of human desire, as already St. Augustine knew so well. Recall the passage from his Confessions, often quoted by Lacan, the scene of a baby jealous for his brother sucking the mother's breast. I myself have seen and known an infant to be jealous though it could not speak. It became pale, and cast bitter looks on its foster brother. Based on this insight, Jean-Pierre Dupuy 43 proposed a convincing critique of Rawls' theory of justice. In the Rawls model of a just society, social inequalities are tolerated only insofar as they also help those at the bottom of the social ladder, and insofar as they are not based on inherited hierarchies, but on natural inequalities, which are considered contingent, not merits. Point 44. What Rawls doesn't see is how such a society would create conditions for an uncontrolled explosion of resentment. In it, I would know that my lower status is fully justified, and would thus be deprived of excusing my failure as the result of social injustice. Lacan shares with Nietzsche and Freud the idea that justice as equality is founded on envy, the envy of the other who has what we do not have, and who enjoys it. In his American Utopia, Jameson totally rejects the predominant optimist view according to which in communism envy will be left behind as a remainder of capitalist competition, to be replaced by solidary collaboration and pleasure in others' pleasures. Dismissing this myth, he emphasizes that in communism, precisely insofar as it will be a more just society, envy and resentment will explode. Why? The demand for justice is ultimately the demand that the excessive enjoyment of the other should be curtailed, so that everyone's access to enjoyment will be equal. The necessary outcome of this demand, of course, is asceticism. Since it is not possible to impose equal enjoyment, what one can impose is the equally shared prohibition. However, one should not forget that today, in our allegedly permissive society, this asceticism assumes precisely the form of its opposite, of the generalized injunction enjoy. We are all under the spell of this injunction, with the outcome that our enjoyment is more hindered than ever. This, perhaps, is what Nietzsche had in mind with his notion of the last man. It is only today that we can really discern the contours of the last man, in the guise of the predominant hedonistic asceticism. Third, due to its very transparency, the society in another now is one of total control. My properties and activities are transparent to others, my behavior is regulated in a severe PC way, etc. Fourth, due to its very democratic transparency and justice, there is nothing to rebel against in another now. This is how Iris, the old radical leftist in the book, is described. Raging against the system was Iris's only way of being, her loneliness vaccine. The other now was too pleasant, too wholesome to rage against. It would have made Iris's life intolerable. 219. Surely if there is one thing you know about me, Yango, she replied cheerfully, it is that I am a dissident. There was nothing for me on the other side to dissent from except their political correctness and smugness at having created the perfect society. 228. This now, my dear Yango, is my natural habitat. It's so bloody awful that I feel alive and usefully dangerous. Having experienced the rebellion and seen the institutions it created, I am more confident over here than anyone I know when lambasting the stupidity of the ruling class and its system. It is far easier to subvert them here, let me tell you. 229. Would then Iris not feel quite at home in Belarus, where a rebellion raged against the unpopular tyrant in 2020 and 2021? Would she not feel at home in Ukraine, which resists Russian invasion in March 2022? So, again, how to resolve this deadlock between repression, in our now, and depression, in another now? How to avoid the obvious but false conclusion that, since rebellion is the sense of our lives, we should first establish a force of oppression in order to be able to rebel against it. Would Iris really accept that millions will continue their needless suffering so that she can feel and act as a true rebel? The typical solution is to avoid the deadlock by way of positing that the struggle against oppression is endless. New forms of oppression always arise. This solution was already criticized by Hegel in his analysis of the contradictions that inhabit Kant's moralism of infinite task, or, to quote Findlay's concise resume, if the highest good is taken to be a nature which conforms to morality, morality itself vanishes from this good, since it presupposes a non-conforming nature. Moral action, being the absolute purpose, seems to look to the elimination of moral action. 45. Is this not what Iris is complaining about? Rebellion, being the absolute purpose, seems to look forward to the elimination of rebellion. The only solution to this deadlock is the Hegelian one: we should abandon the very ideal of a self-transparent society where full democracy abolishes all alienated structures. Alienation is a condition of our freedom, it gives us a breathing space to exercise freedom. I am free only insofar as the big other, social substance, in which I dwell is non-transparent to me and to itself. There is no secret master who pulls the strings. Reconciliation means that we have to reconcile ourselves with alienation, not its overcoming, so the problem with another now is precisely that it effectively abolishes alienation. With regard to desire and pleasures, this paradox of alienation complicates the way desire relates to its object. Recall how Iris's raging against the system is described as her only way of being. The other now was too pleasant, too wholesome to rage against. Iris's radical decision at the end of the novel thus exemplifies the fact that desire, at its most fundamental, is not just a desire for this, our world, or that, the other now. It can also be a desire to say no to this or that, so that the subject experiences that his/her desire is threatened when he is deprived of a space to just say no. This paradox also confronts us with the minimal structure of surplus enjoyment. The object that we desire provides pleasure, while the satisfaction provided just by saying no to an object comes in surplus of this object, a surplus which cannot be reduced by proposing to the subject another object. In short, in the other now Iris would have been deprived of the surplus enjoyment. To put it another way, Iris intuitively grasps that the overcoming of alienation would also deprive her of enjoyment. In his Beyond Satire, 46, Aaron Schuster demonstrated that enjoyment is constitutively, at its most basic, enjoyment in alienation itself. There is no direct enjoyment that somehow bypasses the symbolic alienation. Let's take the most elementary form of enjoyment, sucking one's own thumb. In a mythic first time, sucking was performed to satisfy a bodily need, thirst, but then the pleasure focused on the act of sucking itself, which generates surplus enjoyment even when it is performed in an empty way. No fluid is sucked. This reflexive turn upon oneself is possible only because the need for drink is already structured like a language, overdetermined by the symbolic order where demand is demand for love. I depend on a big other embodied here in the figure of the mother, and my demand for milk from mother is simultaneously the demand addressed at her to show her love by giving milk. After alienation in the symbolic order where man's desire is the other's desire, enjoyment entails a kind of return to self, an appropriation of the alienated conditions of desire as if they were one's own. The human subject is able to take possession of the very conditions imposed upon him and manages to be satisfied with them. So enjoyment is a kind of autonomization with regard to the big other. I don't need the other's love, satisfaction is brought by my own activity. The structure of alienation remains here. I go on doing exactly the same thing as before, I only disconnect it from the need it was intended to satisfy as well as from the other who expressed its love for me by way of satisfying my need. In this way, my activity becomes mine, it generates my enjoyment. Through enjoyment I possess my dispossession, or at least I get off on it. My desire may not be mine, but nevertheless I can find some satisfaction there. In the chain of signifiers that reigns over my divided existence, this jolt of excitement from loss and estrangement is what the concept of jouissance designates. In other words, enjoyment is always the enjoyment of the subject's alienation, it's how the subject lives this alienation and makes it its own. 181. What we should be careful not to miss is that enjoyment of the alienation itself is just one side of the irreducible parallax that characterizes the relationship between desire and enjoyment. On the one hand, as Lacan put it, desire is a defense against going beyond a limit in jouissance 47, since desire is always non-satisfied, since it always aims at something beyond every available object which is never that, desire protects us from the suffocating overpresence of enjoyment. But shouldn't we add that jouissance is also a defense against desire? Enjoyment, understood as partial satisfaction, is what renders the subject's alienation in the symbolic order livable, one's very own alienation, even though this is not pleasing or fulfilling in any straightforward manner. Enjoyment is an excess that gives bodily form to a symbolic lack. 241. Enjoyment is thus at the same time a defense against, or an escape from, the void or pure transcendence of desire. If desire is by definition never fully satisfied, enjoyment enacts a reflexive turn by means of which, while still missing the absent thing, we achieve satisfaction in the very act of repeatedly missing it. This duality is at the same time the duality between desire and drive. Desire stands for lack, non-satisfaction, while drive's circular movement generates satisfaction. Desire and drive are codependent, each can be understood as a reaction to the other. Desire is metonymic, always sliding from one to another object, again and again experiencing that this is not that, and drive resolves this endless movement of desire by way of elevating the endless circulation around a lost object into a source of satisfaction. Drive is a circular movement, caught in its closed cycle, and desire breaks out of this closure, bringing fresh air into the situation, externalizing the object and sending the subject on a quest for it. Such a situation is a parallax at its purest, neither of the two terms are more primordial than the other. The third term is not any synthesis of the two but just the pure gap itself, and desire and drive are the two reactions to this gap. Desire externalizes the lack into a cause-object, drive circulates around the object. In desire, the gap appears as lack, in drive, it appears as an excess that derails the circulation of life. The best case of the porosity of the distinction between desire and drive is the case of Antigone. In his seminar on ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan proposed that the only thing one can be guilty of, at least in the analytic perspective, is having given up on one's desire. 321. His motto is thus, ne posséder sur son désir, but here ambiguity enters immediately, since desire is hysteric and metonymic, since it targets the gap beyond or between demands, so what not giving up on one's desire amounts to is precisely the readiness to pass from one to another object, because no determinate object is that, or, as Lacan put it in his seminar Encore, Jete demanded a refuser cek jet offer parce que c'est pas session of February 9, 1972. I demand from you, ask you, to reject what I offer you because it is not that. But does Antigone not function in the exactly opposite way? Her act expresses the unconditional fidelity to a deep law, not its transgression. In short, she unconditionally insists on her demand to bury her brother properly. There is no metonymic desire here, no compromise. Now we can understand why Lacan's formula of drive is $d, a subject attached to a demand, and this is what Antigone does. Is this also why Lacan's formula of ethics, do not compromise your desire, is pronounced only once, it never returns, in clear contrast to Lacan's other formulas to which he always returns in new variations? The same parallax is reproduced in the position of objet, which is simultaneously the cause-object of desire and the object of drive. In desire, it functions like the always eluding surplus, what desire cannot ever attain, while in drive, it functions like the central void around which drive circulates. At an even more formal level, objet is simultaneously what Schelling called the indivisible remainder, a rest that escapes formal structure, like the proverbial piece of trash that prevents the smooth running of a machine, and a purely formal twisted structure of the machine itself which makes it turn around itself. The two are strictly correlative. The piece of trash gives body to a contortion in the machine itself, and it is undecidable which comes first. If subject is constitutively alienated in the big other, symbolic order, does the reversal that characterizes enjoyment then function as the moment of separation which, for Lacan, follows alienation? No, separation means separation in the other itself, i.e., the lack of the subject with regard to the other is transposed into the other itself, as a separation of the other from itself. What the subject presupposed the other has, the subject cause of desire, the other itself doesn't have, so what unites me with the other is this shared lack. So where does separation enter here? Desire and enjoyment relate as lack and excess, but on the opposite sides of the Mobius track. The excess cannot be used to fill in the lack because excess is the obverse of the lack itself. Desire and enjoyment therefore cannot be united in any kind of higher synthesis or with a turn to some more fundamental dimension that grounds both poles. What comes first is only the gap itself that separates the two poles, lack and excess. Separation is to be located in this gap which separates the two versions of objet, pure form and formless remainder, lack and excess. It separates the same object from itself, into its form without stuff and its formless stuff. So what is surplus enjoyment? In a famous scene from Brecht/Weil's Drei Groschenoper, finale of Act 1, Polly expresses her wish to be happy and find a man who she can really love. Her father Peachum, with a Bible in his hand, agrees with her wish but with a twist. Das Recht des Menschen ist auf dieser Erden. Durch Kurs led, glücklich zu sein. Teilhaftig aller Lust der Welt zu werden. Zum Essen Brot zu kriegen und nicht ihnen Stein. Das ist der Menschen nachs Recht auf Erden. Doch leider hat man bisher nie vernommen. Das etwas Recht war und dann war's auch so. Hat nicht gern einmal Recht bekommen? Doch die Verhältnisse, sie sind nicht so. Or later, in a repetition. Wir waren gut anstatt so roh. Doch die Verhältnisse, sie sind nicht so. Or, in English translation. It's the right of a man on this earth. Since he doesn't live long, to be happy. To enjoy all the pleasures of this world. To get bread to eat, and not a stone. This is man's justifiable law on earth. But so far, regrettably, no one has ever heard that, what was justifiable, came true. Who wouldn't want to get what he wants? But the circumstances, they aren't so good. Point 48. And, in the repetition, we would be good instead of being so brutal. But the circumstances, they aren't so. The lyrics work here only in combination with Weil's ingenious music, in its very simplicity the true work of a genius. Point 49. Let's first take a look at the lyrics of Peachum's reply. The first half, comprising 5 lines, celebrates in a preaching religious style the way we would all like to live, a long and happy life full of earthly pleasures. Then, the second half confronts this wishful thinking with the cruel reality of misery and suffering caused by objective social circumstances. But the circumstances, they aren't so good. This last line, with its obvious cynical sarcasm, already points to the change in the tone of the music which goes in the direction opposite to what one would have expected. One would have expected the first half to be joyful, celebrating earthly pleasures, and the second part to destroy our illusions and evoke the sadness and despair of our daily life. What happens is that the first half is done in the slow preaching way of a religious sermon, while the second half is done in a joyfully cynical lively way. The obvious pleasure with which the bad news, the sad message, is delivered is surplus enjoyment at its purest. One should also note that Polly joins Peachum in this cynically joyful stance. This surplus enjoyment culminates in the almost ecstatic tone of the last 2 lines, we would be good instead of being so brutal, but the circumstances, they aren't so. Both in the first and the second half, the gap that separates the subjective position of enunciation from the objective content is mobilized, the reference to harsh circumstances is evoked with a pleasure which gives body to pure hypocrisy. What can I do? I would love to do it in another way, but such are the circumstances. It is the way to obfuscate one's subjective engagement, to make oneself an impassive victim of circumstances, like Valmont's famous C'est pas ma faute, from Les Liaisons Dangereuses. In the song that follows, one finds the inverted version of the same cynical wisdom, es jet ouch enders, aber so jet es ouch. You can do this differently, but you can also do it like this. It is the opposite of the usual leftist mantra which tells us that things are not inevitably as they are, but they could also be done otherwise, that another world is possible. Enjoying alienation. Can one imagine a better example of how enjoyment is alienated? What the constitutive alienation of enjoyment means is that we ultimately experience enjoyment as mediated by the big other. It is the other's enjoyment inaccessible to us, woman's enjoyment for men, another ethnic group's enjoyment for our group, or our rightful enjoyment stolen from us by an other or threatened by an other. Russell Sbriglia noticed how this dimension of the theft of enjoyment played a crucial role when Trump's supporters stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Could there possibly be a better exemplification of the logic of the theft of enjoyment than the mantra that Trump supporters were chanting while storming the Capitol, "Stop the steal"? The hedonistic, carnivalesque nature of the storming of the Capitol to stop the steal wasn't merely incidental to the attempted insurrection, insofar as it was all about taking back the enjoyment, supposedly, stolen from them by the nation's others, i.e., blacks, Mexicans, Muslims, LGBTQ+, etc. The element of carnival was absolutely essential to it. 50. What happened on January 6, 2021 in the Capitol was not a coup attempt but a carnival. The idea that carnival can serve as the model for the progressive protest movements. Such protests are carnivalesque not only in their form and atmosphere, theatrical performances, humorous chants, but also in their non-centralized organization is deeply problematic. Is late capitalist social reality itself not already carnivalesque? Was the infamous Kristallnacht in 1938 this semi-organized, semi-spontaneous outburst of violent attacks on Jewish homes, synagogues, businesses, and people themselves not a carnival if there ever was one? Furthermore, is carnival not also the name for the obscene underside of power, from gang rapes to mass lynchings? Let us not forget that Mikhail Bakhtin developed the notion of carnival in his book on Rabelais, written in the 1930s, as a direct reply to the carnival of the Stalinist purges. Traditionally, in resisting those in power, one of the strategies of the lower classes has regularly been to use terrifying displays of brutality to disturb the middle-class sense of decency. But with the events on Capitol, carnival again lost its innocence. Most of the Capitol protesters flew from their affluent suburbs to the U.S. Capitol, ready to die for the cause of white privilege. 51 True, but many of them were also part of a lower middle class which sees their privileges threatened by the imagined coalition of big business, new digital media corporations, banks, state administration, controlling our daily lives, imposing lockdowns, masks, gun control and other limitations on our basic freedoms, natural catastrophes, pandemic, forest fires, and others, the poor, other races, LGBT+, who are allegedly exhausting the state's financial resources, compelling it to raise taxes. Central is here the category of our way of life, socializing in bars and cafeterias or in large sport events, free car movement and the right to possess guns, rejection of everything that poses a threat to these freedoms, like masks and lockdowns, and of state control, but not against controlling the other, everything that poses a threat to this way of life, unfair Chinese trade practices, politically correct terror, global warming, pandemics, is denounced as a plot. This way of life is clearly not class neutral, it is the way of life of the white middle class who perceive themselves as the true embodiment of what America is about. So when we hear that the agent of this conspiracy did not just steal the election but is taking from us, gradually eroding, our way of life, we should apply here another category, that of the theft of enjoyment. Jacques Lacan predicted way back in the early 1970s that capitalist globalization will give rise to a new mode of racism focused on the figure of an other who either threatens to snatch from us our enjoyment, the deep satisfaction provided by our immersion in our way of life, and/or itself possesses and displays an excessive enjoyment that eludes our grasp. Suffice it to recall the anti-Semitic fantasies about secret Jewish rituals, the white supremacist fantasies about the superior sexual prowess of black men, the perception of Mexicans as rapists and drug dealers. Enjoyment is not be confused here with sexual or other pleasures, it is a deeper satisfaction in our specific way of life or paranoia about the other's way of life. What disturbs us in the other is usually embodied in small details of daily lives, the smell of their food, the loudness of their music or laughter. Incidentally, was not a similar mix of fascination and horror present in the left liberal reaction to the protesters breaking into the Capitol? Ordinary people breaking into the sacred seat of power, a carnival that momentarily suspended our rules of public life. Some of my friends were totally traumatized by the shots of the mob invading the Capitol, telling me, the crowd taking over the seat of power, we should be doing this. The wrong people are now doing it. This, maybe, is why the populist right so annoys the left. The rightists are stealing enjoyment from the left. When we deal with the social dimension of surplus enjoyment, we should bear in mind that Lacan's notion of surplus enjoyment is modeled on Marx's notion of surplus value. However, one has to be very precise about the link between surplus enjoyment and surplus value. As Alenka Zupancic put it, we are not dealing here with a parallelism between surplus enjoyment and surplus value, between libidinal and social economy, but with a short circuit between the two. With its focus on extracting surplus value, capitalism changes the basic coordinates of how we desire. Todd McGowan 52 provided a Lacanian explanation of the resiliency of capitalism, boldly admitting that, in some, very qualified, sense capitalism effectively does fit human nature. In contrast to pre-modern social orders which obfuscate the paradox of human desire and presume that desire is structured in a straightforward teleological way, we humans strive towards some ultimate goal, be it happiness or another kind of material or spiritual fulfillment, and aim at finding peace and satisfaction in its achievement. Capitalism is the first and only social order that incorporates into its functioning the basic paradox of human desire. This paradox concerns the functioning of surplus in our libidinal economy. Whatever we achieve is never that, we always want something else and more, and the ultimate aim of our desire is not to achieve some ultimate goal but to reproduce its own endless self-reproduction in an ever-expanded form. This is why the imbalance of the system defines capitalism. Capitalism can only thrive through its own constant self-undermining and revolutionizing. The paradox is that, because we desire the surplus that eludes every object, our very orientation towards pleasure and satisfaction compels us to permanently sacrifice available satisfactions on behalf of satisfactions to come. In capitalism, hedonism and asceticism coincide. Does this mean that capitalist consumerism is inherently hysteric? That we are by definition disappointed after we buy a product? The mysterious ingredient is never there, cen est pas ca, the thing we buy is never it, so we pass to the next object in the metonymy of desire? Not really. Zupancic perspicuously noted that in consumerism, the hysterical stance is effectively reappropriated by a perverse libidinal economy. As consumerists, we know well in advance that we will not get what we desired, so we are never really disappointed. The properly hysterical drama of deceit fails to take place, and it is this knowledge which neutralizes the hysterical drama that defines perversion. Hysteria is a subjective stance of questioning, what do I really desire, what does my other see or desire in me, i.e., what am I for the other, while a pervert knows, he is not haunted by questions. Today's consumerist is a cynical pervert who knows in this way, desire is neutralized, nothing happens when we achieve the object of desire, no event of a true encounter, when we love there is no falling in love. Along the same lines, in capitalism we have to further distinguish between the capitalist's enjoyment and the enjoyment attributed to capital itself. The capitalist is also in a perverse position, he enjoys observing, and actively promotes, the expanded self-reproduction of capital. At the very end of his encyclopedia, Hegel writes that the absolute idea enjoys its repeated self-reproduction, the eternal idea, in full fruition of its essence, eternally sets itself to work, engenders and enjoys itself as absolute mind. 53 At the high point of absolute knowing, the philosopher is just an impassive observer of the self-enjoyment of the absolute idea. And does the same not hold for the capitalist who observes the self-enjoyment of the capital? Robert Fowler elaborated the notion of impersonal beliefs, beliefs which function as a social fact and determine how we act, although, almost, no one directly believes. The usual excuse of individuals is something like, I know it's probably not true, but I follow the rules because they are a constituent part of my community. To be clear, this impersonal belief doesn't exist independently of subject, who believes or presupposes another to believe. It exists, or, rather, it is operative, only as presupposed by the subject who, or, rather, precisely when, they pretend not to believe. The status of this impersonal belief is thus exactly that of the big other. I don't believe. But the big other does, and for its sake I have to act as if I do believe. And, relying again on Alenka's Upensik, one should posit that, in a parallel with impersonal belief, there is also something we should call impersonal enjoyment, enjoyment which cannot be attributed to individuals, as subjects who directly enjoy. This enjoyment is attributed by subject to some figure of the big other. Such impersonal enjoyment is what characterizes perversion, which is why Lacan defines a pervert as the agent who conceives himself as the instrument of the other's enjoyment. This is what, in the very last pages of his Seminar 11, Lacan alludes to when he says that the offering to obscure gods of an object of sacrifice is something to which few subjects can resist succumbing, as if under some monstrous spell. Ignorance, indifference, and averting of the eyes may explain beneath what veil this mystery still remains hidden. But for whoever is capable of turning a courageous gaze towards this phenomenon, and, once again, there are certainly few who do not succumb to the fascination of the sacrifice in itself. The sacrifice signifies that, in the object of our desires, we try to find evidence for the presence of the desire of this other that I call here the dark God. 54. A pervert who operates under this monstrous spell and does what he does for the enjoyment of the divine other, is not a sleazy dirty guy who enjoys torturing his victims. He is, on the contrary, a cold professional who does his duty in an impersonal way, for the sake of duty. The shift from an ordinary sadist to a true pervert is what underlies Hannah Arendt's description of the change that occurred in the Nazi concentration camps when the SS replaced the SA as their administrators. Behind the blind bestiality of the SA, there often lay a deep hatred and resentment against all those who were socially, intellectually, or physically better off than themselves, and who now, as if in fulfillment of their wildest dreams, were in their power. This resentment, which never died out entirely in the camps, strikes us as a last remnant of humanly understandable feeling. The real horror began, however, when the SS took over the administration of the camps. The old spontaneous bestiality gave way to an absolutely cold and systematic destruction of human bodies, calculated to destroy human dignity. Death was avoided or postponed indefinitely. The camps were no longer amusement parks for beasts in human form, that is, for men who really belonged in mental institutions and prisons. The reverse became true, they were turned into drill grounds, on which perfectly normal men were trained to be full-fledged members of the SS. 55. Eichmann was not just a bureaucrat organizing train timetables etc., he was in some sense aware of the horror he was organizing, but his distance from this horror, his pretense that he was just a bureaucrat doing his duty, was part of his enjoyment. It was what added a surplus to his enjoyment. He enjoyed, but in a purely interpassive way, through the other, the dark God to whom de Sada referred as the supreme being in evil, El Etre Supreme en Mechancide. To put it in somewhat simplified terms, although an SS officer might pretend, and even sincerely believe, he worked for the good of his nation, in getting rid of its enemies, the very way he works for his nation, the brutality of the concentration camps, makes him a bureaucrat of evil, an agent of what Hegel would have called the ethical substance, Sitten, of his nation. And it is not just that he misunderstands the true greatness of his nation, the tension between the noble greatness of the idea of a nation and its dark underside is inscribed into the very notion of a nation. The Nazi idea of the German nation as an organic community threatened by Jewish intruders is in itself false. It forecloses imminent antagonisms which then return in the figure of the Jewish plot. The necessity to get rid of the Jews is thus inscribed into the very Nazi notion of German identity. Things are similar with the new rightist populism. The contrast between Trump's official ideological message, conservative values, and the style of his public performance, saying more or less whatever comes into in his head, insulting others and violating all rules of good manners, tells a lot about our predicament. What world do we live in which bombarding the public with indecent vulgarities presents itself as the last barrier to protect us from the triumph of the society in which everything is permitted and old values go down the drain? As Alenka Zupancic put it, Trump is not a relic of old moral majority conservatism. He is to a much greater degree the caricatural inverted image of postmodern permissive society itself, a product of this society's own antagonisms and inner limitations. Adrian Johnston proposed a complementary twist on Jacques Lacan's dictum according to which repression is always the return of the repressed. The return of the repressed sometimes is the most effective repression. 56. Is this not also a concise definition of the figure of Trump? As Freud said about perversion, in it, everything that was repressed, all repressed content, comes out in all its obscenity, but this return of the repressed only strengthens the repression, and this is also why there is nothing liberating in Trump's obscenities. They merely strengthen social oppression and mystification. Trump's obscene performances thus express the falsity of his populism, to put it with brutal simplicity. While acting as if he cares for the ordinary people, he promotes big capital. Totalitarian masters often discreetly admit that they are aware they have to employ brutal thugs to get the job done, and that these thugs are sadists who enjoy their brutal exercise of power. But they are wrong in constraining pleasure to a human factor which spoils the purity of the structure. The brutal obscenity of enjoyment is immanent to the social structure. It is a sign that this structure is in itself antagonist, inconsistent. In social life also, surplus enjoyment is needed to fill the gap, contradiction, that traverses social structure. Zupancic proposes here the hypothesis of a two-level surplus. In contrast to other modes of production, capitalism does not try to contain its structural instability. It puts to use the surplus that destabilizes other social formations. It thrives on surplus, counting it. However, sooner or later a second-level excess is produced, a surplus that cannot be included in capital's reproduction. Workers' dissatisfaction with the system, and rightist populism is an attempt to reconfigure this excess that threatens to destabilize the smooth running of capitalist reproduction in the guise of racist enjoyment, working-class resentment, anti-intellectualism. But who is this other whose instrument the pervert is? It appears in two figures which are very different. There is the Valmont-type pervert. The way Valmont seduces Madame de Courville in Liaisons Dangereuses is a cold methodical seducer who wants additionally to humiliate his victim by not just seducing her in a moment of weakness but by making her fully aware what she succumbed to and thus making her ashamed of her enjoyment in subordination. The victim is thus not an object, she is fully subjectivized, a divided subject unable to assume her enjoyment in her own humiliation. This aspect of the relationship between power and sexuality tends to be neglected today. If I am sexually desired by another subject, this gives me a certain amount of power over the other who loves me. The other can even enjoy his/her subordination to me, and I can ruthlessly exploit this power. Such power plays are an immanent part of the dialectics of sexual desire. When I love or desire somebody passionately, I am helplessly exposed to him/her and as such profoundly vulnerable. On the other hand, my asexual power over another subject enables me to sexually exploit him/her. A teacher can demand a sexual favor from his student, a boss can demand the same from his subordinates. It is significant that the first aspect is largely ignored in contemporary debates about sex and power, which focus almost exclusively on how somebody in a position of power over me can exploit me by way of demanding sexual favors from me. But the SS executioners in Auschwitz were not doing this. Their enjoyment was not externalized in their victims but in the impersonal big other. A pervert is not an exception to how enjoyment functions. He rather brings out the basic decentering of enjoyment with regard to subject. Enjoyment is never directly subjectivized, assumed as mine. Subjectivation is always a reaction to the traumatic intrusion of enjoyment, a way to acquire a distance towards it. Maybe, desire is the name of how enjoyment is subjectivized. Martin Luther as a film noir figure. Now we reach the core of our topic, the theologico-political dimension of enjoyment from a materialist standpoint. Theology signals the decentering of enjoyment with regard to subject. God is the ultimate figure of the enjoying big other, and such a figure of the big other poses a threat to the subject's freedom. It compels us to abolish human freedom. Frank Ruda developed this topic in detail, and it is crucial that, in reading his Abolishing Freedom 57, we do not take its premises, of the need to abolish freedom, etc., as some kind of postmodern irony, as a series of paradoxes not meant quite literally but just formulated to make us aware of true freedom. Ruda's premises are to be taken literally and seriously. Freedom is today, as Ruda puts it, a term of disorientation, a term which, instead of enabling us to draw the line of crucial distinction, blurs this line. The enigma that underlies Ruda's book is, if there is no freedom of will, either in the religious sense of predestination or in the naturalist sense of brain sciences, why does it matter so much to those who deny free will to convince us and make us admit that we have no free will, as if this admission will make a big difference? In technical terms, we are dealing here with a pragmatic contradiction. The enunciated propositional content, full determinism, is contradicted not by other positive facts or claims but by the very process of its enunciation. Subjects who argue and try to convince us there is no free will act as free agents engaged in rational argumentation. This contradiction indicates a more radical gap. The solution is, yes, free will is ultimately an appearance, not a fact waiting to be discovered by objective science, but this appearance itself has an efficiency of its own. In his reading of Tourneur's classic Out of the Past, Pippin notes, the finesse of the hero's predicament in film noir. Yes, we are doomed, fate pulls the strings, every manipulator is in his/her turn manipulated, every position of a free agent who decides his fate is illusory, but to simply endorse and assume this predicament is also an illusion, an escapist avoiding of the burden of responsibility. If the traditional assumptions about self-knowing, deliberation-guided, casually effective agents are becoming less credible and are under increasing pressure, what difference should it make in how we comport ourselves? What would it actually be to acknowledge the truth or take into practical account the uncertainty? It is difficult to imagine what simply acknowledging the facts would be, to give up all pretensions to agency, when Jeff refuses to accept Kathy's fatalistic characterization that both of them simply are no good, implying that it is useless to fight, and he calls the police. He assumes a stance, a practical point of view, that in effect concedes how limited is the room for action allowed him by this point, but which does not assume that he is simply carried along by the consequences of his history, his past, or his nature, no good. He ends up an agent, however restricted and compromised, in the only way one can be. He acts like 1.58. We cannot escape from the clutches of fate, but we also cannot escape from the burden of responsibility into fate. Many of the best noirs are quite good at conveying to us the sense that this complicated and paradoxical situation, is what could more properly be said to be our modern fate. 59. Is this not why psychoanalysis is exemplary of our predicament? Yes, we are decentered, caught in a foreign cobweb, overdetermined by unconscious mechanisms. Yes, I am spoken more than speaking, the other speaks through me, but simply assuming this fact, in the sense of rejecting any responsibility, is also false, a case of self-deception. Psychoanalysis makes me even more responsible than traditional morality, it makes me responsible even for what is beyond my conscious control. Don't we get here a nice case of negation of negation? First, subjective autonomy is negated, but then this negation itself is negated, denounced as a subjective stratagem. Was Luther not dealing with exactly the same paradox when he deploys how only the limit experience of our utter impotence and incapacity to fulfill God's commandments, the experience which compels us to accept that we have no free will, can bring us to true faith? Here is Ruta's concise description of this paradox. God has willed what he willed for eternity, even before the foundation of the world. For this reason his love, and hatred eternal, being prior to the creation of the world. This is why there is predestination. This is also why his commandments cannot be fulfilled by us if he does or did not will it so. They exist for us in order to allow us to have the undeniable experience of how incapable we are. The law thus generates knowledge of one's own incapacity and impotence, of how great weakness there is. Commandments produce knowledge of the fact that there is no free will. 31-2. The first thing to note here is the superego dimension of divine commandments. For Freud, superego is a commandment coming from an obscene agent who bombards us with it with the aim of making visible our failure to comply with it. The one who enjoys here is the other, God, and it sadistically enjoys our failure. This convoluted structure of an injunction which is fulfilled when we fail to meet it accounts for the paradox of superego noted by Freud. The more we obey the superego commandment, the more we feel guilty. This paradox also holds when we follow Lacan and read superego as an injunction to enjoy. Enjoyment is an impossible real, we cannot ever fully attain it, and this failure makes us feel guilty. Another paradox is at work here. Enjoyment as an impossible real means that we cannot ever attain it and that we cannot ever get rid of it, since our very attempts to get rid of it generate a surplus enjoyment of their own. A series of situations that characterize today's society perfectly exemplify this type of superego individualization: ecology, political correctness, poverty, up to indebtedness in general. Does the predominant ecological discourse not address us as a priori guilty, indebted to Mother Nature, under the constant pressure of the ecological superego agency which addresses us in our individuality? What did you do today to repay your debt to nature? Did you put all newspapers into a proper recycling bin? And all the bottles of beer or cans of Coke? Did you use your car where you could have used a bike or some means of public transport? Did you use air conditioning instead of just opening wide the windows? 60. The ideological stakes of such individualization are easily discernible. I get lost in my own self-examination instead of raising much more pertinent global questions about our entire industrial civilization. This is why it is in a way quite justified that I feel guilty. Following the injunctions to recycle etc. ultimately means that I follow rituals which allow me to postpone doing something that would really address the causes of ecological crisis. The same goes for the endless politically correct self-examination. Was my glance at the flight attendant too intrusive or sexually offensive? Did I use any words with a possible sexist undertone while addressing her? Etc. etc. The pleasure, thrill even, provided by such self-probing is evident. Recall how self-critical regret is mixed with joy when I discover that my innocent joke was not so innocent after all, that it contained a racist undertone. As for charity, recall how we are all the time bombarded by messages destined to make us feel guilty for our comfortable way of life while children are starving in Somalia or dying unnecessarily from easily curable diseases, messages which simultaneously offer an easy way out. You can make a difference. Give $10 monthly and you will make a black orphan happy. Again, the ideological underpinning is easily discernible here. Lazaretto's notion of indebted man provides a general structure of such subjectivity for which the superego pressure of being indebted is constitutive. To paraphrase Descartes, I am in debt, therefore I exist as a subject integrated into the social order. And does the same not hold even for the pathological fear of some Western liberal leftists of being guilty of Islamophobia? Any critique of Islam is denounced as an expression of Western Islamophobia. Salman Rushdie is denounced for unnecessarily provoking Muslims and thus, partially, at least, responsible for a fatwa condemning him to death, etc. etc. The result of such a stance is what one can expect in such cases. The more the Western liberal leftists probe into their guilt, the more they are accused by Muslim fundamentalists of being hypocrites who try to conceal their hatred of Islam. This constellation again perfectly reproduces the paradox of the superego: the more you obey what the other demands of you, the guiltier you are. It is as if the more you tolerate Islam, the stronger its pressure on you will be. And the implicit lesson of Luther is that we should not be afraid to apply this notion of superego to God himself and to how he relates to us, humans. God not only imposes on us commandments, he knows, we are unable to fulfill. He imposes on us these commandments not in order to really test us, not with the hope that we will perhaps succeed in following the commandments, but precisely in order to bring us to despair, to make us aware of our failure. And here, at this point only, we reach the limit of Christianity proper. This awareness of our utter impotence is the act of freedom. It changes everything. It is because of our freedom that the experience of our impotence drives us to despair. Without freedom, we would simply accept that we are an unfree cog in the divine machinery. If, on the contrary, we were to find in ourselves the strength to meet the challenge and to act according to divine commandments, this would also not mean that we are free, but simply that the ability to act according to divine commandments is part of our nature, of our natural dispositions and potentials. For this insight into our despair and utter impotence, Christ is not needed. It is just the omnipotent hidden God versus us. In Ruda's words, the affirmation of the fact that there is no common measure that relates God and mankind, there is no human-divine relationship. Erasmus falsely assumes that there is a continuity between man and God and thereby also confuses God preached and God hidden. It is precisely this distinction, in Hegelian terms, that between God for us and God in itself, that needs to be taken into account. God is not his word. The word is God revealed to mankind. To think God, one needs to avoid the temptation of fusing revelation, the word, Christ, and God as such. 32. Here, however, we have to introduce a key Hegelian twist. If there is a radical gap, a difference different from all other differences, that separates the revealed God, Scripture, and God in himself, the hidden or naked God, 33, then this gap is not just the gap between God in itself and how God appears to us, it is also a gap in God itself. The fact that God appears is an event which deeply affects God's identity. There is no human-divine relationship, but this non-relationship exists as such, in the figure of Christ, God who is a human being. In other words, Christ is not a figure of mediation between God and man, a proof that God relates to man with loving care. What happens with Christ is that the non-relationship between God and man is transposed into God itself. The gap that separates man from God is asserted as immanent to God. Everything changes with this move. The one who experiences utter despair, expressed in his my God, why have you forsaken me, is God, the Son, himself, Christ dying on the cross, and through my belief in Christ I identify with God in my very despair. Identity with God is not achieved through some sublime spiritual elevation, but only in the passage through utter despair, by way of transposing our own incapacity and impotence to God himself. Point 61. When this happens, God the Father is no longer an obscene superego agent, and the abyss of utter despair turns out to be the other face of my radical freedom. We should never forget that, in Luther's vision, an individual is thrown into despair when he experiences his impotence and inability to obey God's commandments, not to carry out some impossible task. In paradise already, Adam and Eve ate the prohibited apple, and is freedom not precisely the freedom not to obey commandments? The unique role of Christ is something that escapes mysticism even at its best, which means, of course, Meister Eckhart. Eckhart was on the right track when he said that he'd rather go to hell with God than to heaven without, but his ultimate horizon of the mystical unity of man and God as the abyssal oneness in which man and God as separate entities disappear prevents him from drawing all the consequences from his insight. Let us quote extensively from Eckhart's Sermon 87, "Blessed are the poor in spirit," which focuses on what does true poverty amounts to. As long as a man still somehow has the will to fulfill the very dear will of God, that man does not have the poverty we are talking about, for this man still wills to satisfy God's will, and this is not true poverty. For, if a man has true poverty, then he must be as free of his own will now, as a creature, as he was before he was created. For I am telling you by the eternal truth, as long as you have the will to fulfill God's will and are longing for eternity and for God, you are not truly poor. For only one who wills nothing and desires nothing is a poor man. Therefore we say that a man should be so poor that he neither is nor has a place in which God could accomplish his work. If this man still holds such a place within him, then he still clings to duality. I pray to God that he rids me of God, for my essential being is above God insofar as we comprehend God to be the origin of all creatures. In that divine background of which we speak, where God is above all beings and all duality, there I was myself, I willed myself and I knew myself, in order to create my present human form. And therefore I am my own source according to my timeless being, but not according to my becoming which is temporal. Therefore, I am unborn, and, in the same way as I have never been born, I shall never die. What I am according to my birth will die and be annihilated, since it is mortal it must decompose in time. In my eternal birth all things were born and I was the source of myself and of all things, and if I had so willed there would be neither I nor any things, but if I were not, then God would not be, for I am the cause of God's existence, if I were not, God would not be God. However, it is not necessary to know that. 62. Eckhart relies here on the distinction between me as a creature, part of the realm of creatures with God, the origin of all creatures, at its apex, and between the eternal impersonal I that is one with God beyond all creaturely life, as I stand empty of my own will, of God, of God's will, and of all his works and of God himself, there I am above all creatures. I am neither God nor creature, rather I am that I was and will remain, now and forever. 63. But this distinction is not enough to really account for Eckhart's own claim that it is better to be in hell with God than in heaven without God. One has to be precise here. Eckhart does not talk about Christ, but about God. Ich will lieber in der Hölle sein und das ich Gott have, denn in dem Himmelreich und das ich Gott nicht en habe. I would rather be in hell and have God than be in the kingdom of heaven and not have God. 64. It is my contention that one should replace here God with Christ. One cannot be without God in heaven because God is heaven, and the only way God can be in hell is in the figure of Christ. The reason we have to replace God with Christ is thus simply that this is the only way to make Eckhart's proposition meaningful in a Christian sense. We have here a nice example of how a misquote is closer to truth than the original. Or, to go a step further, not only is a world without God hell, but God without Christ, i.e. God in his separation from man, is the devil himself. The difference between God and the devil is thus that of a parallax. They are one and the same entity, just viewed from a different perspective. The devil is God perceived as a superego authority, as a master enacting his caprices. The mystical unity of my I and God in which we both dissolve is beyond heaven and hell. There is even no proper place for Christ in it, it is the void of eternity. Insofar as we nonetheless define heaven as the bliss of eternity in which I am fully one with God, then Christ as an embodied individual, as a God who is simultaneously a mortal creature, dying on the cross, definitely belongs to the domain of hell. In their Engel, Rammstein describe in simple but touching terms the sadness and horror of angels who dwell in heaven afraid and alone, sad because there is no love up there, maybe the deadly suffocating love of God which is a mask of his indifference. God the Father knows I don't want to be an angel, but he keeps me there. Love comes only through Christ, and Christ's place is in hell where life is, where passions divide us. And there is a step further to be made here. If, in order to reach the abyss of the void, I have to get rid of God himself as the supreme creature, the only place to do it is hell where God is by definition absent. To step out of the realm of creatures one has to descend to the lowest level of creaturely life which is hell. In his provocative claim, Eckhart doesn't only imagine where to be with or without Christ, he proposes a real choice we have to make, the choice between God and Christ, and it is the choice between heaven and hell. Rimbaud wrote in his A Season in Hell, I believe I am in hell, therefore I am. One has to take this claim in its full Cartesian sense. Only in hell can I exist as a singular unique I, a finite creature which is nonetheless able to separate itself from the cosmic order of creatures and step into the primordial void. Eckhart progresses from the temporal order of creatures to the primordial abyss of eternity, but he avoids the key question: how do creatures arise from this primordial abyss? Not how can we reach eternity from our temporal finite being, but how can eternity itself descend into temporal finite existence? The only answer is that, as Schelling saw it, eternity is the ultimate prison, a suffocating closure, and it is only the fall into creaturely life which introduces opening into human, and even divine, experience. This point was made very clearly by G.K. Chesterton, who wrote apropos of the fashionable claim about the alleged spiritual identity of Buddhism and Christianity. Love desires personality, therefore love desires division. It is the instinct of Christianity to be glad that God has broken the universe into little pieces. This is the intellectual abyss between Buddhism and Christianity, that for the Buddhist or Theosophist personality is the fall of man, for the Christian it is the purpose of God. Christianity is a sword which separates and sets free. No other philosophy makes God actually rejoice in the separation of the universe into living souls. 65. And Chesterton is fully aware that it is not enough for God to separate man from himself so that mankind will love him. This separation has to be reflected back into God himself, so that God is abandoned by himself. When the world shook and the sun was wiped out of heaven, it was not at the crucifixion, but at the cry from the cross, the cry which confessed that God was forsaken of God. And now let the revolutionists choose a creed from all the creeds and a God from all the gods of the world, carefully weighing all the gods of inevitable recurrence and of unalterable power. They will not find another God who has himself been in revolt. Nay, the matter grows too difficult for human speech, but let the atheists themselves choose a God. They will find only one divinity who ever uttered their isolation, only one religion in which God seemed for an instant to be an atheist. 66. Because of this overlapping between man's isolation from God and God's isolation from himself, Christianity is terribly revolutionary. That a good man may have his back to the wall is no more than we knew already, but that God could have his back to the wall is a boast for all insurgents forever. Christianity is the only religion on earth that has felt that omnipotence made God incomplete. Christianity alone has felt that God, to be holy God, must have been a rebel as well as a king. 67. We all know Einstein's claim against quantum physics: God doesn't play dice. Niels Bohr aptly answered Einstein, "Don't tell God what to do." And we should go to the end in this direction. When a theologist claims God cannot be evil, our reply should be, "Don't tell God what he can or cannot be." Chesterton is fully aware that we are thereby approaching a matter more dark and awful than it is easy to discuss, a matter which the greatest saints and thinkers have justly feared to approach. But in that terrific tale of the Passion there is a distinct emotional suggestion that the author of all things, in some unthinkable way, went not only through agony, but through doubt. In the standard form of atheism, emancipated humans stop believing in God. In Christianity, God dies for himself in his my God, why have you forsaken me?" Christ himself commits what is for a Christian the ultimate sin: he wavers in his faith. And, again, this is what eludes Eckhart: for him, God dies for himself in the sense that God as the supreme being, as the origin of all creaturely life, also disappears when a human being reaches its utmost poverty. At this 0 point, man and God become indistinguishable, the abyssal one. For Chesterton, however, the ultimate mystery of Christianity is the exact opposite, the division of man from God, which is transposed into God himself in the figure of Christ. Here we finally reach the ultimate paradox of Luther's theology: how does the divine self-division affect the relationship between freedom and predestination? Predestination is not an objective fact but a matter of choice, of our own unconscious choice which precedes our temporal existence. This peculiar kind of choice to which we are condemned is structurally analogous to what Freud calls the choice of neurosis, a choice that is peculiarly independent of experiences. This means that in a certain sense the subject is forced to choose its own unconscious. This claim that the subject, so to speak, chooses her unconscious, is the very condition of possibility of psychoanalysis. 162. When Freud says that this forced choice, forced because it always already happened, we never choose, this choice which is simultaneously impossible and necessary, unavoidable, is independent of experiences, one should give to this formulation all its Kantian weight. The fact that the choice of neurosis is independent of experience means that it is not an empirical, pathological, in Kant's sense, choice but a properly transcendental choice that precedes our empirical temporal existence. Kant talks about such an eternal/atemporal choice of our character, and Schelling follows him at this point. If I am evil, I cannot avoid acting in evil ways in my life, such is my character, but I am nonetheless responsible for it because I've chosen it in an atemporal act. Are we thereby not back at exemplum as different from examples? The eternal/atemporal choice is, of course, a fiction in the sense that it never takes place in our temporal reality. It is a fictional X presupposed by all our actual acts and choices, and precisely as such, it is the exemplum of a free choice. Or, to put it in Kantian terms, all our temporal choices can be suspected of being pathological, not free acts but conditioned by our contingent interests and determinations. Only the eternal/atemporal choice is actually free. Ruda is right to point out that such a choice explains Freud's formula anatomy is destiny, which should be read as a Hegelian speculative statement in which subject passes into predicate. It doesn't mean the anatomic/biological fact of having a penis or not determines our social destiny as a man or a woman. It means, almost, the exact opposite. What we, perceive as a fact of anatomy is symbolic destiny, i.e., we choose our destiny in a forced choice, and this choice underlies the everyday perception of our sexual identity being based on anatomy. The fact that it is the female logic that makes all this visible means that, for Freud, woman is the name of this peculiar freedom that we know nothing of. But if woman is a name for this choice, this also means that within the female logic woman does not exist, as a fixed entity. Rather, woman is a name for this act. 163. The act of choice is not neutral. There is no neutral subject choosing a side in sexual difference. The act of choice is feminine, man is a chosen identity. To put it in somewhat simplified terms, sexual difference is ultimately the one between becoming and being, and this is how one can also read Lacan's claim that the woman doesn't exist, man exists, woman is becoming. Which also means, man is object, woman is subject. Is this not confirmed even at the level of anatomy? In her Erased Pleasure, Catherine Malibu 68 provides a philosophical investigation into the paradoxical status of the clitoris. The clitoris doesn't penetrate anything and, as such, it contains the possibility of a different way to relate to power, free from domination and will to penetrate. The clitoris is the only organ that serves nothing, i.e., just pleasure. Other mammals also have it, although it is not clear if it brings orgasm. It gives the body an anarchic excess outside binary complementarity of protruding penis and vaginal hole. It is easy to explain the clitoris in an evolutionary way as a remainder of the bisexuality of the fetus in the first weeks of pregnancy, with no function now, like male breast nipples. But, of course, what is at stake is not the evolutionary origin of the clitoris, it is its role in the symbolic space of a woman which makes it dramatic, for men, an object willfully ignored and even circumcised, clitorodectomy. However, Malibu all too quickly dismisses Lacan, and Freud, as phallogocentric. It is not that we have a normal phallic constellation, erect penis, vaginal hole to be penetrated, ejaculation and vaginal orgasm, and then clitoris as an element which poses a threat to this phallic constellation, challenging it, introducing a heterogeneous moment, a source of pleasure independent of phallic sexuality. This may appear to fit Lacan's formulas of sexuation. The masculine position is phallic while the feminine position is not. All caught in the phallic logic, something escapes it, and this something, the non-phallic jouissance feminine, is embodied in the clitoris. However, such a reading ignores the paradox of Lacan's formulas. The feminine position of not all implies that there is no exception, there is nothing which eludes phallic function, while the masculine logic implies an exception. This reference to Lacan enables us to see how the phallic constellation, penis/vagina, and clitoris are moments of the same all-encompassing constellation of sexual difference as impossible. We should thus shift the accent. It's not just that the clitoris embodies autonomous feminine enjoyment as opposed to vaginal enjoyment, which is complementary to phallic. With the clitoris, sexual difference itself is integrated/reflected in the feminine body. The clitoris is a phallic remainder, its visible head is a small penis, but inside it is much larger, spreading down beneath vaginal lips. What if, then, what defines feminine sexuality is the distance itself between the clitoris and the vaginal hole, between non-phallic clitoral orgasm and phallic vaginal one? Recall the classical scene of a woman who masturbates herself clitorally while being penetrated by a penis. In the heterosexual masculine case, the division is external, it is penis versus vagina, while in the feminine case it is internal, it is vaginal hole versus clitoris. Here we can see clearly how woman stands for choosing while man stands for an accomplished choice, of phallus. Or, at a more abstract ontological level, woman stands for abyssal freedom while man stands for predestination. A desire not to have a mother. We should avoid here the pseudo-Freudian temptation. The woman which stands for abyssal freedom is not mother. The subject, inclusive of women, who dares to confront this abyss has precisely to reject mother. It is Medea who, through her rejection of motherhood, killing her children, assumes this abyss. Rammstein outlines this rejection in one of their supreme songs, Mutter. The lyrics tell the story of a child not born from a womb but in an experiment, thus having no true father or mother. They describe his plan to kill both the mother who never gave birth to him and then himself. However, he fails to kill himself, instead ending up mutilated and no better off than before. The child begs and prays for strength, but his dead mother does not answer. His situation is ambiguous. Was it an experimental birth out of the womb, an abortion so that he sings as dead, or, at a more general level, is it a metaphor for the situation of Germans after World War II where they found their motherland destroyed and thus their lives ruined? One should resist here the temptation to decide what the song really is about. It really is about the formal constellation of a motherless child who survives his suicide. And a similar ambiguity is surprisingly at work in different musical versions of the song. There is the Rammstein hard rock original, but then there are versions for solo soprano accompanied by piano or symphonic orchestra, for a male chorus, even for a children's chorus, with lyrics in Russian, and they all sound so natural in spite of the extreme brutality of the event described in lyrics. Even the obvious nonsenses of the lyrics, how can a child who never had a mother kill her, are meaningful here. Mother failed, she is guilty, precisely for not being there when needed. The children with gray hair are not just the paradox of old children. Newborns can often look like old men, with gray hair and wrinkled skin. It takes a couple of days to become a child without hair and with smooth skin. Is this child not like an angel stuck in a limbo, neither unborn not born? Angels in heaven are also motherless. But the lesson of the song is much more radical, metaphysical. Even the extreme situation it describes is the universal predicament of all of us, actually existing human beings. In psychoanalytic terms, mother is impossible/real, no actual mother is mother, so we are all in some sense not even fully born, we are freaks not even fully thrown into the world. The problem is not that we are still stuck in the mother's body but that we were never in it. We were from the beginning aliens parasitizing in the womb. The hero's suicide had to fail because he never was fully alive. It is only through the failure of his suicide that he comes to be the ultimate proof that being is failed non-being. So is there a happy outcome to this deadlock? Yes. See The Butterfly Effect, 2004, directed by Eric Bress and J. Mackay Gruber, which tells the story of Evan, played by Ashton Kutcher, who finds he can travel back in time to inhabit his former self. He repeatedly attempts to change his catastrophic present by changing his past behaviors and set things right for himself and his friends, But every time he does this and returns to the present, the situation is even worse, until he finds the only solution. He views a family film of his father's, that showed Evan's mother just before she was about to give birth to Evan. Evan travels back to that moment and strangles himself in the womb with his umbilical cord so as to prevent himself from continuing. This ending is available only in the director's cut of the film. The version released in movie theaters has a standard happy ending. 69 The film is right, this is the only truly happy ending we can imagine to our lives, as Sophocles knew when he wrote that the greatest happiness is not being born at all. One should raise Evan's final act to the transcendental level of a primordial atemporal decision by means of which we choose ourselves, our eternal character, of which Kant spoke in this case. He successfully chooses his own not being. This, however, is not the last word to be said on this topic. Evan's mistake is that he focuses his life on happiness, on how to avoid suffering. He sacrifices even his love only so that he and others will not suffer. However, to use Badiou's terms, happiness is a category of the human animal, of our ordinary life whose horizons are pleasure and satisfaction in all their guises. Perverted as they are, this life is effectively just a postponed suicidal despair. If we are to overcome this despair, we have to enter another dimension of existence, what Badiou calls the event in its four modes: science, philosophy included, art, politics, including politicized economy, and love. To live in fidelity to an event does not entail happiness but a life of struggle, of risks and tensions, of the creative engagement for a cause which surpasses our existence. Finale. Subjective destitution as a political category. Lately, after the publication of Heidegger's Black Notes, attempts abound to exclude him from the list of philosophers to be taken seriously on account of his anti-Semitism and his Nazi links. For this very reason, one should insist that Heidegger remains pertinent, even when he is at his worst. Unexpected links open themselves up. In the mid-1930s, Heidegger said, there are human beings and human groups, Negroes like, for example, Kafirs, who have no history. However, animal and plant life has a 1,000-year-long and eventful history. Within the human region, history can be missing, as with Negroes. One, Kafir was at the time of apartheid an ethnic slur used to refer to black Africans in South Africa. The quoted lines are strange, even by Heidegger's standards. So animals and plants do have history, but Negroes do not. Animal and plant life has a 1,000-year-long and eventful history, but for sure not in the strict Heidegger sense of the epical disclosure of being. Plus, where then do countries like China or India stand, which are also not historical in Heidegger's specific sense? The true enigma, which should not be dismissed as a simple case of misunderstanding, is, however, the case of Grant Fard, a noted contemporary black philosopher who teaches at Cornell. His short book Martin Heidegger Saved My Life Too was written in reaction to a racist encounter, in the fall of 2013, while raking leaves outside his home. Fard experienced a racist encounter. A white woman stopped to ask him, "Would you like another job?" Fard responded, "Only if you can match my Cornell faculty salary." In order to understand what happened to him, Fard turned to Heidegger. Heidegger saved me because he gave me the language to write about race in such a way as I'd never written it before. Heidegger enabled me to write in this way because he has made me think about how to think. 3. What he found so useful in Heidegger was the notion of language as a house of being, not the abstract universal language of science and state administration, but language rooted in a particular way of life, language as the medium of an always unique life experience which discloses reality to us in a historically specific way. It is easy to imagine how such a stance enables a subject to resist being swallowed into a global universe of technological domination. However, is this the way to fight what is often called the Americanization of our lives? To answer this question, we have to think, and, as Fard repeatedly points out, this is what he learned from Heidegger, not just to think but to think about thinking. We live in a unique moment which gives rise to the urgency to think. Ours is not a peaceful time which provides the opportunity to comfortably withdraw into reflection on the world, but a time when our survival itself as humans is under threat from different directions, the prospect of total digital control which aims to invade our mind itself, the wired brain, uncontrollable viral infections, the effects of global warming. In a recent interview, Brian Greene suggested that there are two opposite ways to react when we find ourselves in such a difficult predicament. In this moment of global crisis, when all future plans have seemingly been upended and the fragility of life illuminated with terrible clarity, there is much solace to be found in focusing on the present moment, meeting each day, each hour, each meal as it comes. But there is also a type of inner peace to be found by zooming out beyond this moment, this century, this millennium, back to the beginning of time and forward to the death of the universe. Point 4. So we either withdraw into our immediate, spatial and temporal, proximity, forget about global crisis, think about the grass in front of us, the good food we are chewing, or into a global view of the universe which makes us an invisible tiny drop. When you think about the Big Bang and the formation of first stars, one can ignore what happens on a tiny planet in a small galaxy. 5. But what if such a messy time is the proper time to raise eternal questions in a different sense? The worst thing to do today would be to say that we should focus on solving actual problems and forget about eternal questions. In some sense, which is far from simply metaphorical, eternity is what is at stake today. However, is philosophy still a good name for such thinking about our predicament? Are we, philosophers, not bombarded from all sides by the notion that the era of philosophy is over? The Two Ends of Philosophy. In his short but crucial late text The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, 6, Heidegger resumed in a succinct way his basic insight into the possibility of thinking after the culmination of Western philosophy in modern science and technology. However, the topic of the end of philosophy dominates European philosophy from Kant onwards. Kant designates his critical approach as a prolegomena to a future philosophy, metaphysics. Fichte talks about the doctrine of science, Wissenschaftslehre, instead of philosophy. Hegel saw his system as no longer just philosophy, love of wisdom, but knowledge itself. Marx opposed philosophy to study of actual life, etc. until Heidegger, whose motto was the end of philosophy and the task of thinking. My first thesis is that there is a deep paradox in this fact. It is only with Kant's revolution, with his notion of the transcendental, that philosophy came to itself. Is it not that, ultimately, philosophy as such begins with Kant, with his transcendental turn? Is it not that the entire previous philosophy can be understood properly not as the simple description of the entire universe, of the totality of beings, but as the description of the horizon within which entities disclose themselves to a finite human being only if read anachronistically, from the standpoint opened up by Kant? Is it not that it was Kant who also opened up the field within which Heidegger himself was able to formulate the notion of Dasein as the place in which beings appear within a historically determined/destined horizon of meaning? I am well aware that Heidegger would never have accepted the use of the term transcendental for his approach, since transcendental is for him irreducibly branded by the notion of modern subjectivity. In spite of that, I keep this term since I think it remains the most appropriate one to indicate the idea of a horizon within which entities appear to us. There are, of course, numerous reactions to the claim that philosophy is over. We have in the last decades attempts to resuscitate pre-Kantian metaphysical ontology. Already the status of Deleuze's thought is ambiguous. While Derrida is the ultimate historicist deconstructionist, does Deleuze not deploy in his great works, From Difference and Repetition on, a kind of global vision of reality? And is Badiou's logic of the worlds not a kind of a priori of all possible realities? In a conversation with me, he characterized his logics of the worlds as his dialectics of nature. Then comes Quintin Melassu and the object-oriented ontology with its new theory of everything, Graham Harman, which conceives humans as one among the objects. Although, in my view, Harman simply deploys yet another transcendental vision of reality, this certainly is not his intention. New anti-transcendental realists from Harman to Marcus Gabriel deploy new ontologies, new universal theories of everything, What we should propose is a new plurality of ontologies, a multiverse in the sense of a realist reading of Plato's Parmenides. Different ontological models describe different worlds. There is a world in which phenomena can be reduced to an underlying stable essence, a world in which soul is an immanent principle of its body, a world in which there is no contingency since iron necessity reigns in it, a world of limitless contingent interaction of phenomena, a world totalized by God, etc. In contrast to these returns to ontology, I think that after Heidegger such thinking is no longer possible. We also have attempts to provide a more refined version of naturalism which avoids the narrow confines of reducing everything to natural objective reality. In his Naturalism Without Representationalism, 7. Price elaborates the difference between object naturalism, on, and subject naturalism, SN. As an ontological doctrine, on is the view that in some important sense, all there is the world studied by science. As an epistemological doctrine, it is the view that all genuine knowledge is scientific knowledge. In contrast to this approach which directly focuses on objective reality, SN begins with what science tells us about ourselves. Science tells us that we humans are natural creatures, and if the claims and ambitions of philosophy conflict with this view, then philosophy needs to give way. This is naturalism in the sense of Hume, then, and arguably Nietzsche. I'll call it subject naturalism. Although on seems universal and SN its particular case, we, humans, as natural beings, Price demonstrated with a subtle analysis that SN has logical priority. Subject naturalism is theoretically prior to object naturalism, because the latter depends on validation from a subject naturalist perspective. What this implies is a shift in our notion of language from its representational functioning, we use words to refer to non-linguistic external reality, to its performative functioning, language as a material practice which includes a multitude of games, orders, expressions, declarations of facts, obeying different rules. Objective scientific approach is always rooted in these symbolic practices, which means, in my terms, that Price's SN subtly transcendentalizes naturalism. Although we are part of nature, our symbolic practice is an a priori which already has to be here if we are to analyze objective reality. However, from my standpoint, SN still leaves open the ultimate question: how does a subject emerge out of prelinguistic reality? 8. To recapitulate our first result, the gap between reality and its transcendental horizon concerns the universal structure of how reality appears to us. What conditions must be met for us to perceive something as really existing? In this way, we can avoid the reproach that philosophy is an illegitimate vision of the universe not grounded in scientific research. Transcendental thought doesn't speculate about all of reality, about how reality really is in itself. It just concerns itself with how we in our actual lives accept something as really existing. Transcendental is the philosopher's technical term for such a frame which defines the coordinates of reality. For example, the transcendental approach makes us aware that, for a scientific naturalist, only spatio-temporal material phenomena regulated by natural laws really exist, while for a pre-modern traditionalist, spirits and meanings are also part of reality, not only are human projections. The ontic approach, on the other hand, is concerned with reality itself, in its emergence and deployment. How did the universe come to be? Does it have a beginning and an end? What is our place in it? Prior to Kantian transcendental break, philosophy was a view notion of the totality of beings. How is all of reality structured? Is there a highest being? What is the place of humans in it? Thales is usually named as the first philosopher, and his answer was, water is the substance of everything. Note that he says water and not earth, the usual mythic reply. As already Hegel noted, water as the ultimate substance is not the empirical water we see and feel. A minimum of idealism is already at work here. Thales's water is an ideal entity. This short circuit stands for the inaugural gesture of philosophy. One particular element stands for all. The usual modern reproach is that this short circuit performs an illegitimate jump into universality. In its metaphysical speculations, philosophy proposes a universalization without proper empirical study and justification. Only today, with theories of everything in physics, are we gradually approaching a serious scientific answer to big questions, and this means the end of philosophy. In recent decades, technological progress in experimental physics has opened up a new domain, unthinkable in the classical scientific universe, that of the experimental metaphysics. Questions previously thought to be a matter solely for philosophical debate have been brought into the orbit of empirical inquiry. 9. What until now has been the topic of mental experiments is gradually becoming the topic of actual laboratory experiments. Exemplary is here the famous Einstein-Rosen-Podolsky double-slit experiment, first just imagined, then actually performed by Alain Aspect. The properly metaphysical propositions tested are the ontological status of contingency, the locality condition of causality, the status of reality independent of our observation, etc. Here one should be absolutely clear, these accounts are, in spite of their imperfections, in a certain sense simply and rather obviously true, so one should abandon all obscurantist or spiritualist reference to some mysterious dimension that eludes science. Should we then simply endorse this prospect and abandon philosophy? In philosophy, the predominant form of resistance to the full scientific self-objectivization of humanity which nonetheless admits science's achievements is the neo-Kantian transcendental philosophy, whose exemplary case today is Habermas. Our self-perception as free and responsible agents is not just a necessary illusion, but the transcendental a priori of every scientific knowledge. For Habermas, the attempt to study first-person subjective experience from the third-person, objectifying viewpoint, involves the theorist in a performative contradiction, since objectification presupposes participation in an intersubjectively instituted system of linguistic practices whose normative valence conditions the scientist's cognitive activity. Point 10. Habermas characterizes this intersubjective domain of rational validity as the dimension of objective mind which cannot be understood in terms of the phenomenological profiles of the community of conscious selves comprised in it. It is the intrinsically intersubjective status of the normative realm that precludes any attempt to account for its operation or genesis in terms of entities or processes simpler than the system itself. Lacan's term for this objective mind, irreducible to the real of raw reality as well as to the imaginary of our self-experience, is, of course, the big other. Neither the phenomenological, imaginary, nor neurobiological, real, profiling of participants can be cited as a constituting condition for this socially objective mind. Although Habermas and Heidegger are big philosophical opponents, they share the basic transcendental approach which poses a limit to scientific naturalism. One can say that Heidegger brings philosophy to its conclusion by radicalizing the transcendental approach. He strictly distinguishes between reality, entities, and the horizon within which reality appears. He calls the gap between the two ontological difference. For example, reality appears to us, moderns, differently than to pre-modern people for whom reality was full of spiritual agents and deeper meanings. In modern science, there is no place for this dimension. Real is only what science can measure and quantify. When I was young, I remember that an old dogmatically Marxist handbook for philosophy that was used in high schools characterized Heidegger as an agnostic phenomenalist. Stupid but true. Heidegger is phenomenalist in the sense that his ultimate horizon is the transcendental mode of appearance of entities, and he is agnostic in the sense that he ignores the status of entities prior to or outside of their appearance within a certain transcendental disclosure of being. To put it in a brutally simplified way, Heidegger's true problem is not being but the status of the ontic outside a horizon of being. This is why some partisans of object-oriented ontology are right to replace ontology with ontology. Thus, when Heidegger talks about God, he limits himself to how divinity appears to us, humans, in different epochal disclosures of being. In this sense, Heidegger obviously deplores the rise of the God of philosophy, the abstract notion of kausasui. This is the right name for the God of philosophy. Man can neither pray nor sacrifice to this God. Before the kausasui, man can neither fall to his knees in awe nor can he play music and dance before this God. Point 11. Again, the question here is not which figure of God is more true, it is strictly about different epical appearances of God. And, similarly, in spite of his newfound respect for religion, Habermas, Heidegger's great opponent, insists that we are required to adopt an agnostic attitude to religious beliefs, agnostic, i.e., leaving the question open, not excluding the existence of God. Point 12. Today, we thus don't just live in an era of the proclaimed end of philosophy, we live in an era of the double end of philosophy. The prospect of a wired brain is a kind of final point of the naturalization of human thought. When our process of thinking can directly interact with a digital machine, it effectively becomes an object in reality. It is no longer our inner thought as opposed to external reality. On the other hand, with today's transcendental historicism, naive questions about reality are accepted precisely as naive, which means they cannot provide the ultimate cognitive frame of our knowledge. A scientist may snap back, okay, but cannot a historical anthropology describe how, in the course of evolution, different shapes of episteme arise out of tradition and concrete social circumstances? Does Marxism not provide a quite convincing account of how new ideologies and sciences emerge in a complex social totality? Habermas is right here to insist that we cannot get out of the hermeneutic circle. The evolutionary explanation of human cognitive faculties already presupposes a certain epistemic approach to reality. The result is thus that a parallax is irreducible here. At some obvious naive realist level, it is clear that humans evolved out of a vast field of reality. However, the circle of including ourselves in reality cannot ever be fully closed, since every explanation of our place in reality already relies on a certain horizon of meaning. What to do here? Heidegger gave to the transcendental approach an existential turn. Philosophy as transcendental phenomenological ontology does not inquire into the nature of reality, it analyzes how all of reality appears to us in a given epical constellation. In today's age of technoscience, we consider as really existing only what can be an object of scientific research. All other entities are reduced to illusory subjective experiences, just imagined things, etc. Heidegger's point is not that such a view is more or less true than a pre-modern view, but that, with the new disclosure of being that characterizes modernity, the very criteria of what is true or false changed. It is not difficult to grasp the paradox of such an approach. While Heidegger is perceived as a thinker uniquely focused on the question of being, he leaves completely out of consideration what we understand by this question in our naive pre-transcendental stance. How do things exist independently of the way we relate to them, independently of how they appear to us? Is this enough, however? If the transcendental dimension is the irreducible frame or horizon through which we perceive, and, in a strict Kantian sense which has nothing to do with ontic creation, constitutes reality, how can we move beyond, or beneath, the couple of reality and its transcendental horizon? Is there a zero level where these two dimensions overlap? The search for this level is the big topic of German idealism. Fichte found it in the self-positing of the absolute I, transcendental self, while Schelling found it in the intellectual intuition in which subject and object, activity and passivity, intellect and intuition immediately coincide. Following the failure of these attempts, our starting point should be that the zero level of reality and its transcendental horizon is not to be sought in some kind of synthesis of the two, but in the very rupture between the two. Since today's scientific realism is the hegemonic view, the question to be raised is, can the transcendental dimension be accounted for in these terms? How can the transcendental dimension arise/explode in reality? The reply is not a direct realist reduction but another question: what has to be constitutively excluded, primordially repressed, from our notion of reality? In short, what if the transcendental dimension is the return of the repressed of our notion of reality? Man as a catastrophe. This, then, is our deadlock. We have two ends of philosophy, the one in positive science occupying the field of old metaphysical speculations, and the one with Heidegger who brought the transcendental approach to its radical conclusion, reducing philosophy to the description of the historical events, modes of disclosure of being. The two do not complement each other, they are mutually exclusive, but the immanent insufficiency of each of them opens up the space for the other. Science cannot close the circle and ground in its object the approach it uses when analyzing its object. Only transcendental philosophy can do this, transcendental philosophy which limits itself to describing different disclosures of being has to ignore the ontic question, how are entities outside of the horizon of their appearing to us, and science fills in this void with its claims about the nature of things. Is this parallax the ultimate stand of our thinking, or can we reach beyond, or, rather, beneath, it? Heidegger's typical move when confronted with the prospect of a catastrophe is to move back from the ontic level to its ontological horizon. In the 1950s, when we were all haunted by the prospect of nuclear war, Heidegger wrote that the true danger is not actual nuclear war but the disclosure of being in which scientific domination over nature is what matters. Only within this horizon can an eventual nuclear self-destruction take place. To parody his jargon, one might say that the essence of a catastrophe is the catastrophe of / in the essence itself. Such an approach seems to me too short. It ignores the fact that the eventual self-destruction of humanity would simultaneously annihilate Dasein as the only side of the disclosure of being. Although Heidegger is the ultimate transcendental philosopher, there are mysterious passages where he ventures into this pre-transcendental domain. In the elaboration of this notion of an untruth / lethe / older than the very dimension of truth, Heidegger emphasizes how man's stepping into the essential unfolding of truth is a transformation of the being of man in the sense of a derangement / Verruchen going mad / of his position among beings. 13. The derangement to which Heidegger refers is, of course, not a psychological or clinical category of madness. It signals a much more radical, properly ontological reversal / aberration, when, in its very foundation, the universe itself is in a way out of joint, thrown off its rails. What is crucial here is to remember that Heidegger wrote these lines in the years of his intensive reading of Schelling's treatise on human freedom, a text which discerns the origin of evil precisely in a kind of ontological madness, in the derangement of man's position among beings, his self-centeredness, as a necessary intermediate step, vanishing mediator, in the passage from pre-human nature to our symbolic universe. Man, in his very essence, is a catastrophe, a reversal that turns him away from the genuine essence. Man is the only catastrophe in the midst of beings. 14. However, at this crucial point where in some sense everything is decided, I think that we should take a step further with regard to Heidegger's formulation, a derangement of his position among beings, a step indicated by some other formulations of Heidegger himself. It may appear clear what Heidegger aims at by the quoted formulation, man as Dasein, the being there of being, the place of the disclosure of being, is an entity irreducibly rooted in his body. I use here the masculine form since it is at work in Heidegger. With a little bit of rhetorical exaggeration, one can say that Heidegger's no being without being there as the place of its disclosure is his version of Hegel's one should grasp the absolute not only as substance but also as subject. However, if the disclosure of the entire domain of entities is rooted in a singular entity, then something deranged is taking place. A particular entity is the exclusive site at which all entities appear, acquire their being. So, to put it brutally, you kill a man and you simultaneously kill being. This short circuit between the clearance of being and a particular entity introduces a catastrophic derangement into the order of beings, because man, rooted in his body, cannot look at entities from outside. Every disclosure of being, every clearance, has to be grounded in untruth, concealment / hiddenness. The ultimate cause of the derangement that pertains to Dasein thus resides in the fact that Dasein is by definition embodied, and, towards the end of his life, Heidegger conceded that, for philosophy, the body phenomenon is the most difficult problem. The bodily / das Leiblich / in the human is not something animalistic. The manner of understanding that accompanies it is something that metaphysics up till now has not touched on. Point 15. One is tempted to risk the hypothesis that it is precisely psychoanalytic theory which was the first to touch on this key question. Is not the Freudian eroticized body, sustained by libido, organized around erogenous zones, precisely the non-animalistic, non-biological body? Is not this, and not the animalistic, body the proper object of psychoanalysis? Heidegger totally misses this dimension when in his Zoolikoner Seminare, he dismisses Freud as a causal determinist. He postulates for the conscious human phenomena that they can be explained without gaps, i.e. the continuity of causal connections. Since there are no such connections in the consciousness, he has to invent the unconscious, in which there have to be the causal links without gaps. 16. This interpretation may appear correct. Is it not that Freud tries to discover a causal order in what appears to our consciousness as a confused and contingent array of mental facts, slips of tongue, dreams, clinical symptoms, and, in this way, to close the chain of causal links that run our psyche? However, Heidegger completely misses the way the Freudian unconscious is grounded in the traumatic encounter of an otherness whose intrusion precisely breaks, interrupts, the continuity of the causal link. What we get in the unconscious is not a complete, uninterrupted, causal link, but the repercussions, the aftershocks, of traumatic interruptions. What Freud calls symptoms are ways to deal with a traumatic cut, while fantasy is a formation destined to cover up this cut. That's why for Heidegger a finite human being a priori cannot reach the inner peace and calm of Buddhist enlightenment, nirvana. A world is disclosed to us against the background of an ontological catastrophe. Man is the only catastrophe in the midst of beings. But, again, here we have to risk a step further. If man is the only catastrophe, does this mean that, prior to the arrival of humanity, there was no catastrophe, that nature was a balanced order derailed only by human hubris? By catastrophe I don't mean ontic disasters like asteroids hitting the Earth, but more radical derangement of the entire network of forms of life. The problem is that if man is the only catastrophe in the midst of beings, and if beings are only disclosed to us as humans, then the very space of non-catastrophic beings that surround humans is already ontologically grounded in the catastrophe that is the rise of man. Now we face the key question: is man as the only catastrophe in the midst of beings as exception, so that if we assume the impossible point of view of looking at the universe from a safe distance, we see a universal texture of beings just not deranged by catastrophes, since man is a catastrophe only from his own standpoint, as the exception that grounds his access to beings? In this case, we are back at the Kantian position: reality in itself, outside the clearing within which it appears to us, is unknowable. We can only speculate about it the way Heidegger himself does when he plays with the idea that there is a kind of ontological pain in nature itself. Or should we take Heidegger's speculation seriously, so that the catastrophe is not only man but already nature in itself, and in man as the being of speech this catastrophe that grounds reality in itself only comes to word? Quantum physics offers its own version of a catastrophe that grounds reality: the broken symmetry, the disturbance of the void, quantum oscillations. Theosophical speculations offer another version: the self-division or fall of Godhead itself, which gives birth to our world. In a debate with a theology student, Richard Dawkins 17 said that he takes seriously what departments of theology are doing when they are engaged in research on the historical origins of a religion and its development. We get here a solid anthropological study, but he doesn't take seriously, for example, the debates of theologians about the exact nature of transubstantiation in Christian ritual, the miraculous change by which, according to Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox dogma, the Eucharistic elements at their consecration become the body and blood of Christ while keeping only the appearances of bread and wine. I think, on the contrary, that such debates should also be taken extremely seriously and not reduced to mere metaphors. They not only allow access to the basic ontological premises of theology, they can also often be used to throw a new light onto some Marxist notions. Frederick Jameson was right to proclaim predestination the most interesting theological concept for Marxism. Predestination indicates the retroactive causality which characterizes a properly dialectical historical process. In a similar way, we should not be afraid to search for the traces of metatranscendental, dialectical materialist approach in theosophical speculations of Meister Eckhart, Jacob Boehme, or F.W.J. Schelling. For a Kantian, of course, such speculations are nothing more than empty schwärmerei, enthusiastic blah blah about nothing, while for us, it is only here that we touch the real. If we endorse this option, then we have to draw the only consequent conclusion: every image or construction of objective reality, of the way it is in itself, independently of us, is one of the ways being is disclosed to us, and is as such already in some basic sense anthropocentric, grounded in, and at the same time obfuscating, the catastrophe that constitutes us. The main candidates for getting close to how reality is in itself are formulas of relativity theory and quantum physics, the result of complex experimental and intellectual work to which nothing corresponds in our direct experience of reality. The only contact we have with the real independent of us is our very separation from it, the radical derangement what Heidegger calls catastrophe. The paradox is that what unites us with the real in itself is the very gap that we experience as our separation from it. The same goes for Christianity, where the only way to experience unity with God is to identify with Christ's suffering on the cross, i.e., with the point at which God is divided from himself. The basic premise of what I call materialist theology or Christian atheism is that the fall of man from God is simultaneously the fall of God from itself, and that there is nothing that precedes this fall. God is the retroactive effect of its own fall. And this move of experiencing the gap itself as the point of unity is the basic feature of Hegel's dialectic, which is why the space beyond Heidegger's thought that we designated as the space beyond the transcendental is the space to which Hegelian thought belongs. This is also the space for thinking which cannot be reduced to science. Here is Heidegger's own ambiguous formulation of this obscure point. I often ask myself, this has for a long time been a fundamental question for me, what nature would be without man? Must it not resonate through him in order to attain its own most potency? Point 18. Note that this passage is from the time immediately after Heidegger's lectures on the fundamental concepts of metaphysics from 1929 to 30, where he also formulates a Schellingian hypothesis that, perhaps, animals are, in a hitherto unknown way, aware of their lack of the poorness of their relating to the world. Perhaps, there is an infinite pain pervading the entirety of living nature. If deprivation in certain forms is a kind of suffering and poverty, and deprivation of the world belongs to the animal's being, then a kind of pain and suffering would have to permeate the whole animal realm and the realm of life in general. Point 19. So when Heidegger speculates about pain in nature itself taken independently of man, how can we read this claim without committing ourselves to anthropocentric teleological thinking? The answer was indicated by none other than Marx, who, in his introduction to Grundriss, wrote, "Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. Point 20. In short, to paraphrase Pierre Bayard 21, what Marx is saying here is that the anatomy of the ape, although it was formed earlier in time than the anatomy of man, nonetheless in a way plagiarizes by anticipation the anatomy of man. There is no teleology here. The effect of teleology is strictly retroactive. Once capitalism is here, emerging in a wholly contingent way, it provides a universal key for all other formations. Teleology resides precisely in evolutionary progressism, where the key to the anatomy of man is the anatomy of ape. Alenka Zupancic pointed out that the same holds for Lacan's ILNY pas de rapport sexuel. This doesn't mean that in nature, among apes and other animals, there is a harmonious, instinctually regulated, sexual relationship, while with the arrival of humans disharmony explodes. There is no sexual relationship already among apes, etc. Their complex mating rituals demonstrate this, but this disharmony remains in itself. It is a simple fact, probably experienced as painful, while with humans the failure is registered as such, for itself. In this sense the pain in nature points towards the symbolic order that registers at point 22. Along these lines, one can also understand why Kant claims that, in some sense, the world was created so that we can fight our moral struggles in it. When we are caught in an intense struggle which means everything to us, we experience it as if the whole world will collapse if we fail. The same holds also when we fear the failure of an intense love affair. There is no direct teleology here. Our love encounter is the result of a contingent encounter, so it could easily also not have happened, but once it does happen, it decides how we experience the whole of reality. When Benjamin wrote that a big revolutionary battle decides not only the fate of the present but also of all past failed struggles, he mobilizes the same retroactive mechanism that reaches its climax in religious claims that, in a crucial battle, not only our fate but also the fate of God himself is decided. Only Hegel allows us to think this paradox. To somewhat simplify the overall picture, the basic feature of the dialectically materialist vision is that of irreducible reflexivity inscribed in the universe. The external difference, say, between content and its form, is inscribed in content itself, so that external difference coincides with the internal one. Think about the reflexivity between form and content that is sometimes found in sculptures where the unfinished sculpture portrays a man trying to break out of the stone out of which his unfinished corpse is carved. The heroic effort of displaying strength is not just what the statue represents, it is inscribed in the very relationship between what the statue represents and how this represented form relates to its matter. Point 23. For this reason, the basic model of a dialectical reversal is not some big struggle against opposite, Mao's totally non-Hegelian notion of contradiction, but a small displacement, or, rather, reversal, within the same which miraculously changes everything. The simple reversal of the subject and predicate of a statement can radically change its meaning, as is clear from the reversal of the title of Pedro Calderón de la Barca's play Life is Dream / La Vida es Sueño / which means something like our life is a lifeless miserable appearance with no substantial vitality. If, however, I say dream is life, I say something totally different. We are only fully alive in a dream. Dream has the full vitality in contrast to the constraints of our miserable existence. In a homologous way, if I say sex is death, I indicate that I consider sexual pleasure something false, obfuscating the fact that sex is a sinful decadent thing which brings corruption and death. But if I say death is sex, I indicate that dying itself can be sexy, that it can bring unexpected pleasure. And, finally, with regard to Hegel, if I say subject is substance, I imply that the true substance of reality is subject, that subject is the ground which generates all reality. But if I say substance is subject, I indicate that substance is in itself subjective, marked by cuts, inconsistencies, incomplete. Hegel's dialectic is neither a dynamized transcendental dimension, the succession of all possible ways reality can appear to us, as Brandom and Pippin claim, nor the objective dialectical process of reality itself, as Marxist dialectical materialists as well as objective idealists claim. Its hidden resource is the experience of the irreducible gap that precedes the two. In this way, we can also clarify to some degree the difference between naturalist, mechanic, materialism, idealism, and dialectical materialism. Mechanic materialism covers the wide area from pre-Platonic materialists to today's scientific naturalism and object-oriented ontology. Even if it characterizes itself as immaterialist, all of them approach reality as something given, ignoring its transcendental constitution. Idealism is characterized by the predominance of the transcendental approach. Dialectical materialism appears when we move into the obscure domain beyond the transcendental, as it was done by the post-Kantian turn of Schelling and Hegel, by some theosophical speculations, including those of Walter Benjamin, by some tentative formulations of Lacan, as well as by some speculative readings of quantum physics. Point 24. That's why we should not be afraid to use the term theology to circumscribe the obscure area that eludes any ontology, transcendental or naively realist. Crazy as it may sound, sometimes it is only a materialist theology that can help us break out of philosophical idealism. Why do I call the position towards which all these different approaches tend dialectical materialism, a term that is difficult to dissociate from the Stalinist tradition, a term which stands for philosophical ideology at its most stupid, for a philosophy that has no cognitive value but just serves to justify political decisions? Because I think what I have in mind here is ultimately unnameable, there is no proper name for it, so the only solution is to use a term which signals as clearly as possible its own inadequacy. In other words, the claim Hegel is a dialectical materialist should be read as a new version of the speculative statement the spirit is a bone. Taken directly, the claim is an obvious nonsense. There is an infinite gap between Hegel's thought and dialectical materialism. However, Hegel's thought is precisely the thought of this gap. We must live till we die. It is only against the background of this global vision of human beings as a catastrophe that we can approach the question towards which the whole of this book is moving: is there a subjective gesture through which we can escape the vicious cycle of surplus enjoyment? The space whose contours we outlined above, the space beyond Heidegger's thought, beyond the transcendental in our radical sense of the term, is the space which enables the subject to enact subjective destitution. If Heidegger's space is the space of being towards death, this space is the space of living dead. As is often the case, the condensed formula of the solution is provided by a song by Rammstein. Polish graffiti from the glorious age of early Solidarnosc says, "What is life? A disease transmitted by sexual intercourse which always ends in death." So is there life which avoids these coordinates? Yes, the life of the living dead. The central theme of Rammstein's song Dalai Lama is one of falling further and further into a state of ruin, but, crucially, having to keep on living. This is death drive at its purest, not death itself but the fact that we have to live till we die, this endless dragging of life, this endless compulsion to repeat. Point 25. The song sounds like what in France they call a la palissade, an tautological wisdom like a minute before he died, Monsieur Lapalisse was still alive. But Rammstein turns around the obvious wisdom: no matter how long you live, at the end you will die, till you die, you have to live. What makes the Rammstein version not an empty tautology is the ethical dimension. Before we die we are not just, obviously, alive, we have to live. Life is not organic continuation. With us, humans, it is a decision, an active obligation. We can lose this will. However, the lesson of Dalai Lama is not that we should succumb to the seductively calming voice of angels and accept death, like death itself, which invites the girl in Schubert's Death and the Maiden, "Give me your hand, you lovely, tender creature. I am your friend, and come not to chastise. Be of good courage. I am not cruel, you shall sleep softly in my arms." But neither is the lesson of the song that we should desperately cling to life and avoid death. The lesson is that, although we cannot escape death, even accepting death is not the solution, the ultimate negation. Death itself fails, we still have to live till we die, and this living just drags on. There are weeks when decades happen, Lenin said about the Russian Revolution. The pandemic in 2020 and 2021 is just the opposite, a year when a week happened with some oscillations, the same week was replayed again and again. This is how Kostrelin and Marchevsky describe the disruptive effect of the pandemic: with a gentle swipe at me, it is a castration that fundamentally disrupts the imagined arc of our lives, but we have not yet made it disruptive enough of hypermodernity and digital commodity capitalism to serve as any kind of revolution. With our apologies to Žižek. 26 My reply is that yes, the revolutionary disruption didn't happen, but its prospect threw a shadow over the entire year. The only way to account for what did effectively happen is to interpret it as a desperate reaction to this threat, not the threat of the pandemic itself but the threat of the only adequate way to confront the pandemic, with universal global health care, universal basic income, etc. Plus, I disagree with the designation of the disruptive effect of the pandemic as a form of castration. If we use this term in the strict Lacanian sense, then the impact of the pandemic was almost the exact opposite of castration. One should bear in mind the liberating aspect of symbolic castration. Castration is a liberating loss, a loss which opens up the space for creative distance, and the absence of castration means a psychotic suffocation in which the symbolic falls into the real. This, exactly, is what happened with the outbreak of the pandemic. The opening of our social space sustained by the big other, partially, at least, collapsed. The overproximity of others became a mortal threat. In a critical move against Agamben, who sees in the measures against the pandemic a mere continuation of the state of exception, Joseph Barros formulated in a simple but precise way the difference between the standard notion of the state of exception and the state of exception triggered by the pandemic. The state of exception, if this term still applies, in the case of this novel virus, is not the exercise of power over life as bare life but, on the contrary, an extreme, exceptional, self-defensive measure and immune reaction by the political body to an invading life form that is not even properly alive. 27. In the case of the pandemic, it is not the state authority which invaded civil society, submitting it to a total control. It is an invading life form, or, rather, not even a true form of life but just a self-reproducing chemical mechanism, which invaded and disturbed the political body, throwing it into a panic and rendering its impotence visible. In the US and Europe, the new barbarians were precisely those who violently protested against anti-pandemic measures in defense of personal freedom and dignity, those like Jared Kushner, back in April 2020, who bragged that Trump was taking the country back from the doctors. 28. Sergio Benvenuto succinctly formulated the obscenity of the idea that the protective measures against the pandemic demand from us too great a sacrifice in having to forsake basic human rights. To consider the sacrifice as unbearable, when there are those who are risking their lives in hospitals to save ours, is not only offensive, it is ridiculous. 29. Rammstein's "We Have to Live Till We Die" outlines a way out of this deadlock. To fight against the pandemic, we should live with utmost intensity. Is there anyone more alive today than millions of healthcare workers who, with full awareness, risk their lives on a daily basis? Many of them died, but till they died they were alive. They did not just sacrifice themselves for us, getting our hypocritical praise. And they were even less survival machines reduced to bare life, they were those who are today most alive. So what is, more closely, the existential stance advocated by Rammstein in the song? It is a version of what Lacan called subjective destitution, the concluding moment of the psychoanalytic process. From being towards death to undeadness. Our premise here is that what Heidegger designated as being towards death is not the ultimate existential experience. It is possible to pass through it into a dimension for which perhaps the best name is undeadness. In order to make this passage somewhat clearer, let's turn our attention towards a perhaps unexpected topic, the symphonies of Dmitri Shostakovich. The most popular among them is his Fifth Symphony, whose fate was very curious. Written after the devastating critique of Shostakovich's opera Lady Macbeth in Pravda, the Fifth is usually perceived as a conscious compromise, a return to more traditional music to ensure the composer's political rehabilitation. However, long after Stalin's demise, it remains his most popular and most frequently performed symphony in the West also. A couple of years ago, it was voted by a critical panel as the only 20th-century work among the 10 greatest symphonies of all time, which it is definitely not. In its own genre, the 8th and the 10th are much better. But what interests us here are Shostakovich's last two symphonies, the 14th and 15th, which directly tackle death, or, more precisely, the passage from death to undeadness. In this regard, the passage from the 14th to the 15th symphony is homologous to the passage from Vertigo and Psycho in Hitchcock's opus, or the passage from the third to the fourth movement of Sibelius's Fourth Symphony. Point 30. Apropos the 14th, Shostakovich openly declared his obsession with death. Death is in store for all of us, and I for one do not see any good in the end of our lives. Death is terrifying. There is nothing beyond it. Shostakovich was arguing against the view that death is some glorious beginning to the afterlife. He disagreed with all the composers who had portrayed death with music that was beautiful, radiant, and ecstatic. 31. An incident at the premiere of the symphony echoes in an uncanny way this non-glorious, even mischievous, approach to death. Shostakovich had spoken about the need for a special silence whilst listening to this work. His supporters were therefore particularly angry when, during one of the quietest moments, a huge crash was heard in the auditorium and a man made a hasty and clumsy exit. When it was revealed afterwards that this man was none other than Pavel Ivanovich Apostolov, a party organizer and one of Shostakovich's main critics and aggressive persecutors during the late 1940s, people assumed that his protest had been carefully planned for maximum distraction. Only later did it become known that it was during this performance that Apostolov had in fact suffered a heart attack. He was dead within a month. The irony was not lost on anyone. 32. No wonder Solzhenitsyn himself was horrified by the symphony's dark and irreverent tone with no hope of redemption. But was he right? The first thing to note is that the 14th is not about death but about unnatural death, death caused by murder, oppression, and war. 33. The second thing is that the 14th does not culminate in an apotheosis of a meaningless death. Its climax is undoubtedly Delvig, the most sincere song in the symphony, with no irony, even optimistic in a way. It sets to music a poem by Wilhelm Kuchelbecker dedicated to the death, in 1831, of his friend Anton Delvig, a poet friendly with the Decembrists who failed in their rebellion. The poem is a celebration of the artist's power and the importance of their friendship in the face of tyranny. Kuchelbecker himself was sent to Siberia for his part in the failed Decembrist uprising against the Tsar in 1825, where he died deaf and blind in 1846. Significantly, this lament for the death of a poet is composed in a traditional mode, in contrast to all other songs in the symphony. Like an idée fixe, the 12-note system haunts all the movements of the 14th symphony except Delvig, which is written in a very pure major key, whereas all the others show a predominance of atonal lines, capricious, sinuous and often grotesque. 34. It is important that Delvig follows Letter to Sultan, an extraordinary song which comes closest to the domain of politics in the entire symphony. It stages a revolt against higher authority as an act of brutal obscenity. Shostakovich decided to put in musical form a crazy document from the Russian past. In 1676, Sultan Mehmed IV wrote a letter to Zaporozhian Cossacks, calling them to submit themselves to his rule. The Cossacks' reply came as a stream of invective and vulgar rhymes. Zaporozhian Cossacks to the Turkish Sultan. O Sultan, Turkish devil, and damned devil's kith and kin, secretary to Lucifer himself. What the devil kind of knight art thou, that canst not slay a hedgehog with your naked arse? The devil shits, and your army eats? Thou shalt not, thou son of a whore, make subjects of Christian sons. We have no fear of your army, by land and by sea we will battle with thee. Fuck thy mother. Thou Babylonian scullion, Macedonian wheelwright, brewer of Jerusalem, goatfucker of Alexandria, swineherd of Greater and Lesser Egypt, pig of Armenia, Podolian thief, catamite of Tartary, hangman of Kamianets, and fool of all the world and underworld, an idiot before God, grandson of the serpent, and the crick in our dick. Pig snout, mare's arse, slaughterhouse cur, unchristened brow. Screw thine own mother. So the Zaporozhians declare, you lowlife. You won't even be herding pigs for the Christians. Now we'll conclude, for we don't know the date and don't own a calendar, the moon's in the sky, the year with the Lord. The day's the same over here as it is over there, for this kiss our arse. Koshavai Iotaman Ivan Serko, with the whole Zaporozhian host. 35. Furthermore, Letter to Sultan is preceded by prison sets puts to music Guillaume Apollinaire's description of a man imprisoned alone in a cell. In the middle of this song, we get an orchestral interlude which marks a break in the subjective stance of the suffering prisoner. After this interlude, the first words are, I am not the man I was. So we can see the meaning of the order of these three songs: despair in the prison, which makes the subject a different man and pushes him to brutal rebellion, followed by lament when the rebellion is crushed. In a further analysis, one could reconstruct the narrative line that unites all 11 songs of the symphony. The first two are the introduction and the last two the finale, which begins with the same motif as the introduction, The following songs then vary the motif of death, and the maiden, the femme fatale, causes the death of her lovers, she kills herself, with a gradual shift towards the corpses of young men on the battlefield, and then the man is reduced to a number in prison, which triggers the rebellion. But, as we have seen, Delvig, the emotional culmination of the symphony, cancels the premise that death is terrifying. There is nothing beyond it. Beyond death there is poetry, which makes death in all its meaninglessness a noble event. What comes after death if we really accept that there is nothing beyond it? Shostakovich provides the answer in his 15th Symphony, which was played continuously on the set of Blue Velvet. David Lynch wanted to signal the atmosphere he wanted in the movie. I wrote the script to Shostakovich, number 15 in a major. I just kept playing the same part of it, over and over again. During its filming, Lynch placed speakers on set and played the symphony in order to convey the mood he wanted. He later requested that Angelo Badalamenti compose a score for the film that was like Shostakovich. 36 Kurt Sanderling, who debuted the symphony in East Germany, heard the music as being about loneliness and death, and that no other work by Shostakovich seemed to him so radically horrible and cruel. Others see playful optimism in it, while Shostakovich himself characterized it as a wicked symphony. The mixture of voices heard in it can well be read as a crazy interaction of objects as comrades. We hear hospital equipment, electric shock treatment, vulgarity and satire. He brings in serialism, a vast array of quotations, everything from Rossini's William Tell to Wagner's Tristan and Ring, which come across like the crazy voices in your head when you are delirious. 37 But this delirious interaction does not happen within a soul, its space is only opened by subjective destitution. If the 14th Symphony culminates in the lyrical confession of a soul, Delvig. The 15th is soulless, a monstrous mix of childish playfulness and undeadness. Revolutionary self-destitution. Here, perhaps, we can also locate Shostakovich's limitation. Subjective destitution does not appear only as such a monstrous mixture, and is also not constrained to the clinical experience. It has a political dimension described by Brecht. In the lines from his Beggar's Opera quoted in the previous chapter, Brecht condenses 4 basic existential stances: the longing for everyday joys, brutal reality, religious feeling, cynical wisdom, into 2, with joyful cynicism as the last word. 38 However, this was not Brecht's own last word. With a breathtaking consequence, Brecht added in his learning plays, J. Sager, Die Maßnahme, another subjective position, that of a purely formal gesture of self-sacrifice grounded in no deeper meaning or goal. The implicit logic here is that one cannot overcome cynical wisdom with some positive ethical ideal. Cynicism can undermine them all. It is only a totally meaningless self-sacrificial act that undermines the cynical distance itself. The Freudian name for such an act is, of course, death drive, and its Hegelian name self-relating negativity. However, we should be very careful here. Brecht makes it clear that this act is not a kind of pure excessive suicidal gesture of stepping out of the symbolic space, something that belongs more to the theory of Bödeli. In yet another case of infinite judgment, death drive coincides with its opposite, with radical alienation in the symbolic order. Along these same lines, Sorojgiri described revolutionary self-destitution, self-objectification, as a specific form of subjectivity. A specific, individual life, a unique human being, is now an object, a mere object who can be taken down any time. The comrade as object is a continuation of declassing and depersonification, now taken to the point of revolutionary destitution, involving the courage to die, death. To the extent that the comrade is a living human being, his or her objectification will and must involve the openness to death. Life is hanging in a balance, and the vulnerability to death is a constant presence. You are never safe, and the willingness to sacrifice life is best embraced graciously. 39:11. Siri establishes here a double link with the past, recent and more ancient. Recent, the idea of objectification and destitution is close to the idea of Fanon's idea of declivity. An utterly naked declivity is where an authentic upheaval is born. Or when he says, the Negro is a zone of non-being, an extraordinarily sterile and arid region, an utterly declining declivity. 22. Ancient past, Buddhist revolutionary self. 40 The void, of destitution, as the path, the rupture/opening to a new world can be found in the Buddha's Nibbana. Nibbana is often known as awakening or enlightenment, but actually Nibbana is, in the first instance, extinction, the blowing out, the vanishing. 14. What Giri calls subjective destitution is therefore not just a new form of political subjectivity but simultaneously something that concerns our basic existential level, a different way of being, involving a different modality of life and death. 15. In his afterword to Peter Hallward's collection Think Again, Badiou approvingly quotes Lin Biao, "The essence of revisionism is the fear of death." 41. This existential radicalization of the political opposition between orthodoxy and revisionism throws new light on the old 68 motto, "The personal is political." Here, the political becomes personal. The ultimate root of political revisionism is located in the intimate experience of the fear of death. Badiou's version of it would be that, since revisionism is, at its most basic, the failure to subjectivize oneself, to assume fidelity to a truth event, being a revisionist means remaining within the survivalist horizon of the human animal. There is, however, an ambiguity that clings to Lin Biao's statement. It can be read as saying that the root of political revisionism lies in human nature, which makes us fear death, but it can also be read as saying that, since there is no unchangeable human nature, our very intimate fear of death is already politically overdetermined, for it arises in an individualist and egotistical society with little sense of communal solidarity, which is why, in a communist society, people would no longer fear death. Comrade as object does not imply that we should observe and manipulate ourselves from a cold objective distance. It is to be supplemented by its inversion, object as comrade. Instead of going over to the fetishistic powers of the commodity, one had to go towards the hidden engineering/artistic powers of things, objects, and materials. This would, as it were, allow the object to commune and speak, providing us the first contours of the object as comrade. 6. This object as comrade displays what Giri calls idealism in the material thing itself, of what we may call spiritual corporeality, as opposed to the fetishist idealism which imposes on a thing from outside a social dimension as its reified property. To treat an object as comrade means to open oneself up to virtual potentials of an object in an intense interaction with it. Maybe, a surprising link can help us understand what is meant by object as comrade, which supplements comrade as object, today's object-oriented ontology. Here is Graham Harman's concise description of the basic stance of object-oriented ontology. The arena of the world is packed with diverse objects, their forces unleashed and mostly unloved. Red billiard ball smacks green billiard ball. Snowflakes glitter in the light that cruelly annihilates them, while damaged submarines rust along the ocean floor. As flour emerges from mills and blocks of limestone are compressed by earthquakes, gigantic mushrooms spread in the Michigan forest. While human philosophers bludgeon each other over the very possibility of access to the world, sharks bludgeon tuna fish and icebergs smash into coastlines. 42. Such a way of treating object as a comrade also opens up a new way of being ecological, to accept our environment in all its complexity that includes what we perceive as trash or pollution, as well as what we cannot directly perceive since it is too large or too minuscule. Timothy Morton's hyper-objects. Along these lines, for Morton, being ecological is not about spending time in a pristine nature preserve but about appreciating the weed working its way through a crack in the concrete, and then appreciating the concrete. It's also part of the world, and part of us. Reality is populated with strange strangers, things that are knowable yet uncanny. This strange strangeness, Morton writes, is an irreducible part of every rock, tree, terrarium, plastic statue of liberty, quasar, black hole, or marmoset one might encounter. By acknowledging it, we shift away from trying to master objects and toward learning to respect them in their elusiveness. Whereas the Romantic poets rhapsodized about nature's beauty and sublimity, Morton responds to its all-pervading weirdness. they include in the category of the natural everything that is scary, ugly, artificial, harmful, and disturbing. 43. Is not a perfect example of such a mixture the fate of rats in Manhattan during the pandemic? Manhattan is a living system of humans, cockroaches, and millions of rats. Lockdown at the peak of the pandemic meant that, since all restaurants were closed, rats who lived off the trash from restaurants were deprived of their food sources. This caused mass starvation. Many rats were found eating their offspring. A closure of restaurants which changed the eating habits of humans but posed no threat to them was a catastrophe for rats as comrades. Another similar accident from recent history could be called sparrow as comrade. In 1958, at the beginning of the Great Leap Forward, the Chinese government declared that birds are public animals of capitalism and set in motion a major campaign to eliminate sparrows, which were suspected of consuming approximately 4 pounds of grain per sparrow per year. Sparrow nests were destroyed, eggs were broken, and chicks were killed. Millions of people organized into groups, and hit noisy pots and pans to prevent sparrows from resting in their nests, with the goal of causing them to drop dead from exhaustion. These mass attacks depleted the sparrow population, pushing it to near extinction. However, by April 1960, Chinese leaders were forced to realize that sparrows also ate large quantities of insects in the fields, so that, rather than increasing, rice yields after the campaign substantially decreased. The extermination of sparrows upset the ecological balance, and insects destroyed crops as a result of the absence of natural predators. By this time, however, it was too late. With no sparrows to eat them, locust populations ballooned, swarming the country and compounding the ecological problems already caused by the Great Leap Forward, including widespread deforestation and misuse of poisons and pesticides. Ecological imbalance is credited with exacerbating the Great Chinese Famine, in which 15 to 45 million people died of starvation. The Chinese government eventually resorted to importing 250,000 sparrows from the Soviet Union to replenish their population. 44. 3 examples from the cinema of Joris Ivans perfectly exemplify this dimension of object as comrade. Is his documentary Regen, Rain, 1929, a portrayal of Amsterdam during rainfall, not a portrait of rain as comrade? One should mention here Hans Eisler's 14 Ways of Describing the Rain, a 12-minute exercise in dodecaphony for flute, clarinet, string trio, and piano, written as a musical accompaniment to Ivans's Regen. Then, there is Ivans's Pour le Mistral, 1966, Wind as a Comrade, scenes of life and landscape in Provence where a cold wind called the Mistral blows down the valley of the Rhône to the Mediterranean. There is also another portrayal of wind as a comrade, A Tale of the Wind, 1988, shot in China. Old and sick Ivans's attempt to depict the insight that the secret of breathing lies in the rhythm of the autumn wind. However, we have to bear in mind something that object-oriented ontology ignores, which Gary is fully aware of. While subjective destitution, a term Gary took from Lacan, reduction to an object, does not mean desubjectivization, it does mean dehumanization. After subjective destitution, a subject is no longer human, in the sense of the depth of personality, of rich inner life as opposed to external reality and similar psychic baggage. Only in and through destitution subject in its purity, a capitalized subject, emerges. The activist comrade as object is still a subject who perhaps speaks in the name of history and invokes the meta-narrative of the stages of history, but whose self-destitution and self-objectification open up a revolutionary possibility by creating a null point, a void in history itself. 13. Through subjective destitution, we do not enter a happy interaction of object as comrade and comrade as object, in which a destitute subject deals with objects that surround him as his equal interlocutors, renouncing acting as their master who exploits them. In subjective destitution, subject is not simply immersed in the flux of reality, he is rather reduced to a void, a null point, a gap in reality. It is only through this reduction to a void, from the subjective position of that void, that a subject can perceive and experience the interaction of comrade as object and object as comrade. In other words, through subjective destitution subject is radically divided, into a pure void and the object that he is. In this way, we overcome mortality and enter undeadness, not life after death but death in life, not disalienation but extreme self-abolishing alienation. We leave behind the very standard by means of which we measure alienation, the notion of a normal warm daily life, of our full immersion in the safe and stable world of customs. The way to overcome the topsy-turvy world is not to return to normality but to embrace turvy without topsy. Already from this brief description it is clear that the phenomenon of subjective destitution assumes many forms which cannot be reduced to the same inner experience. There is the Buddhist nirvana, a disconnection from external reality which enables us to acquire a distance from our cravings and desires. I assume a kind of impersonal stance, my thoughts are thoughts without thinker. Then there are so-called mystical experiences which should not be confused with nirvana, although they also involve a kind of subjective destitution, but this destitution takes the form of a direct identity between me and a higher absolute. Typical formula: the eyes through which I see God are the eyes through which God sees himself. My innermost desire gets depersonalized, it overlaps with the will of God himself, so that the big other lives through me. In short, while in nirvana one steps out of the will of desire, the mystical experience enacts the overlapping of our enjoyment with the enjoyment of the big other. Then there is the subjective stance described by Giri, the destitution of a revolutionary agent who reduces itself to an instrument object of the process of radical social change. He obliterates his personality, inclusive of the fear of death, so that revolution lives through him. Then there is the explosion of self-destructive social nihilism. Think of Joker, but also of a scene in Eisenstein's October in which a revolutionary mob penetrates the wine cellar of the Winter Palace and engages in an orgy of massive destruction of hundreds of bottles of expensive champagne. And, last but not least, subjective destitution in its psychoanalytic, Lacanian, sense of traversing the fantasy, which is a much more radical gesture than it may appear. For Lacan, fantasy is not opposed to reality but provides the coordinates of what we experience as reality, plus the coordinates of what we desire. The two coordinates are not the same, but they are intertwined. When our fundamental fantasy dissolves, we experience the loss of reality which also impedes our ability to desire. We should also recall that traversing the fantasy is not Lacan's final word. In the final years of his teaching, he proposed as the final moment of the analytic process identification with the symptom, a gesture that enables us a moderately acceptable form of life. How are these versions related? They seem to form a kind of Grahamian semiotic square since there are two axes along which they are disposed: active engagement, self-destructive social explosion, revolutionary destitution described by Giri, versus disengagement, nirvana, mystical experience, self-contraction, destructive explosion against external reality, nirvana, versus reliance on a big other, God in mystical experience, history in revolutionary destitution. In a destructive explosion, we contract into ourselves by way of destroying our environment. In nirvana, we just withdraw into ourselves, leaving reality the way it is. In mystical experience, we disengage from reality by immersing ourselves in divinity. In revolutionary destitution, we renounce ourself by engaging in the historical process of revolutionary change. From the Lacanian standpoint, these last two stances court the danger of falling into a perverse position of conceiving oneself as an object instrument of the big other. What Lacan calls subjective destitution is the zero level, the neutral abyss in the center of this square. Here one should be very precise. What we reach in subjective destitution is not the absolute void out of which everything springs but the very disturbance of this void, not the inner peace of withdrawal but the imbalance of the void, not the fall of the void into finite material reality but the antagonism/tension in the very heart of the void which causes the emergence of material reality out of the void. The other four versions of subjective destitution structurally come second. They are attempts to pacify the antagonism, self-contradiction, of the void. The question that arises here is, how should destitution in its politically engaged form avoid the fall into perversity? The answer is clear: it should suspend its reliance on the big other, on historical necessity, etc. Hegel constrained philosophy to grasping what is, but for Hegel what is not just a stable state of things, it is an open historical situation full of tensions and potentials. One should therefore link Hegel's insight with Saint Just's claim, "Ce qui font de révolutions ressemblant au premier navigateur instruit par son audace, revolutionaries are akin to a first navigator guided his audacity alone." Isn't this the implication of Hegel's confinement of the conceptual grasp to the past? As engaged subjects, we have to act with a view to the future, but for a priori reasons we cannot base our decisions on a rational pattern of historical progress, as Marx thought, so we have to improvise and take risks. Was this also the lesson Lenin learned from reading Hegel in 1915? The paradox is that what Lenin took from Hegel, who is usually decried as the philosopher of historical teleology, of inexorable and regular progress towards freedom, was the utter contingency of the historical process. Point 45. The common-sense counter-argument that arises here is, subjective destitution is such a radical gesture that it is limited to an enlightened elite, and remains an impossible ethical ideal for the masses, except in rare episodes of revolutionary enthusiasm. But I think that this reproach misses the point. Gary emphasizes that subjective destitution is not an elitist stance of leaders, but, on the contrary, a stance displayed by numerous ordinary combatants, like once again thousands who risk their life in the struggle against COVID-19. Versus religious fundamentalism. But are we in this way not coming dangerously close to a fundamentalist's disregard for survival? Let's turn to what goes on now. In the middle of August 2021 in Afghanistan, the Taliban is smoothly taking over the country, cities are falling like dominoes, although government forces are much better equipped and trained, and also more numerous, 300,000 versus 80,000 Taliban fighters. When the Taliban approaches, government forces mostly melt away, they surrender and slash or run away, displaying no stomach for a fight. Why? Media bombard us with a couple of explanations. The first is directly racist. The people there are simply not mature enough for democracy, they long for religious fundamentalism, a ridiculous claim if there ever was one. Half a century ago, Afghanistan was a moderately enlightened country with a very strong communist party which even took power for some years. As befits a true communist party, the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, PDPA, enjoyment or the enjoyment of meaning. Covet skeptics like to claim that they just want a free debate, a readiness to listen to all sides and to make up their own mind, against the dogmatism of experts and science in the service of establishment. They begin with skepticism, doubting all official theories, but then they, almost magically, abolish this doubt by way of providing a unified total explanation, and this overcoming of doubt by a total explanation, a meaning of it all, provides an immense surplus enjoyment. The motto of conspiracy theories: do your research. I.e., don't trust authorities, think for yourself, de facto means its exact opposite, do not think. That is to say, how, concretely, do we do our own research? Since we are motivated by the distrust of the official view, research means a Google search and, of course, we search for the COVID-denying sites which are on the top of our list. Do your research, thus means, expose yourself to conspiracy theories which you are in no position to test. Recall Karl Popper's famous falsification theory of scientific knowledge. Scientists should attempt to disprove a theory rather than attempt to continually prove it, since even if there are numerous instances that confirm it, it only takes one counter-observation to falsify it. Scientific knowledge progresses when a theory is shown to be wrong and a new theory is introduced which better explains the phenomena. Popper is aware that in concrete scientific research, things get more complex. A conspiracy theory appears to be Popperian, it looks for instances that falsify it. However, it treats falsifications as additional proofs of its own truth. What appears as falsification just proves the strength of the deceiving big other. This brings us to the second feature, the common perception that conspiracy theories are part of our relativist post-truth era in which each group promotes its own subjective truth is simply wrong. Conspiracy theorists fanatically believe in truth, they take the category of truth very seriously. They believe that there is truth, they are just convinced that this truth is different or other than the official one. The third feature, which makes conspiracy theories totally at odds with Marxism, is that this truth is not just an objective social process but a conspiracy, a plot, of an active all-powerful agent whose main goal is to deceive us, a subject supposed to deceive us, behind the apparent chaos, to add yet another variation to Lacan's notion of subject supposed to know. As Zupancic notes, there is a kind of theology of an evil God at work here. We are basically dealing with a desperate attempt to preserve the agency of the big other in the times of its disintegration into a generalized relativism, an attempt that can succeed only at the price of moving the big other to the zone of malevolence and evil. The consistency of the big other, its not being barred, can no longer manifest itself in anything else but in the other successfully deceiving us. A consistent big other can only be a big deceiver, a big fraud or cheat, an evil other. A consistent God can only be an evil God, nothing else adds up. Yet, better an evil God than no God. Only in its extreme Stalinist version does Marxism act like this. The presupposition of the Stalinist purges was that there is one big reactionary plot that unites all those who oppose the Stalinist party line. In his analysis of the paranoia of the German judge Schreiber, Freud reminds us that what we usually consider as madness, the paranoiac scenario of the conspiracy against the subject, is effectively already an attempt at recovery. After the complete psychotic breakdown, the paranoiac construct is an attempt of the subject to re-establish a kind of order in his universe, a frame of reference enabling him to acquire a cognitive mapping. Does exactly the same not hold for today's conspiracy theories? They are attempts to recover a global cognitive mapping after the breakdown of the big other. There are, of course, cracks which immediately appear in this edifice. The abolished uncertainty returns in the way the dogmatic conspiracy theories are as a rule inconsistent and follow the logic of the joke about the borrowed kettle evoked by Freud. 1. I never borrowed a kettle from you. 2. I returned it to you unbroken. 3. The kettle was already broken when I got it from you. Such an enumeration of inconsistent arguments, of course, confirms by negation what it endeavors to deny, that I returned your kettle broken. In the case of COVID septics, they also effortlessly combine a series of contradictory claims. There is no COVID-19 virus, this virus was deliberately created, to reduce the population, to strengthen control over people, to boost capitalist economy. It is a natural disease much milder than the media say. Vaccines are more dangerous than the virus. In this strange paranoiac world, Trump is telling the truth while Greta Thunberg is an agent of big capital. I personally know people who died of COVID. I know researchers who are analyzing the virus from different perspectives, medical, statistical, etc. I know their doubts and limitations which they openly confess and which are part of their scientific approach. For them, trust in science is the very opposite of dogmatic orthodoxy. It is the trust in exploration which is constantly progressing. For all these reasons, I think that the idea of a megaplot in the service of capital is infinitely less believable than the idea of the brutal reality of the pandemic as a contingent event deftly exploited by the establishment, but in a way which is in itself contradictory. The pandemic, which obviously calls for greater cooperation and social coordination, at the same time triggers a defensive reaction of capital, a reaction which comes second and is an attempt to control the damage. I find especially problematic the idea that the ecological threat has a similar status of being invented, or at least exaggerated, to strengthen the emerging neo-feudal capitalism. Global warming is a traumatic real which obviously calls for socialization of the economy. The largely predominant tendency of the capitalist establishment is to downplay the threat, and the fact that it is, to a very limited degree, astutely used by the global order is a limited secondary fact. Another moment that should draw our attention is how, at the start of 2020, COVID suddenly exploded as a central topic in our media, eclipsing all other illnesses and even political news, although other illnesses and misfortunes were causing far more suffering and deaths. Now infections are still very high, but there are far fewer lockdowns and other defensive measures. The model is here the UK, which abandoned all regulations of public life and shifted responsibility to individuals themselves. In this way, the government returned us our freedom with a price, we are ourselves guilty for any infections. Media call this learning to live with COVID. Can this shift, which is obviously out of sync with the reality of the pandemic, be accounted for by the claim that the establishment decided we can return to a limited normality since lockdown played its economic and social role and social control is well entrenched? The weird normality we are entering now could be much better explained by crowd psychology. In traumatic situations, the temporality of the reaction does not follow reality, people get exhausted by the permanent emergency state, a tired indifference begins to predominate. But one has to take a step further here. Panic as well as its opposite, tiredness and indifference, are not just categories of psychic life, they can only emerge, in the form they are taking today, as moments in the social process of the change in the status of the big other. A year and a half ago we were in a panic because of the disintegration of the big other that we could share and trust, there was no authority able to provide a global cognitive mapping of the situation. The importance of this dimension of the shifts in the mode of symbolic production was neglected already by Marx. To fight pandemic and global warming, a new big other, a new space of solidarity grounded in science and emancipation is needed. In the ongoing struggles and conflicts, it is crucial to make the right choice. To characterize an epoch, the question to ask is not what unites it but what is the division that defines it, the difference that makes difference. Advocates of the idea that class struggle is out often claim that today's big division is a new one, say, between the liberal establishment and populist resistance. For Jean-Claude Milner, the division that replaced class struggle is that between Zionism and anti-Semitism, and it appears that these days, towards the end of 2021, the division that matters, at least in the developed world, is that between partisans of anti-pandemic measures and those who resist them. It is precisely at this point that we should insist on the primacy of class struggle as the factor which in last instance determines the whole. With anti-Semitism, this link is clear. Anti-Semitism is distorted anti-capitalism, it naturalizes capitalist profiteering and exploitation in the figure of the Jew, an external intruder who brings antagonism into social body. But what if the same goes for COVID deniers and skeptics? Are COVID-denying conspiracy theories not vaguely similar to anti-Semitic theories, at least in their rightist populist version where anti-capitalism is displaced onto distrust of science as serving the financial corporate medical establishment? In both cases, it is crucial to draw the line of distinction between the basic antagonism and its ideological displacement. The conflict between COVID skeptics and advocates of anti-pandemic measures therefore cannot be directly translated into our basic political struggle, so even a radical leftist has to make a choice. On September 9, 2021, Biden announced policies requiring most federal employees to get COVID-19 vaccinations and pushing large employers to get their workers inoculated or tested weekly. These new measures will apply to about 2/3 of all U.S. employees. We've been patient, Biden told the tens of millions of Americans who have declined to get coronavirus shots. But our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. 59 Is this a move destined to assert state control over individuals and to foster interests of big capital? No, I naively accept it will help millions. Viggy here takes the side of Agamben who, in an interview attached to his collection of texts on the pandemic Where Are We Now?, 60 replied to the critical observation that, in his opposition to lockdown measures, he comes close to Trump and Bolsonaro, with the claim that a truth is a truth whether articulated by right or left. Agamben here ignores the tension between truth and knowledge. Yes, a piece of knowledge, truth in the sense of adequately rendering a particular fact, is a piece of knowledge, but the horizon of meaning can give a totally different spin to this piece of knowledge. In the fact that there were many Jews among art critics in Germany around L930 resonates a different truth if we mean it as a confirmation that Jews have great sensibility for art, or alternatively if we mean it as a confirmation that Jews control our artistic production and push it in the direction of Entartet Kunst, degenerate art. Although Viggy endeavors to do precisely this to discern social truth beneath the medical knowledge that justifies measures against the pandemic, he ignores the complex social and material background of the pandemic. The circular movement of capitalist self-reproduction takes place at three interconnected levels: the speculative dance of capital itself, the social implications of this dance, the distribution of wealth and poverty, exploitation, the dissolution of social links, the material process of production and exploitation of our environment, which affects our entire life world and culminates in Capitalocene as a new geological era on the Earth. The other side of the mad dance of fictitious capital, which ignores reality, are the real facts of immense heaps of plastic trash, of forest fires and global warming, of toxic pollution of hundreds of millions of people. The moment we also take this third level fully into account, we can see how pandemic and global warming emerge as the material product of global capitalist economy. Yes, capitalism did produce the pandemic and the ecological threat not as part of a brutal tactic to survive its own crisis, but as the result of its imminent contradictions. The best formula to characterize COVID skeptics is therefore Lacan's les non-dupes errant, those who are not duped err most. 61 Skeptics who distrust the public narrative of a catastrophe, pandemic, global warming, and see a deeper plot in it err the most, missing the actual process that gave birth to it. Viggy is thus all too optimistic. There is no need to invent pandemics and weather catastrophes, the system produces them by itself. Lambs to the slaughter. Les non-dupes errant should be generalized into the basic mode of how ideology functions today, as the obverse or, rather, the practical implication of the ongoing process of social disintegration. Jill Filipovic, CNN, reported on October 19, 2021 a mind-bogglingly horrific event from Philadelphia. A woman was raped on a southeastern Pennsylvania Transport Authority train while onlookers recorded the event with their cell phones but did not intervene or call 911. It suggests not only a total disregard for women's safety and well-being, but social disintegration, a disturbing impulse to filter terrible events through the lens of entertainment and shock value, and the disturbing ability to dehumanize suffering by mediating it through a screen. 62 The list of causes is very precise: disregard for women, wider social disintegration, and, a key feature all too often ignored, filtering of violent events through a screen which somehow derealizes and dehumanizes them. This social disintegration in the form of the lack of elementary solidarity is a global phenomenon. It was noted a couple of years ago even in China. When people witness a horrible event of one person causing pain to another, many of them react in 4 ways of descending amorality. They run away so as not to witness the event, they walk by and just avert their gaze, ignoring it, they eagerly observe the event, or they record the event. The last 2 ways obviously generate a surplus enjoyment of its own. What makes us, observers, guilty is not just the fact that we do nothing, through fear or for whatever other reason, but this enjoyment is embodied in our eager gaze. Is something similar not at work in how our media report on violence against women? Jacqueline Rose recently made a key point when she dealt with the question, is the widespread talk about violence against women in our mainstream media an indication that there is more of this violence in real life, or is it just that this violence became more visible because, on account of the growing feminist awareness, we apply higher ethical standards which qualify as violence what was before considered part of a normal state of things? Rose pointed out that this higher visibility is profoundly ambiguous. It signals the fact that feminist awareness has penetrated general culture, but it also neutralizes the impact of violence against women, rendering it tolerable and standardized. We see it all around, we protest against it, and life goes on. Let's take a case of the direct critical depiction of the oppressive atmosphere of an imagined conservative fundamentalist rule. The new TV version of Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale confronts us with the weird pleasure of fantasizing a world of brutal patriarchal domination. Of course, nobody would openly admit the desire to live in such nightmarish world, but this assurance that we really don't want it makes fantasizing about it, imagining all the details of this world, all the more pleasurable. Yes, we feel pain while experiencing this pleasure, but Lacan's name for this pleasure in pain is jouissance. And, At an even more general level, the same goes for many critical, or fictional, reports on the horrors of capitalism. It is as if the brutal and open critique of capitalism is immediately co-opted, included in the capitalist's self-reproduction. Let's take Squid Game, the gigantic global hit produced by Netflix. Its not so subtle message is: runaway capitalism is bad. Alas, I am not sure executives at Netflix are particularly bothered. They are far too busy raking in all the cash that Squid Game has made them. As it turns out, a scathing critique of capitalism may help push Netflix into becoming a trillion-dollar company. Squid Game has boosted Netflix stock's market value by $19 billion since it launched it in mid-September. It has also created $900 million in impact value, which is a metric Netflix uses to assess the performance of individual shows. The streaming platform is shamelessly trying to squeeze every last penny it can out of the show. It's even selling Squid Game hoodies on its online store. 63. However, this immediate co-option goes deeper and reaches well beyond the immense profits the series is generating. What perhaps matters even more is the formal aspect. Squid Game transposes brutal capitalist exploitation and competition, which are features of the system as such, into a game run by hidden organizers, and thereby makes us, spectators, observers who fully enjoy the tensions and reversals of the plot. So how can we counteract an ideology which takes into account the very fact that individuals don't trust it? A possible solution came recently from Greece, and its simple redoubled spin confirms that Greece is the origin of our civilization. On October 2021, Greek media reported that a scam involving over 100,000 anti-vaxxers and 200 to 300 doctors and nurses was discovered. Anti-vaxxers would pay doctors $400 for fake vaccinations. Basically, they would ask them to inject them with a dose of, example, plain tap water, instead of the vaccine. However, the doctors involved in the scheme would then out-scheme them, by switching in the last minute the fake liquid with the real thing, and thus would actually inject them with the real vaccine, unbeknownst to the anti-vaxxer. The, now simultaneously both corrupt and ethical, doctor would still keep the bribe. And now for the final hilarious twist: the secretly vaxxed anti-vaxxer would naturally get, and would describe to others, the vaccine's side effects, without, however, being able to explain how or why they would occur, since the anti-vaxxer would still believe that he or she had tricked the system. 64. Although I condemn the doctors participating in this scam, I cannot judge them too harshly. When they issued the document confirming the vaccination to an anti-vaxxer, they were not cheating, the person really was vaccinated. The only person who was effectively cheated was the one who wanted to cheat, i.e., to enjoy the benefits of vaccination without getting vaccinated, but he was cheated by means of truth itself. What he didn't know is that he really is what he pretended to be, vaccinated. Is, then, the problem that the doctor not only lied to his patient, promising him that he would not really be vaccinated, but also pocketed the bribe, €400. Even here, one might argue that if the doctor were not to accept the bribe, his patient might suspect that he would not be really not vaccinated. The true ethical concern resides in the fact that the patient was vaccinated against his explicit will, which, in this situation, I consider a rather minor misdemeanor, since the patient's intention was to cheat, i.e., while not being vaccinated he wanted an official document confirming that he had been vaccinated, which is why he was a threat not just to himself but also to others. Many of those who oppose vaccination argue that obligatory vaccination is not only an attack on our personal freedom of choice but also a violent intrusion into our bodies comparable to rape. When I get vaccinated, I am raped by the public, not only medical authority, as if our body is ever really just ours. There was recently in Slovenia a case of a very old lady who was slowly dying in a hospital, unable to feed herself, kept alive by 6 or 7 simultaneous infusions. When asked if she would like to get vaccinated, she ferociously resisted, saying that she didn't know what was in the vaccine and didn't want to have any foreign stuff injected into her body. Is this not the situation for all of us, vaccinated or not? We are already controlled and manipulated in ways we are unaware of, in the same way that, although some rich Jews are exploiting us, our exploitation also goes on with full force without Jews. However, the true interest of this anecdote is that, whether true or not, it functions as an exemplum in Pierre Bayard's sense, rendering in a pure form rarely encountered in social reality the way we are controlled and manipulated. While we think we cheat the public authority, our cheating is already included in the cycle of the self-reproduction of public authority. So we are in a way acting even worse than a lamb to the slaughter. We act like a lamb which eagerly pays for its own slaughter. Again, as Lacan put it, les non-dupes errant, like the white lower-class members who were not duped by the liberal establishment and ended up voting for Trump. One should also note how the logic of lamb to the slaughter applies to both sides of the ongoing struggle. For COVID septics, lambs to the slaughter were the people who waited in line to get vaccinated, or, when the vaccines were difficult to get, even bribing the doctors to get vaccinated. For the time being, at least, the majority of lambs to the slaughter are the COVID deniers who pose a threat to their own life and the lives of others by their refusal to comply with the anti-pandemic measures. One often hears that the anti-vaccination protests are not just a display of anti-scientific irrationality, they condense a series of other dissatisfactions, with exploding control over our lives, with the power of medical and other corporations, etc., so we should enter into a dialogue with them, not just dismiss them with contempt. The problem I see here is that exactly the same can be said about anti-Semitism. It expresses a protest against financial exploitation, etc., or even about violence against women, men who abuse women often in order to vent their frustration at being humiliated in their social life. What, in all these cases, undermines such a benevolent and understanding view is the surplus enjoyment generated by the movement in question. Brutalizing women obviously brings a perverted enjoyment. The same goes for anti-Semitic pogroms, and anti-vaccination conspiracy theories also generate an enjoyment of their own. So we should here supplement Lacan's formula of psychoanalytic ethics: the only thing you can be guilty of is to compromise your desire with. You are always guilty/responsible for your enjoyment, even when what brings you to enjoy is externally imposed on you. Therein resides the material power of ideology. It not only trains us to tolerate power, or even to actively participate in our own submission. It cheats on us by the very act of warning us against being cheated, i.e., it does not count on our trust in the public order and its values, but on our very distrust. Its underlying message is, don't trust those in power, you are being manipulated, and here is how you can avoid being duped. The two faces of anachronism. Perhaps the deepest rift we are dealing with here is the rift between the image of reality offered by science and common sense normality, the way of life we are used to. Normality, inclusive of all the intuitions of how our life works, is on the side of vaccine deniers. They simply cannot accept that the problems we are facing now, pandemic, global warming, social unrest, will lead to the end of our way of life. I have spoken to people who need regular dialysis to survive, and they all told me that the most traumatic thing to accept is that their very survival depends on this prosthesis. There is a big machine out there, in front of me, and my bodily functioning depends on its regular use and smooth functioning. The prospect of vaccination confronts us with the same shattering experience. My survival hinges on the success of being jabbed repeatedly. What the populist right and the libertarian left share is a distrust of the entire space of public authorities, police regulations, healthcare control, and regulations sustained by medical and pharmaceutical institutions, big corporations and banks. They both want to resist this pressure, to maintain a space of freedom on behalf of what? The left, if it still deserves this name, should take a step further here. It is not enough to resist, whatever we perceive as, the establishment on behalf of some more authentic mode of existence. One should also mobilize the mechanism of the critique of critique and problematize the authentic position on behalf of what we resist. It is easy to recognize that the populist resistance to vaccination in the US acts in defense of the American way of life with its rampant individualism, carrying guns in public, racism, etc. The leftist vision which sustains vaccine skeptics is as a rule that of direct democracy of small groups that want to live in a transparent society without alienated centers of power. The problematic nature of the Taliban vision goes by itself. The paradox is thus that, to defeat the external threat of globalist domination, one should begin by sacrificing the very heart of what we feel is threatened. We should learn to trust science. It is only with the help of science that we can overcome our problems, caused, among other things, by science in the service of power. We should learn to trust public authority. Only such an authority makes it possible to confront dangers such as pandemics and environmental catastrophes by way of imposing necessary measures. We should learn to trust the big other, the shared space of basic values. Without it, solidarity is not possible. We don't need the freedom to be different, we need the freedom to choose how to be the same in a new way. And, perhaps most difficult, we should be ready to abandon many of the common sense beliefs and practices that form our way of life. To be truly conservative today, to fight for what is worth saving in our traditions, means to engage in a radical change. The old conservative motto, "Some things have to change so that everything remains the same," has acquired a new weight today. Many things will have to change radically for us to remain human. The critique we hear again and again is that the West failed in Afghanistan because it tried to implement its own idea of democracy and freedom there, ignoring specific local circumstances and traditions. However, on a closer look, one can see that the West was trying precisely to establish links with local formations, and the result was pacts with local warlords, etc. The long-term outcome of such attempts can only be a combination of global capitalism and local nationalism, as we see it in Turkey. No wonder the Taliban has good relations with the Turkish government. Afghanistan did not get too much modernity, it mostly got all that has gone wrong in our modernity, beginning with Soviet occupation. As Jürgen Habermas put it decades ago, modernity is an unfinished project, and the Taliban are the proof of it. So to understand properly phenomena like the Taliban, one has to resuscitate the dialectical notion of anachronism. 65 No system can be purely contemporaneous with itself, it has to include transfunctionalized elements of the past. Why did the British nobility remain in power in state apparatuses even when Great Britain became a highly developed capitalist country? Marx explained this apparent anachronism. The bourgeoisie allowed this because capitalists were aware that nobility is the best representative of the capitalist class. As such, as a whole left to itself, the capitalist class would get lost in factional struggles. And the same goes for the rise of fundamentalist movements like the Taliban. They are not simply anachronistic, they stand for tradition which never existed, a tradition reinvented to counteract the destructive consequences of modernization. The Taliban fill in the lack of failed capitalist modernity. However, one should oppose here the anachronism which enables the present order to complete its hegemony to the anachronism which disrupts the present order and points towards an alternate future. We are in the midst of a process that is not only destined to make labor more flexible but to eradicate the reality of labor as a collective form of life and struggle in order to make it a mere private affair for individuals managing their human capital. 66 And in this situation, the hegemonic ideology desperately tries to dismiss all signs of the persistence of class struggle, trade unions, strikes, etc., as anachronisms. The moment a more radical leftist orientation emerges, as was the case with Corbyn in the UK and Sanders in the US, it is immediately attacked as out of time, as a remainder of the old left which ignores the new conditions. From an authentic leftist standpoint, of course, class struggle remains the encompassing unity in this shift from still visible class struggle to each of us as a manager of his/her human capital, which means that the very disappearance of class struggle from public discourse indicates the victory of the ruling side in the class struggle, or, to quote none other than Warren Buffett, "There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we're winning." 67. Such a notion of anachronism is grounded in what I call materialist theology. What is theology here? Walter Benjamin, who can also be called a materialist theologian, provided the answer: what science has determined remembrance can modify. Such mindfulness can make the incomplete, happiness, into something complete, and the complete, suffering, into something incomplete. That is theology. 68. Science determines things, it aims to establish the full continuous causal link among them, and in this way an image of reality emerges in which happiness is always incomplete, thwarted, while suffering remains what it is, a fact of life. What Benjamin calls theology breaks up the causal continuity of time, it completes happiness and incomplete suffering in one and the same move, by way of establishing a direct trans-temporal link between past, present, and future. A present emancipatory struggle is posited as something in which past failed struggles resonate and repeat themselves, and this struggle opens itself upon a different future. In this perspective, present, past, and future are not successive states in a historical continuum, they are all different strata of a contemporary event. As Benjamin put it, the present struggle is a struggle through which the past itself will be redeemed, which means that past and future are not external opposites, there is a future dimension inscribed into the past itself. Arthur Rimbaud's famous line "Il faut être absolument moderne" is today perhaps more actual than ever. Those who see our predicament as the final outcome of modern subjectivity which objectivizes and tries to dominate all reality, like to propose a shift from subject to humans. We, humanity, are not the subject elevated above all reality, we are humans rooted in a given historical and environmental context which makes us human. We should gather the courage to turn around this idea. The ongoing crises impose on us the urge to sacrifice our historical form of humanity, of what it means to be human to us now, and to assert ourselves as pure abyssal subject. The Taliban and vaccine deniers are not an irrational extremism, they are the two extreme expressions of resistance to modernity. It is relatively easy to dismiss them as a freakish outgrowth, but it is much more difficult to render problematic the basic stance which grounds them, the idea that our multicultural globalized societies are societies whose spirit is tired, as Nietzsche put it, unable to engage in a large-scale passionate project which may demand from us that we even risk our lives. Recall the Taliban victory in Afghanistan, there was no passionate engagement to fight the Taliban advocated by left liberals, the only passion emerged after the Taliban takeover when our media became obsessed with the fate of the victims who remained in Afghanistan and were threatened by Taliban rule, women, Western collaborators. More generally, the only passion we can recognize today is the negative passion to identify and fight racist, sexist, etc. prejudices. Effectively, there is a nihilist dimension in this perverted passion which stands for the hermeneutic of suspicion at its most extreme, the frantic effort to bring out a patriarchal, homophobic, Eurocentric, etc. bias in every positive project. Globo-homo is an ideal combination of corporate capitalism with a politically correct personality. What one has to fear is that the open democratic West will display the same inability to act as the pro-Western residents of big cities in Afghanistan did, unable to really mobilize against the nationalist populist threat. Is this not already happening? We are witnessing again and again the weird oscillation of the democratic forces in the EU, endlessly postponing clear confrontation with the Hungarian and Polish governments. In this context, the position of European nationalist populists cannot but appear as well-grounded. What is more normal than to fight globalism with local roots, way of life, commitment to one's community, etc., as a protection against globo-homo lifeless nihilism? However, as we have already seen, this is the temptation to be avoided at any price. Today's multiple crises, from pandemics to ecology, require a global commitment totally at odds with global capitalist modernity. And the only path to this new committed universality leads through an even more radical nihilism, the nihilism which clearly perceives the vacuity of liberal universalism. In Nietzsche's terms, we have to take a step from passive nihilism to active nihilism, an outburst of self-destructive negativity whose figure in our popular culture is Joker. So what should Americans have done in Afghanistan? Yes, they messed up the situation, but after they did it, they lost the right to just run away from the mess they created. They should have stayed and start to act differently. How? Let me just conclude with a reversal of the well-known metaphor of how, when we are throwing out the dirty water from a bathtub, we should be careful not to lose the clean and healthy baby. Racists are doing this when they realize that the Western interventions designed to spread human rights and freedoms to the poor and dirty third world countries miserably fail. Okay, so let's throw out of the bathtub of human rights and freedoms the dirty water of third world people who are not mature enough for secular democracy, and let's just keep in the pure white baby. Perhaps, we should do the exact opposite, throw out the pure white baby and be careful not to lose the dirty water of the poor and exploited in the third world who really deserve human rights and not just our sympathy and charity. So can we imagine a return of the repressed in its proper form of collective emancipatory engagement? Not only can we imagine it, it is already knocking on our doors with great force. Let's just mention the global warming catastrophe. It calls for large-scale collective actions which will demand their own forms of martyrdom, sacrificing many pleasures we have got used to. If we really want to change our entire way of life, the individualist care of the self which focuses of our use of pleasures will have to be superseded. Expert science alone will not do the job. It will have to be a science rooted in the deepest collective engagement. This should be our answer to the Taliban, a subjective destitution much stronger than that of religious fundamentalists. Destructive nihilism. It is crucial to note here that subjective destitution as the emergence of a radical gap in the continuity of history is here not an explosion of destructive violence which can only in a later stage be transformed into a pragmatic and realist construction of a new order. Gary describes subjective destitution as a stance which enables us to engage in a construction of a new social order. As such, revolutionary subjective destitution should be strictly separated from the outbursts of radical negativity which appear as self-destructive political nihilism. There is no better example of this topic in art than Todd Phillips' Joker. One cannot but express admiration for a Hollywood in which it is possible to make a film like Joker, and for the public which turned it into a mega blockbuster. However, the reason for the film's popularity resides in its metafictional dimension. It provides the dark genesis of the Batman story, a genesis that has to remain invisible for the Batman myth to function. Let's try to imagine Joker without this reference to the Batman myth, just as the story of a victimized kid who adopts the mask of a clown to survive his predicament. It simply wouldn't work. It would have been just another realist drama. Time Out characterized Joker as a truly nightmarish vision of late-era capitalism, and categorized it as a social horror film. This would have seemed unimaginable until recently. A combination of two genres which are perceived as totally disparate, the realist depiction of social misery and fantasized horror, a combination which, of course, only works when social reality acquires dimensions of horror fiction. The three main stances towards the film in our media perfectly mirror the tripartite division of our political space. Conservatives worry that it may incite viewers to acts of violence. Politically correct liberals discerned in it racist and other cliches. In the opening scene, a group of boys who beat Arthur appear black, plus also an ambiguous fascination with blind violence. Leftists celebrate it for faithfully rendering the conditions of the rise of violence in our societies. But does Joker really incite spectators to imitate Arthur's acts in real life? Emphatically no, for the simple reason that Arthur Joker is not presented as a figure of identification. The whole film works on the premise that it is impossible for us, viewers, to identify with him. 69 He remains a stranger up to the end. Before Joker was released, the media warned the public that it may incite violence. The FBI itself specifically warned that the film may inspire violence from clown cells, an incel subgroup obsessed with clowns such as Pennywise from It and Joker. There were no reports of violence inspired by the film. After the film was released, critics were not sure how to categorize it. Is Joker just a piece entertainment, as is the entire Batman series, an in-depth study of the genesis of pathological violence, or an exercise in social criticism? Since Joker depicts radical rebellion against the existing order as a self-destructive orgy of violence with no positive vision underlying it, it can also be read as anti-leftist. For Tyler Cowen, the film quite explicitly portrays the egalitarian instinct as a kind of barbaric violent atavism, and it is pointedly critical of Antifa and related movements. showing them as representing a literal end of civilization. Only the wealthy are genteel and urbane and proper. 70. The lesson of the film is thus, no radical steps, we can only count on the benevolent charity of the rich to gradually improve things. The leftist answer to this reading is that the self-destructive rebellion portrayed in Joker is that such a nihilist explosion of brutal rage precisely signals that we remain within the coordinates of the existing order, and that a more radical shift of political imagination is needed. From his radical leftist standpoint, Michael Moore found Joker to be a timely piece of social criticism and a perfect illustration of the consequences of America's current social ills. When it explores how Arthur Fleck became Joker, it brings out the role of bankers, the collapse of healthcare, and the divide between rich and poor. Moore is therefore right to mock those who feared the film's release. Our country is in deep despair, our Constitution is in shreds, a rogue maniac from Queens has access to the nuclear codes, but for some reason, it's a movie we should be afraid of. The greater danger to society may be if you don't go see this movie. This movie is not about Trump. It's about the America that gave us Trump, the America which feels no need to help the outcast, the destitute. Consequently, the fear and outcry over Joker is a ruse. It's a distraction so that we don't look at the real violence tearing up our fellow human beings. 30 million Americans who don't have health insurance is an act of violence. Millions of abused women and children living in fear is an act of violence. However, Joker not only depicts this America, it also raises a discomfiting question: what if one day the dispossessed decide to fight back? And I don't mean with a clipboard registering people to vote. People are worried this movie may be too violent for them. Really? Considering everything we're living through in real life. In short, the film tries to understand why innocent people turn into jokers after they can no longer keep it together. Rather than feeling incited to violence, a spectator will thank this movie for connecting you to a new desire not to run to the nearest exit to save your own ass, but rather to stand and fight and focus your attention on the nonviolent power you hold in your hands every single day. 71. But does it really work like that? The new desire Moore mentions is not Joker's desire to see this. One has to introduce here the psychoanalytic distinction between drive and desire. Drive is compulsively repetitive. In it, we are caught in the loop of turning again and again around the same point, while desire enacts a cut, it opens up a new dimension. Joker remains a being of drive. At the film's end, he is powerless, and his violent outbursts are just impotent explosions of rage, actings out of his basic powerlessness. In order for the desire described by Moore to arise, one step further is needed. An additional change of subjective stance is to be accomplished if we are to pass from Joker's outbursts to becoming able to stand and fight and focus your attention on the nonviolent power you hold in your hands every single day. When you become aware of this power, you can renounce brutal bodily violence. The paradox is that you become truly violent, in the sense of posing a threat to the existing system, only when you renounce physical violence. This does not mean that Joker's act is a dead end to be avoided. It is rather a kind of malefic moment, reduction to a 0 point of minimal frame of protest. Maleficus' famous black square on white surface is not some kind of self-destructive abyss we should beware of not being swallowed by, but a point through which we should pass to gain a new beginning. It is the moment of death drive which opens up the space for sublimation. And in the same way that, in his minimalist paintings like Black Square, Malefic reduced a painting to its minimal opposition of frame and background, Joker reduced protest to its minimal content, less self-destructive form. An additional twist is needed to pass from drive to desire, to leave behind the nihilist point of self-destruction, to make this 0 point function as a new beginning. However, the lesson of Joker is that we have to go through this 0 point to get rid of the illusions that pertain to the existing order. 72. This 0 point is today's version of what was once called a proletarian position, the experience of those who have nothing to lose, or, to quote Arthur from the film, "I've got nothing left to lose. Nothing can hurt me anymore. My life is nothing but a comedy." This is where the idea that Trump is a kind of Joker in power finds its limit. Trump definitely did not go through this 0 point. He may be an obscene clown in his own way, but he is not a Joker figure. It's an insult to Joker to compare him with Trump. In the film, Wayne the father is a Joker in the simple sense of the agent who displays the obscenity of power. Now we can see where M.L. Clark goes ridiculously wrong when he reads My Own Philosophy as a version of Joker's nihilist stance. Zizek's Hegelian philosophy meets flimsy pop science relentlessly insists that the only objective reality is not the nothingness from which something was created, but rather the tension between the true nothing burger underpinning existence, and the moral depravity of our every, inevitable attempt to impose meaning upon it. In short, for me, the basic ontological fact is the tension between the ultimate meaningless void/crack and our, humanity's, attempts to impose some universal meaning onto this chaotic crack. Such a position is nothing special, it simply reproduces a certain existential humanism which perceives humans as beings who heroically endeavor to impose some meaning onto the chaos of the world into which we are thrown. However, according to Clark, I here take a step further in the Joker direction, since all attempts to impose meaning onto the primordial chaotic void obfuscate this void and are thus hypocritical, i.e., since they escape from the basic nonsense of existence, they are acts of moral depravity or, to bring this point to extreme, morality itself, attempts to impose a universal meaning onto reality, is a form of moral depravity. The only consequent moral stance is thus one of full nihilism, of joyfully endorsing the violent destruction of every attempt to impose a moral order onto our chaotic life, of renouncing every universal humanist project that would enable us to surmount our discords. No matter how much we might want to insist that our shared humanity is stronger than our momentary discords and our abiding individual differences, the Jokers and Zizeks are never quite going to be persuaded. Their respective ideological frameworks require them to keep pointing to the social tensions that remain, the chaos that will always be a part of our collective press towards a better synthesized societal whole. 73. I, of course, consider this stance of radical nihilism not only totally at odds with my clear political engagements but also self-contradictory. It needs its fake moral opponent to assert itself in its nihilistic destruction and in the unmasking of its hypocrisy. Therein resides the limit of all the desperate attempts to reverse tragedy into triumphant comedy practiced by incels, clowncells, and Joker himself who, just before shooting Murray, his TV host, tells him, "Have you seen what it's like out there, Murray? Do you ever actually leave the studio? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves? They don't. They think that we'll just sit down and take it like good little boys. That we won't werewolf and go wild." The assertion of joyful destruction remains parasitic on this complaint. Joker doesn't go too far in the destruction of the existing order, he remains stuck in what Hegel called abstract negativity, unable as he is to propose its concrete negation. Insofar as the Freudian name for this negativity is death drive, we should thus be careful not to characterize Donald Trump's self-destructive defense against the attempts to impeach him as manifestations of death drive. 74. Yes, while Trump rejects the accusations against him, he simultaneously confirms, and even boasts of, the very crimes he is accused of and breaks the law in his very defense. But does he not thereby just enact, more openly than usual, true, the paradox that is constitutive of the rule of the law, i.e., the fact that the very agency that regulates the application of the law has to exempt itself from its reign? So yes, Trump is obscene in acting the way he acts, but in this way he merely brings out the obscenity that is the obverse of the law itself. The negativity of his acts is totally subordinated to his perception of his ambitions and well-being. He is far from the self-destruction of the existing order enacted by Joker. There is nothing suicidal about Trump's boasting about his breaking the rules, it is simply part of his message that he is a tough guy president beset by corrupt elites and boosting the US abroad, and that his transgressions are necessary because only a rule breaker can crush the power of the Washington swamp. To read this well-planned and very rational strategy in terms of death drive is yet another example of how it is left liberals who are really on a suicidal mission, giving rise to the impression that they are engaged in bureaucratic legal nagging while the president is doing a good job for the country. In Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, Joker is the only figure of truth. The goal of his terrorist attacks on Gotham City is made clear: they will stop when Batman takes off his mask and reveal his true identity. What, then, is Joker, who wants to disclose the truth beneath the mask, convinced that this disclosure will destroy the social order? He is not a man without mask, but, on the contrary, a man fully identified with his mask, a man who is his mask. There is nothing, no ordinary guy, beneath his mask. This is why Joker has no backstory and lacks any clear motivation. He tells different people different stories about his scars, mocking the idea that he should have some deep-rooted trauma that drives him. It may appear that Joker aims precisely at providing a kind of socio-psychological genesis of Joker, depicting the traumatic events which made him the figure he is. 75 The problem is that thousands of young boys who grew up in ruined families and were bullied by their peers suffered the same fate, but only one synthesized the circumstances into the unique figure of Joker. In other words, yes, Joker is the result of a set of pathogenic circumstances, but these circumstances can be described as the causes of this unique figure only retroactively, once Joker is already here. In one of the early novels about Hannibal Lecter, the claim that Lecter's monstrosity is the result of unfortunate circumstances is rejected. Nothing happened to him. He happened. However, one can, and should, also read Joker in the opposite sense and claim that the act that constitutes the main figure as Joker is an autonomous act by means of which he surpasses the objective circumstances of his situation. He identifies himself with his fate, but this identification is a free act. In it, he posits himself as a unique figure of subjectivity. 76 We can locate this reversal at a precise moment in the film when the hero says, "You know what really makes me laugh? I used to think that my life was a tragedy. But now I realize, it's a fucking comedy." One should take note of the exact moment when Arthur says this, while, standing by the side of his mother's bed, he takes her pillow and uses it to smother her to death. Who, then, is his mother? Here is how Arthur describes her presence: "She always tells me to smile and put on a happy face. She says I was put here to spread joy and laughter." Is this not maternal superego at its purest? No wonder she calls him happy, not Arthur. He gets rid of his mother's hold, by killing her, through fully identifying with her command to laugh. This, however, does not mean that Joker lives in a maternal world. His mother is a half-dead impassive victim of paternal violence, obsessed with the ultra-rich Wayne as the father of her child, hoping to the end that he will help her and Arthur. 77 The film elegantly leaves it open as to whether Wayne is Arthur's father or not. Arthur's sad fate is thus not the result of an overstrong maternal presence. Far from being guilty, his mother is herself the victim of extreme male brutality. Apart from Wayne, there is another paternal figure in the film, Murray, the comedian who invites Arthur to his popular TV show and thus gives him a chance of social integration and public recognition. One is almost tempted to say that this duality of Wayne and Murray enacts the opposition between bad and good father, in this case, the father who ignores Arthur and the father who recognizes him, but the integration fails. Arthur sees through Murray's hypocrisy and shoots him in the midst of the TV show, and it is only at this, after repeating the murder of his mother in the public murder of a paternal figure, that he fully becomes Joker. In yet another elegant move, Arthur does not kill Wayne, his putative father, himself. This act is left to an anonymous man wearing a clown mask, a member of Joker's new tribe. Both Oedipal enigmas, the question of who is Arthur's father and the question of who enacts the parricide, are thus left in dark. Because of his act, Joker may not be moral, but he definitely is ethical. Morality regulates how we relate to others with regard to our shared common good, while ethics concerns our fidelity to the cause which defines our desire, a fidelity which reaches beyond the pleasure principle. Morality in its basic sense is not opposed to social customs. It is an affair of what in ancient Greece was called eumonia, the harmonious well-being of the community. One should recall here how, At the beginning of Antigone, the chorus reacts to the news that someone, at this point one doesn't yet know who, violated Creon's prohibition and performed funeral rites on Polynus's body. It is Antigone herself who is implicitly castigated as the cityless outcast engaged in excessive demonic acts which disturb the eumonia of the state, fully reasserted in the last lines of the play. The most important part of happiness is therefore wisdom not to act impiously towards the gods, for boasts of arrogant men bring on great blows of punishment so in old age men can discover wisdom. From the standpoint of eumonia, Antigone is definitely demonic uncanny. Her defying act expresses a stance of demeasured excessive insistence which disturbs the beautiful order of the city. Her unconditional ethics violates the harmony of the polis and is as such beyond human boundary. The irony is that, while Antigone presents herself as the guardian of the immemorial laws that sustain human order, she acts as a freakish and ruthless abomination. There definitely is something cold and monstrous about her, as is rendered by the contrast between her and her warmly human sister Ismene. If we want to grasp the stance that leads Antigone to perform the funeral of Polynus's, we should move forwards from the overquoted lines about the unwritten laws to one of her later speeches where she specifies what she means by the law that she cannot not obey. Here is the standard correct translation. I'd never have done it. For children of my own, not as their mother. Nor for a dead husband lying in decay. No, not in defiance of the citizens. What law do I appeal to, claiming this? If my husband died, there'd be another one. And if I were to lose a child of mine, I'd have another with some other man. But since my father and my mother, too, are hidden away in Hades' house, I'll never have another living brother. That was the law I used to honor you. These lines caused a scandal for centuries, with many interpreters claiming that they must be a later interpolation. Even the translation of the first sentence varies. There are some which totally turn around its meaning, like the following: whether a mother of children or a wife, I'd always take up this struggle and go against the city's laws. Then there are translations which delete the brutal mention of rotting corpses, with Antigone just stating that she would never violate the public laws for a dead husband or child. Then there is the correct above quoted translation which does mention corpses, decaying corpses, but just as a fact, not as something Antigone subjectively assumes. But one has to add here David Feldshuh's translation which fully renders Antigone's subjective stance. Although it is not true to the original, one should say that it is in some sense better than the original, more faithful to the original's repressed message. For Creon's law, I would bow to it if a husband or a son had died. I'd let their bodies rot in the steaming dust unburied and alone. 78 I'd let their bodies rot. As Alenka Zupancic pointed out in her groundbreaking study on Antigone, this is not just a statement of the fact that an unburied corpse is rotting in the open but the expression of her active stance towards it. She would let the body rot. 79. It is clear from this passage that Antigone is at the very opposite end of just applying to her dead brother the general unwritten primordial rule of the respect for the dead. Therein resides the predominant reading of Antigone. She enacts a universal rule deeper than all social and political regulations. Although this rule is supposed to allow for no exception, its partisans usually oscillate when one confronts them with a case of extreme evil. Should Hitler also be given a proper funeral? Cornel West likes to call people he writes about brothers say. In his course on Chekhov, he always referred to him as Brother Anton, but when I heard him saying this, I was tempted to ask him if he would also, when talking about Hitler, refer to him as Brother Adolf. Judith Butler tries to save the day by deftly pointing out that the reference to a brother who cannot be replaced is ambiguous. Oedipus himself is her father but also her brother, they share the same mother, but I don't think we can extrapolate this opening into a new universality of respect for all those who are marginal, excluded from the public order of community. Another way to save the day is to claim that any person who dies is for some other, in a position of exception as defined by Antigone. Even for Hitler, there must have been somebody for whom he was irreplaceable. Let's not forget that, for the citizens of Thebes, Polynus's was a criminal. 80 In this way, we can claim that Antigone's exception, only for my brother am I ready to break the public law, is really universal. When we are facing death, the dead is always in a position of exception. However, such a reading fails to avoid the paradox. Antigone must have been aware that, for hundreds, at least, who died in the battle for Thebes, the same holds as for Polynices. Plus her reasoning is very strange. If her husband or her child were to die, she would let them rot only because she would be able to replace them. Why should respect for the dead be unconditional only for those who cannot be replaced? Doesn't the process of replacement she evokes, she can find another husband, breed another child, strangely ignore the uniqueness of each person? Why should another husband be able to replace a husband whom she would love in his singularity? Catherine H. Rosenfield described in detail how Antigone's exception is grounded in her unique family situation. Her privileging of her brother only makes sense against the background of all the misadventures that befell Oedipus's family. 81 Far from being a simple ethical act expressing utter devotion to one's family, her act is penetrated by obscure libidinal investments and passions. It is only in this way that we can explain the weird mechanical reasoning that justifies her exception. Her brother cannot be replaced. Her reasoning is the superficial mask of a deeper passion. So the fact remains that what Antigone does is something quite unique. Her universal rule is let the bodies rot, and she fully honors this rule with only the exception of her particular case. The law that she obeys in properly burying Polynices is the law of exception, and this is a very brutal law, far from any human reconciliation. This brings us back to the distinction between examples and exemplum. Antigone's monstrous act is not an example of anything, it clearly violates the universal law, but it is nonetheless its exemplum, the exemplum which not only functions as an exception with regard to this law but which turns this exception itself into a law of its own. Antigone thus takes a Hegelian step further with regard to the triad of law, its examples and its exemplum. She transposes the gap that separates exemplum from examples back into the universal domain of the law itself. She demonstrates how the consequent actualization of the universal law has to turn it into its opposite. Instead of opposing the pure law, respect for the dead, to its factual violations, we often let them rot. She elevates these violations themselves into a universal law, let them all rot, and elevates the law of respecting the dead into an exception. Antigone's stance is thus incompatible with any project of a new world ethics that should unite all of humanity beyond all particular world views around a set of basic axioms: don't kill, respect the dead, follow the golden rule, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you, etc. The most elaborated project in this direction is the global ethic project that arose out of the thought of the Swiss theologian Hans Kung. In order for people from different cultures, religions, and nations to be able to live together in a constructive way, common basic values which connect us all are needed. This is true in regards to the smaller structures of families as well as in schools, companies, and society as a whole. Unifying values and norms independent of culture, religion, or nationality are becoming more and more important in the age of the Internet, global politics and economies, and increasingly multicultural societies. 82. Among the big translations of Antigone, Friedrich Hölderlin's is deservedly praised as unique, and one cannot but note how her exception, her readiness to perform the proper funeral of her brother, can be read in the light of a specific feature of Hölderlin's late poetry. Instead of first describing a state of things and then mentioning the exception, but, he often begins a sentence directly by aber, but, in German, without indicating which is the normal state disturbed by the exception, as in the famous lines from his hymn on Denken, was bleibet aber, stiften die Dichter / but poets establish what remains. The standard reading, of course, is that, after events, poets are able to perceive the situation from a mature standpoint, i.e. from a safe distance when the historical meaning of the events become clear. What if, however, there is nothing before the but, just a nameless chaos, and a world, concocted by a poet, emerges as a but, as an act of disturbing a chaotic void? What if at the beginning there is a but? So what if we read Hölderlin's line literally? but poets establish what remains. Poets donate/create/establish, stiften, a strophe, the opening line of a poem, which is that which remains after what? After the catastrophe of the pre-ontological gap/rupture. In this sense, Antigone's choice, of brother, is a primordial ethical act. It does not disturb a preceding universal ethical law, it just interrupts the pre-ethical chaos of letting them rot. The pre-ethical chaos is cut short by Aber mein Bruder, but my brother. However, is it not that Antigone's act is so problematic because it does disturb a pre-existing order of customs? There is only one conclusion to be drawn here: with her act, with her but, Antigone herself devalues the preceding order of customs, reducing it to a chaos or rotting corpses. An act does not just introduce order into chaos, it simultaneously annihilates a preceding order, denouncing it as a false mask of chaos. Insofar as ethics is at its most basic dimension the network of customs that regulate our communal life, and insofar as Antigone's act suspends the communal ethical substance, this act can be characterized not as the ethical suspension of the political, the insistence on the ethics when a political decision violates a basic ethical principle, but, on the contrary, as a moment of the political suspension of the ethical. The political is at its most basic the suspension of the predominant ethical substance. Today, we need such acts more than ever. Antigone's act is not an exception to universality, it is an exception that is itself elevated into universality. This is why her stance is not masculine, in the sense of Lacan's formulas of sexuality, a universality grounded in its exception, but feminine. Universality is not all because there are only exceptions. Antigone is thus ethical but not moral in the same sense as Joker. One should also take note of Arthur's family name, Fleck, which in German means stain/spot. Arthur is a disharmonious stain in the social edifice, something with no proper place in it. But what makes him a stain is not just his miserable marginal existence but primarily a feature of his subjectivity, his propensity to compulsive and uncontrollable outbursts of laughter. The status of this laughter is paradoxical, it is quite literally extimate, to use Lacan's neologism, intimate and external. Arthur insists that it forms the very core of his subjectivity. Remember, you used to tell me that my laugh was a condition, that there was something wrong with me? It isn't. That's the real me. But precisely as such, it is external to him, to his personality, experienced by him as an autonomized partial object that he cannot control and that he ends up fully identifying with, a clear case of what Lacan called identification with a symptom, or, rather, symptom, not a bearer of meaning, of a coded message from the unconscious but a cipher of enjoyment, the elementary formula of subject's enjoyment. The paradox here is that in the standard Oedipal scenario, it is the name of the father which enables an individual to escape the clutches of maternal desire. With Joker, paternal function is nowhere to be seen, so that the subject can outdo mother only by over-identifying with her superego command. The film provides not only the socio-psychological genesis of Joker, it also implies the condemnation of the society in which a protest can only assume the form of a new tribe led by Joker. There is a subjective act in this Joker's move, but no new political subjectivity arises through it. At the film's end, we get Joker as a new tribal leader, but with no political program, just an explosion of negativity in his conversation with Murray. Arthur insists twice that his act is not political. Referring to his clown makeup, Murray asks him, "What's with the face? I mean, are you part of the protest?" Arthur's reply, "No, I don't believe any of that. I don't believe in anything. I just thought it'd be good for my act. And, again, later, I'm not political. I'm just trying to make people laugh. Not political?" In a famous over 4-minute long but superbly made publicity spot for Heineken, the Dutch beer in green bottles with a red star on the cover, from 2017, 83 people with opposite views meet, a patriarchal man opposes a transgender person, etc., talk and seal their friendship through sharing a bottle of Heineken. Although the spot plays with levels of complexity, roles are played by actors who step out of their roles, etc., The basic message is clear: even if we are politically and ideologically opposed, we are beneath these superficial conflicts all the same warm humans and can debate even the toughest issues by sharing a good beer. Needless to add, this notion of shared humanity is ideology at its purest. A closer look reveals that shared humanity is always twisted in a certain political direction, rather obviously left liberal, in the sense of politically correct corporatism. In this case it is a commodity, a bottle of beer, which embodies and cements friendly relations. As Alenka Zupancic put it, 84, the first step of the critique of ideology is not just to engage in emancipatory politics but to emancipate politics, proper political struggle, as such. When interviewed for TV, a protester against pandemic regulations in Slovenia recently claimed that she was not interested in any politics, she just wanted to protect her freedom and maintain control over her body. What freedom, what politics? What are our basic rights and freedoms is the outcome of a political struggle. The ignorance of political struggle always serves the establishment. Today's hegemonic ideology can easily tolerate the idea that politics is a space of corruption, of cheating and lying, etc., and that it's best to keep politics at a distance. What it finds intolerable is the idea that all politics is not the same, that there is something that cannot but be called a politics of truth, not just a mess of conflicting opinions. We should add here another question: what might happen if the buddies were just to go on until they were completely drunk? There are two basic options here: either the formula of Brecht's Mr. Puntila and his man Matty, in which Puntila is warm, friendly, and loving when drunk, but cold, cynical and penny-pinching when sober, similar to the relationship between the tramp and the millionaire in Charlie Chaplin's City Lights, or, when the two were to become fully drunk, things would get really nasty, as their oppressed, brutal, sexist, racist, etc. prejudices would return in all their raw force, no longer restrained by rules of politeness. Therein resides the difference between Joker's jokes, everyday common jokes, and the reason why every dialectician likes to envelop his/her theory within jokes. Why do I so compulsively tell jokes in my texts? A meme circulating now on the web gives a correct hint. It tells of an Oak Hill couple sitting at home on Saturday evening. They discover there is a thief in their home after the man tells his wife a joke and they hear a laugh coming from upstairs. 85 So the point is not just to amuse the public but to make the thief, the ideological enemy, among them, betray himself by his laughter. How? The enemy is not a stupid guy who doesn't get a joke. He gets it and he laughs at the right moment for the wrong reason in order to reassert his sexist, racist, etc. prejudices. In short, the enemy laughs at others. Joker descends to a zero level where he just laughs, while a dialectician ultimately laughs at him/herself. A.O. Scott, in New York Times, therefore misses the point when he dismissed Joker as a story about nothing. The look and the sound connote gravity and depth, but the movie is weightless and shallow. There is effectively no gravity and depth in Joker's final stance. His revolt is weightless and shallow, and that's the utterly desperate point of the film. There is no militant left in the film's universe, it's just a flat world of globalized violence and corruption. Charity events are depicted as what they are. If a Mother Teresa figure were to be there, she would for sure participate in the charity event organized by Wayne, a humanitarian amusement of the privileged rich. Every authentic leftist should put on the wall above his bed or table the opening paragraph of Oscar Wilde's The Soul of Man Under Socialism, where he points out that it is much more easy to have sympathy with suffering than it is to have sympathy with thought. People find themselves surrounded by hideous poverty, by hideous ugliness, by hideous starvation. It is inevitable that they should be strongly moved by all this. Accordingly, with admirable, though misdirected intentions, they very seriously and very sentimentally set themselves to the task of remedying the evils that they see. But their remedies do not cure the disease, they merely prolong it. Indeed, their remedies are part of the disease. The proper aim is to try and reconstruct society on such a basis that poverty will be impossible. And the altruistic virtues have really prevented the carrying out of this aim. It is immoral to use private property in order to alleviate the horrible evils that result from the institution of private property. The last sentence provides a concise formula of what is wrong with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It is not enough just to point out that the Gates charity is based on brutal business practice. 86. One should go a step further and also denounce the ideological foundation of the Gates charity, the vacuity of its pan-humanitarianism. The title of Sama Nami's collection of essays, Refusal of Respect, Why We Should Not Respect Foreign Cultures and Our Own, also not hits the nail on its head. It is the only authentic stance with regard to the other three variations of the same formula. The Gates charity implies the formula, respect all cultures, your own and others. The rightist nationalist formula is, respect your own culture and despise others which are inferior to it. The politically correct formula is, respect other cultures, but despise your own, which is racist and colonialist. That's why politically correct woke culture is always anti-Eurocentric. The correct leftist stance is, bring out the hidden antagonisms of your own culture, link it to the antagonisms of other cultures, and then engage in a common struggle of those who fight here against the oppression and domination at work in our culture and those who do the same in other cultures. What this means is something which may sound shocking, but one should insist on it. You don't have to respect or love immigrants. What you have to do is to change the situation so that they will not have to be what they are. The citizen of a developed country who wants fewer immigrants and is ready to do something so that they will not have to come to this place which they mostly don't even like is much better than a humanitarian who preaches openness to immigrants while silently participating in the economic and political practices which brought the countries where immigrants are from to ruin. However, it's difficult to imagine a more stupid critique of Joker than the reproach that it doesn't portray a positive alternative to the Joker revolt. Just imagine a film shot along these lines, an edifying story about how the poor, unemployed, with no healthcare coverage, the victims of street gangs and police brutality, etc., organize nonviolent protests and strikes to mobilize public opinion. A new non-racial version of Martin Luther King, and an extremely boring film, lacking the crazy excesses of Joker which makes the film so attractive for viewers. Here we touch the crux of the matter, since it seems obvious to a leftist that such nonviolent protests and strikes are the only way to proceed, i.e., to exert an efficient pressure onto those in power. Are we dealing here with a simple gap between political logic and narrative efficiency? To put it bluntly, brutal outbursts like those of Joker are politically a deadlock, but they make a story interesting. Or is there also an imminent political necessity in the self-destructive stance embodies by Joker? My hypothesis is that one has to go through the self-destructive zero level for which Joker stands, not actually, but one has to experience it as a threat, as a possibility. Only in this way can one break out of the coordinates of the existing system and envisage something really new. Joker's stance is a blind alley, a total deadlock, superfluous and non-productive, but the paradox is that one has to go through it to perceive its superfluous character. There is no direct way from the existing misery to its constructive overcoming. Or, insofar as Joker is obviously a kind of madman, one should recall here Hegel, for whom madness is not an accidental lapse, distortion, illness of human spirit, but something which is inscribed into individual spirit's basic ontological constitution. To be a human means to be potentially mad. This interpretation of insanity as a necessarily occurring form or stage in the development of the soul is naturally not to be understood as if we were asserting that every mind, every soul, must go through this stage of extreme derangement. Such an assertion would be as absurd as to assume that because in the philosophy of right crime is considered as a necessary manifestation of the human will, therefore to commit crime is an inevitable necessity for every individual. Crime and insanity are extremes which the human mind in general has to overcome in the course of its development. 87. Although not a factual necessity, madness is a formal possibility constitutive of the human mind. It is something whose threat has to be overcome if we are to emerge as normal subjects, which means that normality can only arise as the overcoming of this threat. This is why, as Hegel put it a couple of pages later, insanity must be discussed before the healthy, intellectual consciousness, although it has that consciousness for its presupposition. 88. In short, We do not all have to be mad in reality, but madness is the reality of our psychic lives, a point to which our psychic lives necessarily refer in order to assert themselves as normal. And it is the same with Joker. We are not all jokers in reality, but the position of Joker is something the human mind in general has to overcome in the course of its development. The elegance of Joker is that, in order to articulate a new positive political vision, we don't have actually to become jokers. The film does it for us. The film stages the madness, confronts us with it, and thereby enables us to overcome it. The return of vanishing mediators. Is this madness not an exemplary case of what Frederick Jameson calls the vanishing mediator between the old and the new? Vanishing mediator designates a specific feature in the process of a passage from the old order to a new order. When the old order is disintegrating, unexpected things happen, not just the horrors mentioned by Gramsci but also bright utopian projects and practices. Once the new order is established, a new narrative arises and, within this new ideological space, mediators disappear from viewpoint 89. Suffice it to take a look at the passage from socialism to capitalism in Eastern Europe. When in the L980s, people protested against the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, what the large majority had in mind was not capitalism. They wanted social security, solidarity, a rough kind of justice. They wanted the freedom to live their lives outside of state control, to come together and talk as they pleased. They wanted a life of simple honesty and sincerity, liberated from primitive ideological indoctrination and the prevailing cynical hypocrisy. In short, the vague ideals that led the protesters were, to a large extent, taken from socialist ideology itself. And, as we learned from Freud, what is repressed returns in a distorted form. In Europe, the socialism repressed in the dissident imaginary returned in the guise of right populism. Although, as to their positive content, the communist regimes were a failure, they at the same time opened up a certain space, the space of utopian expectations which, among other things, enabled us to measure the failure of the really existing socialism itself. When dissidents like Václav Havel denounced the existing communist regime on behalf of authentic human solidarity, they, unknowingly, for the most part, spoke from the place opened up by communism itself, which is why they tend to be so disappointed when the really existing capitalism does not meet the high expectations of their anti-communist struggle. At a recent reception in Poland, a nouveau riche capitalist congratulated Adam Michnik for being a doubly successful capitalist. He helped destroy socialism and he also heads a highly profitable publishing empire. Deeply embarrassed, Michnik replied, "I am not a capitalist, I am a socialist who is unable to forgive socialism that it did not work." 90. Why mention this vanishing mediator today? Is it not clear that it was just an explosion of irrelevant utopian hope? In his interpretation of the fall of East European communism, Jürgen Habermas proved to be the ultimate left Fukuyamist, silently accepting that the existing liberal democratic order is the best one possible, and that, while we should strive to make it more just, we should not challenge its basic premises. This is why he welcomed precisely what many leftists saw as the big deficiency of the anti-communist protests in Eastern Europe, the fact that these protests were not motivated by any new visions of the post-communist future. As he put it, the Central and Eastern European revolutions were just rectifying or catch-up, Nachholend, revolutions, their aim being to enable those societies to gain what the Western Europeans already possessed, in other words, to rejoin the West European normality. However, the ongoing wave of protests in different parts of the world tends to question this very frame, and this is why figures like jokers accompany them. Just think of the violent excesses of Black Lives Matter. When a movement questions the fundamentals of the existing order, its basic normative foundations, it is almost impossible to get solely peaceful protests without violent excesses. The Gilets jaunes in France, protests in Spain and other similar protests today are definitely not catch-up movements. They embody the weird reversal that characterizes today's global situation. The old antagonism between ordinary people and financial capitalist elites is back with a vengeance, with ordinary people erupting in protest against the elites, who are accused of being blind to their suffering and demands. However, what is new is that the populist right has proved to be much more adept in channeling these eruptions in its direction than the left. Alain Badiou was thus fully justified to say apropos the Gilets jaunes, tout ce qui bouge en est pas rouge, all that moves, makes unrest, is not red. Here, then, is the paradox we have to confront. The populist disappointment at liberal democracy is a proof that 1990 was not just a catch-up revolution, that it aimed at more than the liberal capitalist normality. Freud spoke about Unbehagen in der Kultur, the discontent or unease in culture. Today, 30 years after the fall of the wall, the ongoing new wave of protests bears witness to a kind of Unbehagen in liberal capitalism, and the key question is, who will articulate this discontent? Will it be left to nationalist populists to exploit it? Therein resides the big task of the left. This discontent is not something new. I wrote about it more than 30 years ago in Eastern Europe's Republics of Gilead, a reference to The Handmaid's Tale, which was published in New Left Review back in 1990. May I quote myself? The dark side of the processes current in Eastern Europe is thus the gradual retreat of the liberal democratic tendency in the face of the growth of corporate national populism with all its usual elements, from xenophobia to anti-Semitism. The swiftness of this process has been surprising. Today, we find anti-Semitism in East Germany, where one attributes to Jews the lack of food, and to Vietnamese the lack of bicycles, and in Hungary and in Romania, where the persecution of the Hungarian minority also continues. Even in Poland we can perceive signs of a split within Solidarity, the rise of a nationalist populist faction that imputes to the cosmopolitan intellectual, the old regime's code word for Jews, the failure of the recent government's measures. 91. This dark side is now re-emerging forcefully, and its effects are felt in the rightist rewriting of history. This is why we should remember vanishing mediators. Today the global capitalist order is approaching a crisis again, and the vanished radical legacy will have to be resuscitated. This legacy is not just the vast array of utopian hopes, it is also the self-destructive drive that sustains them. The way in which destructive fury clears the space for the creation of new sublime forms is made clear by Lacan, who insisted on the link between death drive and sublimation. 92. Suffice it to recall Andrei Platonov's masterpiece, The Foundation Pit. Is the foundation pit this gigantic hole in the earth which will never be filled in with the new communist building, this symbol of meaningless expenditure of labor which plays no role in the struggle for survival or for better life, not a spectacular monument to death drive as a social category? And this brings us back to Joker. The elegance of the film resides in how the crucial move from self-destructive drive to what more called a new desire for an emancipatory political project is absent from its storyline. We, the spectators, are solicited to fill in this absence. Or are we? Will Joker not turn out to be just another proof that today's sphere of culture and entertainment can easily integrate even the most subversive anti-capitalist messages and practices? Just imagine a biennale whose program does not question Eurocentrism or the all-pervasive reign of financial capital or our destruction of environment. Why should Joker be different from paintings which destroy themselves, from galleries which make us think by displaying rotten animal corpses or sacred images soaked in urine? Maybe, it's not as simple as that. Maybe, what makes Joker so unsettling is that it does not engage itself in calling for a political action, it leaves the decision to us. Visiting an anti-capitalist art performance or engaging in social charity makes us feel good. Seeing Joker definitely does not do that, and that's our hope. Joker practices what Giorgio Agamben called the courage of hopelessness, whose exemplary case of today's Afro-pessimism. In short, he enacts a version of subjective destitution. The crucial question here is, of course, how does self-destructive violence relate to other figures of subjective destitution, especially to the political destitution described by Gehry? One should avoid the trap of placing them in some hierarchic order like a pseudo-Hegelian triad that seems to offer itself. In the misery of peaceful times, we have recourse to nirvana or mystical experience. When crisis arises, we explode in self-destructive violence. Finally, we transform nihilism into revolutionary practice focused on a positive project. The figures of subjective destitution form an irreducible mixture echoing in each other, passing into each other, without any prospect of one of them sublating the others. All these forms of destitution are by definition states of exception with regard to what one cannot but call normal daily life. Does this not limit the scope of our analysis? No, because, as Hegel pointed out apropos madness, such exceptions are a possibility, a potential, with regard to which what we experience as normal daily life constitutes itself. And that's our problem today. In the age of pandemics, ecological crises, and social unrests, these crises pose a threat to our normal daily life, they destabilize it. Different forms of denial of these threats are ultimately just desperate defenses of this normal daily life, and what is needed today is the courage to go through the purifying fire of exception, of subjective destitution. The main voices of renormalization are so-called rational optimists like Matt Ridley, who bombard us with good news. The 2010s were the best decade in human history, poverty is declining in Asia and Africa, pollution is decreasing, etc. If this is the case, then where does the growing atmosphere of apocalypse come from? Is it not an outgrowth of a self-generated pathological need for unhappiness? When rational optimists tell us that we are overly scared about minor problems, our answer should be that, on the contrary, we are not scared enough. As Alenka Zupancic formulates the paradox, apocalypse has already begun, but it seems that we still prefer to die than to allow the apocalyptic threat to scare us to death. In the spring of 2020, the Lieutenant Governor of Texas Dan Patrick said that grandparents like him don't want to sacrifice the country's economy during the coronavirus crisis. No one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? Patrick said. And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. 93. Even if it was meant seriously, such a gesture of self-sacrifice is not an act of true courage but an act of cowardice. It fits exactly Zupancic's words. Patrick prefers to die rather than to courageously confront the threat of catastrophe. Since we are today in a kind of war for our survival, we can conclude with G.K. Chesterton's description of the paradox of courage. A soldier surrounded by enemies, if he is to cut his way out, needs to combine a strong desire for living with a strange carelessness about dying. He must not merely cling to life, for then he will be a coward, and will not escape. He must not merely wait for death, for then he will be a suicide, and will not escape. He must seek his life in a spirit of furious indifference to it. He must desire life like water and yet drink death like wine. 94. To seek one's life in a spirit of furious indifference to it, this is how subjective destitution works. Sometimes, the passage through such a furious indifference is the only way to establish a new livable normality. Without this passage, normality itself falls apart.